Good afternoon or early evening, depending on where you are. I have a feeling I have a lot of California viewers. I could be totally wrong. I never check my stats or analytics. In which case, it would basically only be like 4 in the afternoon for you guys, right? What is going on? Thank you for the follow. I don't know why. I thought I had the alert set up so I could see it on this main thing, but I don't. One day I'll fix that. What are we doing today, you guys? You guys. Try not to start every stream with a PBD React challenge. Impossible. I'm sorry, there's just like such good shit this week. Like watching every single conservative try to cope and act like Trump is coming out on top of these negotiations with Russia, with Putin, that he's actually the one who's showing who's who, is very entertaining to me. It's not going to stop being entertaining. They're not going to stop making entertaining, embarrassing content. So I kind of just can't look the other way and cover other shit. I have to watch it. I have to react to it. And also I have YouTube Premium now on the one that we watch. So no ads finally. Let's see. And then we'll do Trump meets with Zelensky. Yes, goddamn way. I have YouTube Premium. So fuck everybody who didn't believe in me. I got it done. See? I didn't even believe in me. Okay. So I want to start off with this one. Okay, like we'll start backwards. So I didn't find this one. Aaron Brown did. Executive functioning finally came through. Yes. Yes. Great news. My baby brain fell out and my adult brain finally grew in. So 3 days ago, Trump and Putin meet in Alaska. Melania's Epstein lawsuit. This is related to like Hunter Biden. Don't give a fuck. Netanyahu trolls Iran. Very curious, but I cannot. This segment is amazing. So 100,000 Americans apparently have signed up for ICE. PBD has concluded that this is because America has suddenly become like very, very patriotic because of the border emergency or whatever, and has, I guess, little to do with the fact that they are offering these ridiculous packages, incentive packages to get these people to sign up for this job. As well as, like, increase the age by which you can join, so.
That's pretty bad. So I would tell them to go retire.
Oh my God. Everything is quiet. Okay, let's see.
All right, so let's talk about ICE. More than 100,000 Americans apply to join ICE. Apply to join ICE. Think about it. To help deport illegal aliens.
Think about it.
Do you know what happened after 9/11? So many people joined what?
Police department.
The police department and military. You joined the police. You joined
That was clearly not the answer he was looking for. Dude, after 9/11, what did people join? It's fucking Vinny in all of his geniusness. The police department. He's talking about... It's in the context of him talking about people being patriotic. He was obviously reaching for the fucking military, and PBD threw him a bone by going, yeah, the police and the military, Vinny.
Well, I was in during it, and then they did stop laws where we couldn't even leave, and people were joining left and right.
But there's a lot of people that would join because they're
Stop laws? Where you couldn't leave?
I'm going to go fight for my country. Right now, Americans are saying, I want to go clean up the border. 100,000 Americans applied to join the ICE, 12 local arrests, and deport illegal aliens. As Department of Homeland Security officials reported, following a recruitment effort by Trump's administration, the campaign includes an ad campaign and a $50,000 signing bonus for new recruits. Damn.
Damn.
DHS Secretary Kristi Noem stated, our country is calling you to serve at ICE. In the wake of the Biden administration failing good immigration policies, our country needs dedicated men and women of ICE to get the worst of the criminals out of the country. New ICE recruits are offered student loan.
He was like running out of breath reading this article. He had to like take a deep breath to finish.
The wake of the Biden administration failing good immigration policies, our country needs dedicated men and women of ICE to get the worst of criminals out of the country. New ICE recruits are offered student loan repayment, forgiveness options,
hard job he has.
Law enforcement, availability pay for Homeland Security investigations, special agents, premium overtime payments for enforcement and removal operations, deportation officers, and enhanced retirement benefits.
Okay, premium overtime, enhanced retirement benefits. After he had already made the conclusion that, yeah, this is basically because Americans recognize that it's their patriotic duty to join this shit. And it's not because they've poured tons of money into a fucking ad campaign where front and center they are telling people, we're going to give you a bunch of money to incentivize people to do this.
So that's what they say. The bill also includes more than $46 billion for new border wall construction, $45 billion for ICE detention space, $10 billion reimbursed for states who covered border security costs under Joe Biden, and $3.5 billion for the Department of Justice to issue grants to local governments who help locate and arrest illegal aliens, among other funding measures. Okay, there was a clip of Mayor Basso losing it over ICE. Joe Rogan rips ICE raids. He says, great, you're going to get rid of landscapers. Okay, Rob, I don't know if you have the Rogan clip. We'll come back to the Bass one. Joe Rogan criticized the Trump administration raids on Joe Rogan explained publicly protests stemmed from a visceral reaction to officers.
Also, the benefits have all of these qualifiers to them up to after X amount of time, etc. Of course they do. Of course they're not even that fucking good. But the type of person who is in favor of mass deportations, who is voting for Donald Trump, who is sympathetic to any propaganda that's coming out of this fucking administration is clearly not somebody who really reads the fine print.
Pulling people out of schools and pulling people out of the Home Depot and pulling people that were just hardworking people. He argued that voters expected the removal of violent criminals, not ordinary workers, saying when people thought about ICE, they thought, great.
What is this article? Why is it quoting Joe Rogan? Like, this is true that he did this, but why would, like, it wasn't even recent. This was a few weeks ago. And why is that coming up in the context of this?
To get rid of the gang members that they think, great, you're going to get rid of landscapers. Rogan pressed. If this is the clip that you have, Rob?
Yeah.
Okay, go for it.
All of a sudden, these like pop-up riots.
Okay. It was with this woman who is like, there's aliens to like distract from Epstein. I think this is a lot of the clip that they're talking about.
Fucking nuts, man. Watching this protest on television, it's like.
Do you think the raids are nuts?
All of it's nuts.
Yeah, I think both sides are taking it a little too hard.
Well,
both sides though.
I don't think the Trump administration, if they're running and they said, we're going to go to Home Depot and we're going to arrest all the people at Home Depot, we're going to go to construction sites and we're going to just like tackle people at constructions. I don't think anybody would have signed up for that. They said, we're going to get.
Okay. I mean, I don't think it would have been less people. I think Joe Rogan has more optimism than I do as far as like where the average American is with respect to these sorts of plans, but
rid of the criminals.
I do think it would have been less. He's acting like it would have been like nobody would sign up for this, but yeah, they would.
And the gang members first, right? And now we're seeing
first under like operative word first. They were leaving all of the people that they're getting now on the table. They just said we're going to prioritize violent criminals. Now that's not happening.
Like Home Depots get raided. Like, that's crazy. ICE raids are fucking nuts, man.
So that's I think what the article's referring to, but let's see.
The Timu riots, like this is a Chinese-funded group, and what they're doing is they're...
Florida Representative Ana Paulina Luna appeared on Joe Rogan's podcast where the two disagreed over the cause of June's anti-ICE protests.
They're using that front in an effort to then divide on that topic as well.
I absolutely believe this is true, that I'm sure...
When Luna tried to claim that the pop-up riots were funded by Chinese money, Rogan pushed back, arguing that the protesters were expressing actual opposition to ICE raids. This woman used to be... like a cocktail waitress, like basically a stripper. Let's see. First Mexican-American woman elected to Congress in Florida. So first Latina representation from Mexico. Beautiful. Where is it? That talks about what she used to do. Am I crazy? Hold on. Cocktail. Yeah. While in the Air Force, she began studying at a local college. She also modeled during this period, appearing in 2013 Sports Illustrated online site, and briefly worked as a cocktail waitress in a strip club. She later appeared as a swimsuit model in Maxim in 2014. Luna gained a following as an Instagram influencer. Then all of a sudden, I guess the constituents of Florida were like, she should be a fucking congresswoman. And then donors gave her money and she won.
Or other countries fund similar things, but also it was in reaction to some of the ICE raids and pulling people out of schools and pulling people out of Home Depot. When people thought about ICE, they thought, great, we're going to get rid of the gang members. They didn't think, great, you're going to get rid of a landscaper.
I mean, anybody who's familiar with the function of ICE would definitely know that that's not, they don't only go for violent criminals, Joe, thanks, but...
This is what, Rob?
This is just...
It is useful for him to be like this, though, in front of a Republican, just to see what the fuck they say, because, again, these people have to reach for these riots, these protests, opposition to the mass deportation program as being completely ginned up, completely manufactured, completely... It's bad, but it's also fake. It's also the Xi Jinping doing this. It's also like TikTok or something. That way they don't have to contend with the fact that their policies are really, really unpopular and that, no, there's just organic opposition to them because you guys are ghouls. So it has to be made up. And so I wonder if they include what she says in response to that. Is she going to go like, no, it's probably the CCP, Joe?
B-roll footage of but that's the comment from Rogan.
This is LA?
Yes.
Crazy. We were just there a couple
Ruckus riots came in protest of nationwide raids by federal ICE agents, enforcing President Trump's order to mass deport people.
ICE raids, 100,000 people signing up. You're getting rid of landscapers. Vinny, your thoughts on the story?
I think well, first and foremost, let's say what the actual problem is. Okay, the Biden administration let in how many? What's the number? I hear 20 million.
Tom Homan said 10 million. So let's set the floor there. It could be more.
Let's say 10 to 20.
Well, if Tom Homan says something, then that must be true, right?
Let's go in the middle of that, okay? And now Trump, just like everything else, just like with Russia, just like with the border, just like with crime.
Okay, this is the same president that they're talking about who literally shut down the border because he was caving to public pressure for him to do something, quote unquote, about illegal immigration.
Trump has to come in and clean everything up, all right? It's like, this is the analogy, all right? The Biden administration threw this wild party, okay? They opened the doors, Tom. Everybody came in the house. Criminals, they're spray painting, they're killing. Girls were raped at the party. People are dead, okay? Now the cops show up.
Typically in a hypothetical, you don't use the same actors that you're already criticizing. Instead, all you're doing is like making shit up and trying to analogize it as if that in any way, shape, or form resembles the reality under the Biden administration with respect to their immigration policy. Yeah, remember when they basically said, yeah, open borders, free for all for criminals, and then your daughter was raped and your neighbor was killed and the purge pretty much happened? Y'all remember that, hypothetically?
Everybody's showing up at him, the maids, everybody's cleaning up, and you're getting mad at the cops and the maids. I'm sorry. And there's a misconception, and I understand what Joe Cops, and I trust me, he made a great point about how there could be a way that if you've been here for 10 years or 5 years and you've been paying taxes and all that stuff, even though Trump made it seem like he's going to get rid of everybody.
Okay, that's a lot of the people that they're arresting, Vinny. That's like most of the people that they are arresting. It's people with literally no criminal record or no violent offenses under the record to the extent that they have broken the law. It has been misdemeanors or it has been things like speeding, traffic violations, minor citations. So he's like, he's literally outing himself as, one, siding with Joe Rogan, and two, in favor of a more gentle immigration program, because like you should not support mass deportation if that's how who you don't think should be exempt from being targeted. That fits the profile exactly of who they're targeting.
Say what you want. Trump is saying exactly what he said. Okay, but there's a misconception that they're just walking into schools and grabbing people. The majority of these raids, Adam, let's say that they're looking for 30 people. 19 of them have arrest warrants. They were DUI. They have felony charges, and there's getting rid of them. I apologize.
Okay, they literally just, I don't even, citation needed. Do I have to bring this up every single time? 65% of people taken by ICE had no convictions, 93% no violent convictions. Thank you for the follow. And this is a Cato Institute study. This is like a libertarian think tank. This is not some bleeding heart liberal, we love immigrants, diversity is our strength type think tank. This is a right-wing think tank that advocates for better immigration reform, using ICE data to determine how many of the individuals that have been picked up by ICE are actually violent criminals or in any way affiliated with something like some sort of like shady background. The majority of them, again, most convictions, 53%, fell into three main categories: immigration, traffic, or nonviolent vice crimes. ICE detains very few public safety threats. Literally 65%, none. Traffic, 77%. Immigration, 7%. Other, 5.6%. Vice, 4.5%. Vice, I believe, is like drugs, alcohol. And then violent, 6.9%. No, it's 19 out of 20.
Guys, I am so sorry. If you're here illegally, the first thing you did to come here was break the law. So when he's doing this,
not true. The majority of people that are here illegally, quote unquote, had a visa and they overstayed that visa. And because our immigration system is so backed up, because it's so dysfunctional, they have not been able to obtain a legal status again. Not even for lack of trying in most instances, but because it is just they're given a number and they're at the back of the fucking line. So no, he's making it sound like the majority of people that are in this country illegally have entered through a port of entry illegally, and that's just not the case.
Grab, and they're trying to get everybody. I'm sorry. Some of these people who are still illegal are going to get rounded up, and it sucks. It sucks, but he ran on it. If you don't like it, then you shouldn't have voted for him, because that's what I voted.
Oh, okay. It sucks. How about you get picked up in an ICE raid, Vinny, on accident? And how about we detain you or hold you indefinitely? maybe an alligator Alcatraz. And then after that happens to you, you tell me if you feel the same way. Do you still feel this need to defend a lack of due process, not even telling people what the fuck they're being arrested for, not giving them even like any showing them a warrant? How about you do that? And then when you complain, I say, but it's for the good of the country. These are the people that say the left is ideologically collectivist. They don't care about individual freedoms, individual rights. And he's literally justifying just mass indiscriminate punishment based on the suspicion that you might be here illegally. And that suspicion is almost always going to be based on your appearance. It's going to be highly racialized. It's going to be based on, like, do you actually speak English? Do you speak Spanish? Those are the identifiers that they're looking for. Vinny, in case you haven't noticed, you look Mexican as fuck. You look, especially depending on what area you're in, you look Cuban or something. You would easily be picked up in one of these.
Voted for. I voted for getting these people out of here that are illegal, because how much times we keep hearing sanctuary city this, sanctuary city that. All the money has gone to these people. Yes, there needs to be an adjustment, but Trump said he was going to do it, and he's doing it. And that's it.
Tom.
I love the recruitment. You know, the U.S. Armed Forces, police locally, they've been running programs like this to recruit forever. There have been programs that ran right after 9/11. There's programs that run where, you know, the Army feels that they're below.
Dude, he's asleep at the wheel because they already brought this up earlier in the podcast to introduce this topic. They already said that right after 9/11, what did they do? They saw increases in recruitment related to military and police.
Target, so they put some programs out there. So they're putting a program out here. What are they doing? They're not recruiting a militia. They're recruiting the permanent staff that is going to stand watch and control our closed border. We've closed the border. Now we're getting
the permanent staff. Again, just like think of just a yard filled with a bunch of overweight, sweaty, hot dog necked, Oakley wearing motherfuckers. That's who we're recruiting. The best and the brightest, right?
Getting more
that are now even older on average because they've increased the age that you can be eligible to be part of this ICE force.
It's going to be there. And yes, we're going to continue the removal of people that have a criminal record. The people that they went after, you know, had criminal records. But there was also visual footage that looked bad, and the mainstream media was more than happy to say that's an innocent man in the middle of a field being taken out. You know, did that happen? I don't know, but there was a lot of evidence that they were going after people that had criminal records.
Wait, what?
More than happy to say that's an innocent man in the middle of a field being taken out. You know, did that happen? I don't know, but there was a lot of...
Okay, so really we're just doing guilty until proven innocent. Seeing a report where maybe some people who they didn't have any sort of legal cause or probable cause to arrest them or detain them by ICE, by law enforcement, got detained. Maybe that did happen. I don't know. That I can't say for sure. Maybe.
Evidence that they were going after people that had criminal records who were already...
Where is this evidence? What the evidence that they're going after people with criminal records is Trump said on the campaign trail a bunch of months ago that that's who he's going to prioritize. Let's just ignore everything that's happened since then. Let's ignore Stephen Miller, the fucking psychopath in charge of all of this, who literally said, the shift in policy resulted from the White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller's meeting at the end of May when he ordered ICE to start arresting more non-criminals. What do you mean you're going after criminals? He said, why aren't you at Home Depot? Why aren't you at 7-Eleven? Since then, ICE and Border Patrol have shifted to roaming U.S. streets and workplaces to round up immigrants, regardless of any of the public threat that they may pose.
Here illegally. And then did China fund it? Have Soros organizations funded some of these protests? Yes. Yes.
Okay, we don't have any evidence to suggest that ICE is picking up anyone except people that are suspected of being violent. Headline unrelated, but here's what we definitely do know. Soros and the CCP are behind protests in America that are like, I don't really like this mass deportation program where you're getting rid of my brother, my cousin, the person who, like, again, like they're saying landscapers, people that work in my community. That has to be ginned up and done by a foreign entity, by Soros.
I believe the allegations. So when I say yes, I'm saying I believe the allegations that other people that don't agree with Trump are helping to fund, make the protest even worse about immigration. I think the average American, if you look on policy by policy, they like what's going on with a lot of the policies that Trump has made, but they didn't like what was going on visually with all the footage. It's like, hey, I like the border being closed. I like the fact that we're...
Vinny.
Okay, here he's not like entirely wrong. Because we saw this data before the 2024 election. When you polled Americans, how do you feel about mass deportation? 70% said, love it. love the idea, love the concept. It's going to be amazing. When you explain to that same group of people how it actually has to go down to be able to do a mass deportation program, the same number of people opposed it. So he's kind of not wrong that on paper people are fine with it, but then when they see it, they're like, yeah, I don't like this. This is really gross. I want all the groceries in one bag and I don't want it to be heavy. Median voter, everyone.
Cleaning people back, but then they would see some of the footage and go, that kind of looks kind of bad.
Yeah, and again, Tom, sometimes it does look bad, but just to make my point.
Like, well, if it isn't the consequences of my own actions, my own choice to vote for Donald Trump.
A lot of these people, we're talking about the ICE raid that they did on August 6th.
And it's just so weird. It's like, can't you deport them? Can't you mass deport them in a more nice way? A more orderly way? Like, what is the request here from these people?
Patrol grabbed 16 illegals in Westlake Home Depot in LA. Records showed 6 of them, 16, 6 of them had criminal histories, including a Nicaraguan charged with felony theft in April, a Guatemalan with a prior LAPD arrest for DUI with great bodily injury. He almost killed somebody in an accident. A Guatemalan ICE fugitive.
Whoa, no way. Somebody who's here may have overstayed their visa. A DUI? Crazy. A thing that's, again, obviously terrible, but completely unexceptional as far as crime goes in the United States.
With a 2014 deportation order and 3 previously deported Guatemalans who illegally came back in during Biden. I get it. It looks bad, guys. It looks bad. But if you ask for it, now you got it. The word illegal. People keep missing the point. Guys, we all came here legally. Your family came here legally. My mom and dad, my they all came here legally. Okay, besides the fact that, you know what? Let's say out of 100 of them, 5 of them.
This is literally just survivorship bias on full display here.
Rape and murder and everything, that's too much. That's 5 Americans that would have been saved if it wasn't for the border. And this all sits on Alejandro Mayorkas and the last administration, who, Adam, you want to talk about pardons? Nothing's ever going to happen to that guy. He's sitting at home smiling his butt off because he opened the door and let this...
The illegal thing they did was come here. Yeah, like he thinks and is lying to his audience. He probably just genuinely doesn't know, he's a fucking moron, that the majority of people, of immigrants that are here in this country illegally came, like committed a crime, as in they came through an illegal port of entry, but that's not even how most people become illegal immigrants in this country. It's because they overstay their visa.
Problem is because of that Biden administration. So this all lies on them, period.
Biden's fault.
Remember the clip that was like, hide your wife, hide your kids, because they're out here raping everybody. Yeah. I feel like that, this guy right here, thank you, Rob. I feel like that is sort of the narrative. You want to play this?
No, keep going.
Okay, I feel like that's sort of...
I mean, he's not wrong. That is the narrative, but it shouldn't... That is the narrative, right? But is it grounded in any reality? No. All they have is anecdotes, okay? They can pull up these examples of people that have been detained by ICE or have been detained in the last few years. They did something horrible. These are the exception, not the rule.
Legal immigrants, but sometimes when you want to make an omelet, you got to crack a couple eggs and a couple crackheads.
Okay, cracking a couple of eggs in this case means violating due process and the Constitution.
But the reality is this. Why are people joining ICE? How many people are applying? 100,000 Americans have applied to join ICE?
Good.
That's amazing.
Good.
Okay. I want to be. How many people don't want to be police officers anymore? How many people stopped wanting to be firefighters in California over there? Yep. So I think it's a very good thing that you want to serve your country. What are the main 3 reasons?
He's like talking about there being like an anti-cop, or like alluding to it, an anti-cop attitude in the United States. Anna Kasparian was doing this on the Doom Scroll podcast as well. Meanwhile, as she was saying that in that same stream, I'm covering Trump doing martial law in DC. Seems like the attitude surrounding cops is just fine.
That an American want to serve ICE. Number one, it's a job. It's a career. AI ain't going to replace you. You're going to have a job for sure. You're going to have money, benefits. What are they getting? $50,000?
AI ain't going to replace you? Aren't these people supposed to be pretending like AI is like the future of everything?
Signing bonuses? Maybe I'll join ICE. Who knows? Number 2, you want to serve your country straight up. And we talked about why someone
would love to see Adam try to survive one day in a... Well, actually now, given the fact that they act with impunity, they let them wear masks, you know, maybe he could join Trump's ICE force and be fine. But like before, probably not.
Join the CIA. It's like, bro, you got to be insane. Peter Thiel's, it's like they're doing this because they genuinely want to serve their country for national security purposes and to help the country out.
Or they genuinely want those extra retirement benefits. They genuinely want a government job because it's more secure than a job in the private sector, dumbass.
Number 3, and I think this goes for both sides, they genuinely feel like they're doing the right thing. This is what the people that are protesting it against.
Wow, profound. You're telling me that when people do and say things that they actually wholeheartedly believe in those things that they do and say. Amazing. Thank you, Adam.
ICE feel very passionately that they're doing the right thing.
Yeah.
The people that are joining ICE are feeling passionately that they're doing the right thing.
You know, this is a two-part thing, right? One is Joe saying that they're coming after the landscaper. So the one thing why Joe is loved is because Joe has a soft, he has a heart.
Empathy.
Empathy. That is the reason why he has the empathy and he can chill you, right? So he's got that combination of how he's the gentle guy that also has a heart when he sees things like this. Story comes out here. Secretary Noem announces 1.6 million illegal aliens. This is yesterday or today. This is a few hours ago. 1.6 million
Is this even true? How many? 1.6 million. Maybe illegal. So let's see. Secretary Noem announces 1.6 million illegal aliens have left the U.S. So let's see if they fact check her. So she announces that number without legal status have left the U.S. during the first 200 days of the Trump admin. Figure immigration experts say it could be based on a flawed preliminary survey data. This is massive. This means safer streets, taxpayer savings, pressure off schools and hospital services, and better job opportunities for Americans. It's definitely not this. The jobs that these people are vacating are, again, working at Home Depot, day labor, landscaping, fucking working in factory farms. They're not, like, the best jobs. Noem said in a press release on August 14th. But experts told Newsweek that the figures cited by DHS should be treated with caution. Newsweek contacted DHS for comment, requesting a full breakdown of how many left the country through self-deportation. DHS declined to answer the question, instead referred Newsweek to the press release on Noem's announcement. Very cool. No transparency. Just say a thing. Not going to elaborate. Not going to explain why it matters. President Donald Trump vowed he would conduct what Republicans describe as the largest mass deportation operation in the U.S. history. The admin has clamped down on immigrants with hardline policies designed to deter migration. While DHS announced the 1.6 million figure as fact, citing the Center for Immigration Studies analysis of U.S. Census Bureau data, the Trump admin has yet to update its own immigration stats page online. Deportations and removal data have not been updated beyond November 2024's numbers. Monthly Custom and Border Patrol protection stats also do not give figures on CBP home self-deportations, despite the Biden administration regularly sharing details on the app's predecessors. Julia Gillott, Associate Director of the U.S. Immigration Program at the Migration Policy Institute, said the 1.6 million estimate is based on preliminary data from the right-leaning Center for Immigration Studies, which relies on information from the Census Bureau's current population survey. The survey has a small sample size, just 60,000 households each month. As a result, the survey estimates bounce around quite a bit from month to month. The Census Bureau cautions against using the survey to generate estimates of the foreign-born population for this reason. So it's literally not even based on ICE data. It is based on census data. And any decrease that they're seeing, they're going to attribute to self-deportation or deportation related to ICE and CBP. Stephen Camarota, Director of Research at CIS, originally shared the figure August 12th, stating in the report that the findings were statistically significant. That I don't doubt, but it's like, is it even correct? You have no way of assessing or truly knowing that those people have left permanently, voluntarily, or through deportation when you're just basing it off of census data. However, given the recent stepped-up enforcement efforts, it is possible that immigrants have become more reluctant to respond to the CPS. Camarota and colleague Karen Ziegler wrote, "If this is the case, then our estimate of illegal immigrants based on the survey may be overstating the decline in their actual numbers." Gillott agreed that lower participation rates by immigrants without legal status, possibly due to fears of government data sharing with immigration enforcement agencies, could lead to artificially low estimates of the immigrant population. This is exactly what people like Ben Shapiro, Charlie Kirk, all of them want. They're ass mad that illegal immigrants or anyone who's not officially an American, quote unquote, is included in the census, even though the census just exists to determine who's in the interior. Our election maps are based off of these because even if you're not an American, you probably still have to be provided for. Resources need to be allocated for you because you're in the United States. Whether you should be or not, you're in the United States, you need to be contended with. There's probably some system that you're going to interact with that requires money, even if it's to like an immigration court hearing. It's also very possible that fewer immigrants are answering the survey. Non-citizens may no longer feel comfortable participating in a government survey, given that the federal government is now sharing various data on public benefits use and from the IRS, for example, with immigration enforcement agencies, she said. Which is, and Charlie Kirk was also crying about this. He had somebody on who was from a think tank saying that there's actually, I can't remember what it was called. It's some sort of thing that's put in place so the data is not permanently retained and is just gathered for the census, and then effectively it's like randomized in a way that it's impossible to learn like where it came from after the fact. And they hate that because they want to use this data to find these people and deport them. Lower response rates among immigrants would result in a falsely low estimate of the immigration population in the survey. This is literally just like COVID again, where Trump was like, if we don't do tests, then you're not going to see COVID. COVID's going to decrease. It's the same shit, but with immigrations. It is the exact same playbook, but to a fucking T. But for immigration, that's it. Where numbers are underreported, take advantage of the fact that a number is underreported, and use a misleading figure and pretend like you did something. As part of her early initiatives, Noam launched an international multi-million-dollar advertising campaign warning immigrants with no legal status to leave the country voluntarily. Officials say the campaign, combined with enforcement actions, has contributed to the reduction in unauthorized residence. Okay. DHS rebranded the CBP One app, which previously facilitated entry for more than 1 million immigrants, replacing it with the CBP Home app under Operation Homecoming. The new app also allows undocumented immigrants to arrange self-deportation, with the government offering $1,000 and a free flight to encourage voluntary departure. Meanwhile, the Trump admin reported that over 352,000 undocumented immigrants were arrested and more than 324,000 were removed from the United States, according to a DHS press release. But according to Julie Galat, a drop of 1.6 million in the unauthorized immigration population in just 6 months would be far outside the trends the U.S. has seen before, even during economic recessions and even during periods of high immigration enforcement. Of course, to a MAGA cultist, they're like, yeah, it's unprecedented. That's why it's really, really impressive. David Beer, director of immigration studies at the Cato Institute, told Newsweek, there is no doubt that the immigrant population has declined since January, but DHS did not make this assessment of the level. It is replaying a faulty analysis of the current population survey. As the Census Bureau routinely cautions against, the current population survey should not be used to estimate the number of immigrants, let alone illegal immigrants. Because keep in mind, again, that figure in the Census Bureau includes legal immigrants. I hadn't even thought about that till it was pointed out. The CPS is properly used to estimate rates for employment and unemployment, but the total population estimate is predetermined based on the census and projections about future immigration and population growth. The CPS monthly survey sample size is not large enough to estimate the illegal immigrant population with this much precision. Again, the number that they use is like 60,000. They're extrapolating this across the United States. Even if it were, the Trump administration's abuse of government data and its mass deportation campaign has intimidated immigrants into responding less frequently to surveys. The government has not deported nor recorded self-deportations, deportations even close to $1.6 million, 1.6 million people. But in less than 200 days, that's what they're saying is going to happen. The admin is expected to continue conducting widespread arrests and removals as part of its immigration crackdown. It's insane, man. So let's watch them just kind of uncritically repeat this.
Illegal aliens have left. This is self-deported. In the first 100 days as secretary, in the U.S. has seen a decline of 1.6 million illegal aliens across the country. So watch this. Q1 2021, Biden, 10.2. Next year late, 11.4. Next year, 12.6. Next year, 14 million. Next year, 16 million, right? And that from 15.8 million to 14.2 million, 1.6 million out. Now they're saying ICE has only been able to get how many? We've heard the number. How many people have been able? Has ICE gotten themselves? It's 100,000. It's not a big number.
It's not. It's less than 200,000.
Yeah, it's less than 200,000. But guess what?
And that's with them trying to do like 1,000 arrests a day
and
being fairly indiscriminate with it. They are just picking up anybody who they suspect is illegal. Could be deported.
All of that, a lot of people are like, screw this, I'm going back to Mexico. Yeah. Don't even worry about coming and getting me. I'm going to go back to my family. So the 1.6 million that have self-deported is a part of, that's the number. Yeah, ICE
They're not keeping track of this.
Removed in the first 100 days was 66,000. Not a big number when you think about that.
No.
So let's say it's 100,000 that they actually got. But say 1.6 million self-deported. That means they did that. Mm-hmm. That's a part of what they did. So
say 1.6 million self-deported. They did that. That means that's what they did. Brilliant stuff. Just circular logic.
When you think about that.
No.
So
Let's say hypothetically, all of these people self-deported. Then they will have self-deported. Genius.
let's say it's 100,000 that they actually got. But say 1.6 million self-deported. That means they did that. That's a part of what they did. So to those.
Oh, okay. Unless they're saying, but they did that. He's talking about the Trump admin. He's saying we have to give the Trump admin credit because these people wouldn't have self-deported otherwise.
That are sitting here saying, well, you know what? What
Even
about?
though there's no reason to believe that figure. It's not based on anything. It's based on a figure that is literally, the census says, do not use this figure to try to extrapolate population data stats or other conclusions from it. It's too small.
And what about that? Guys, this was his top 3 issue, was the border. He ran on this in 2016. Build the damn wall. He's been saying this.
Did he do that? No. We'll skip over that, though, because he's been saying it. So
for 9 years, that this is what he's going to be doing. Okay? And guess what happened the moment he came in? People coming through the border went to 0. Nobody has even wanted to come here anymore. It's like illegally, no. Legally,
it has dropped, but you were seeing that trend under Biden right before he left office, that it was steadily declining because there's more that goes into immigration than just how punitive the upcoming administration is going to be.
Not willing. I'm going to wait to see how I can end up
push and
coming
pull
here.
factors.
But to me, I believe the number one most important thing anybody and everybody thinks about when it comes down to family, kids, is safety. It's the S word. Keep me safe, keep me secure. If you can't do that, I'm not with it. It's the same exact thing he's doing in D.C.
Okay, they do care about safety, but why, like, illegal immigrants don't pose that threat to you. They're less of a threat than a native-born young American male.
Like when you see this Mayor Bass of L.A. saying something like this is her, by the way. Watch her reaction. Look how she reacts. Watch her rage.
Not believe that this just happened to be a coincidence.
There is no way this was a coincidence. This was widely publicized that the governor and many of our... There is no way.
Why are they showing this? This is like completely unrelated. This is Mayor Bass's reaction to a raid outside Governor Newsom's press conference in Little Tokyo on August 14th.
This was a coincidence. This was widely publicized that the governor and many of our other...
Which is obviously the presence of ICE was there to be intimidating. Did I tell you I debated this jump? I'm so excited for this release. Wait, you debated PBD? Or who?
We're having a press conference here to talk about redistricting.
I've met PBD, but I've never debated him.
On their nose in front of the governor's face. Why would you do that? That is unbelievably disrespectful. It's a provocative act. They're talking...
Oh my God, wait. Oh, I think I knew this. PBD did a Jubilee, right? Fuck, that's gonna be so good. I'm so hyped for that. He is the best content, man.
Disorder in Los Angeles, and they are the source of the disorder.
But since you were there, Mason, how do you think people did? How do you were participants like embarrassing him, or was he actually getting owns in? I wish it was Vinny. Of course we do. We love Vinny.
Los Angeles right now. Yeah. This is just completely unacceptable.
Who believes
this
it?
Is a
people like
people in California, people in LA.
So the guy behind her definitely believes it with that haircut of it.
Some were very bad. That doesn't surprise me. It's not media trained people, it's just men people. He's a value-tainer. Get ready to be value-tained. I'm ready to be value-tained every single day. One said communism is when all the money is shared. Yeah, socialism is when the government does stuff, but communism is when all the money is shared. The money that's not supposed to fucking exist, but I guess it's shared, right?
Yeah. So when you think about what Newsom said yesterday with the redistricting, let me go to that one because she commented on that. So they had a meeting. They've been wanting to redistrict in a while, and his words were, "It's over for California." Okay, I think there was a quote. I got to find it to see which one it is. Rob, what clip do you have about the new statement he made about redistricting California?
Right here. This is what he says Donald Trump's plans are and why he wants redistricting so much.
If they say anything other than to seal the midterm elections, they are just lying.
Wake up, America. Wake up. You will not have a country if he rigs this election. You will have a president who will be running for a 3rd term. Mark my word. I wasn't exaggerating when I said that I received in the mail a Trump 2028 hat from one of his biggest supporters. These guys are not screwing around. The rules do not apply to him. The most corrupt president in history. Doesn't believe in free enterprise, crony capitalism. He is wrecking this country.
Trump doesn't even believe in crony capitalism. Just what I was going to say, like Newsom seems like human for once in this clip. Of course he says that.
Wrecking the economy.
Lies.
It's a lawless president.
Lies.
Wake up, America. wake up to what's going on.
How many lies? Hold on, Adam, dead serious. How many lies did he just say factually in that statement? Lawless, the economy sucks. And by the way, Rob, the one that I sent you, the image, I'm telling you right now, remember I made the bet with Sam Cedar, the most handsome guy in the world, that
he's so angry. He's so fucking angry that Sam Cedar is hot. He's like, oh, Sam Cedar, the most handsome guy in the world. Yeah.
Said that he was going to be the front runner.
Why did he do that? It was like totally unforced. Why is he on your mind? Why is Sam Cedar rent free in your brain, Vinny? Why are you thinking about him?
Guy in the world, that he said that, I made the bet with Sam Cedar, the most handsome guy in the world, that he said that he was going to be the front runner. He's going to be the front runner. And just that photo right there, Pat. When you look at this is the.
He's not wrong. That one, fact check, true.
This is it. This is the presidential look that he's going for. He's completely full of crap. And when you ask who's buying it, who's buying the Karen Bass? By the way, I'm shocked. She's even in the country, not on vacation when shit's going haywire. I'm shocked.
He always uses this. He thinks it's such a great joke because she was in Africa when the LA fires went down on some sort of like cultural exchange trip. It wasn't a fucking vacation.
I am shocked that they're doing it. But you said it, Adam. I'm sorry, Pat. You did. The scariest thing is he's not losing any support. Those people standing out there in Californians are like, yeah, and they're still going to vote for them even though their state is going down to, I can't even say.
Let me tell you one thing I know for sure. California.
What, down the toilet? Down the shitter? You can't say that? Why is he all dressed up? I know. Vinny looking like he about to sell like a fucking used car.
Their city,
right off the lot,
is going down to, I can't even say.
Let me tell you one thing I know for sure. California is not America. We just came back from LA and Pat did the debate, the Jubilee thing.
Oh,
wow.
Oh, wow. It would have come up. It would have come up.
Oh, I couldn't believe
these people are so far gone.
Oh my God.
That they can't be redeemed. Now, let me qualify this. They're actually smart. They're not idiots. They're well-read. They're educated. They have strong opinions. They got the vernacular. They know what's going on, but they're fighting the wrong fight and they're defending the wrong people. And there's no switching these people. So if you're Gavin Newsom now, that's your audience. Gavin Newsom still is the governor of California. That's his first priority. Yes, he wants to be president of the United States one day, obviously like that.
It's funny that like Adam has to contend with a little bit of reality, and when he does, he like with Zoran as well. They have to admit that like the people voting for these people, the people that support these politicians, on average, are more educated and sometimes more affluent. You can't even ignore that.
He's that's his audience. That's his megaphone.
But I mean, it ties back to why they're so anti-college or whatever, because they just see college as this like woke indoctrination machine. It's like, noticing that higher education is corresponding to being a Democrat and supporting liberal policies or progressive policies. Can't have that.
Saying the things that the people in California want to hear. These people are so far gone, they're not redeemable. Thank God that there's common sense people in the Midwest, in the Bible Belt, in Florida that are like, dude, save your crap for
There's a lot of common sense people in California. That's the reason they've been planning the redistricting before anybody else was talking about redistricting, because they freaked out about the compositional change to California after the election. And so he's out there rage baiting. He's out there the dog whistle to his followers. He's out there headline chasing, and he's trying to posture himself. And they cannot talk about Newsom's decision to do this without bringing up, he just wants to be president. He just wants to be president. And like, yeah, he does. But I fail to see how that's relevant about whether you agree with the policy. He has no record to run on. You look at the fires, you look at the economy, you look at the job loss, you look at retirement age dude saying rage baiting. Tom is with it. Tom is definitely not the how do you do fellow kids with the fucking skateboard behind his back. His tax, you look at when PBD calls out people like PBD will frequently call out Tom for being on his phone. He's the one that has too much screen time going on. You look at the controversies that are having over what appears to be a land grab in the Palisades that's being done legislatively with laws. And you see a man without a country. Also, the minute he steps east of Las Vegas, the Democrat polls are different. J.B. Pritzker has got... Aren't these guys from the coast, though? They know nothing about rural America and are probably scared / disgusted by it. Of course, they're just idealizing this mythical rural white American voter, but I mean, he's like, thank God for the Midwest. Thank God for the part of the country that is overrepresented in the Electoral College, because yes, they far more reliably vote Republican and help contribute to Republican minoritarian rule. So he's not wrong that they are useful, but
it has that like the common sense thing has nothing to do with it. They have like lower numbers and more representation because of the way the electoral college works. That's it.
Got tremendous support. And so this primary is not in a FedEx being sent.
But they pretend like they're more scared of the city, even though all of these people like live in the city.
Sacramento that says, hey man, see you in February 28. You know, here it is, and it's your size. It's tailored for you. Come on, baby. The water's warm. That's not what Gavin Newsom's about to find. JB Pritzker and the DNC.
Come on, baby. The water's warm. This I saw. We saw this a little while ago. But I'll let it play to the end.
Really not with Gavin Newsom. That part's going to be fun to watch. But you can see what they're after right now. Mm-hmm. Trump's going to lose the midterm. Presidency ends in 17 months, and Speaker Jeffries back. Their focus is on the midterms, and they were going to redistrict California anyway. It's happening in plain sight.
Okay, I want to see, where does he talk about? Thank you for the follow. Where does Adam talk about his mom? Hold on. This is important. I think it's this one. Okay, let's see. Yeah, it was over here. Oh, fuck. I gave like a big intro being like, oh my God, I'm so excited for the segment. Although that was a good segment, this is... Okay. So this is where this comes from. When I searched mom and added this timestamp to like my stream links list, Vinny was talking about how his parents... I didn't read it closely enough. Vinny was talking about how all of his family came here the right way and like all of these illegals that he wants to deport or whatever. This gets insane. This gets fucking insane where they're talking about like Adam talks about his making his mom like continue working. How much do I want to back up though? Let's see. Trump praises Social Security Commissioner.
Let's get to the next story. It's tragic with what's going on in Iran, but it's a real thing. It's happening. Next story I want to get into is a different kind of a story, but I'm going to read this and I'm going to give you my thoughts. Trump touts tax relief for a vast majority of seniors on Social Security's 90th anniversary. Okay? So when he says this, President Trump's proclamation issued Thursday to mark the 90th anniversary of Social Security Act signed by FDR described it as a monumental legislative achievement, stating to this day, Social Security is rooted in a simple promise. Those who gave their careers to building our nation will always have the support, stability, and the relief they deserve. The proclamation highlights his administration's improvement, including technological advances and a reduction in average telephone response time from 30 minutes last year to 6 minutes, and 80% decrease. Trump claims these efforts ensure Social Security now stands stronger and more resilient than ever before, countering Democratic criticism of workforce. And one big beautiful bill, the administration completed over 3.1 million payments ahead of schedule, totaling $17 billion to eligible beneficiaries, and the proclamation notes provisions in the Republican spending package signed last month allow the vast majority of seniors who receive Social Security to pay absolute nothing in taxes on their benefits, which Trump calls the largest tax break for seniors in the history of our country. Rob, so is this him signing it?
This is, and then he praises the social...
Okay, what is this? Trump, Social Security, big, beautiful bill, fact check. There's no way that bill does what he says it's going to do. Okay. So this is a month old, but let's see. This is the Daily Beast. Trump fact-checked by own aide moments after bogus claim. President Donald Trump proudly declared he had ended taxes on Social Security while speaking Thursday from the Oval Office, only to be contradicted by his own aide moments later. Last month, I signed one big beautiful bill and allowed no tax on Social Security for our great seniors, Trump claimed. No tax on Social Security for our seniors. The president, 79, made the comment while marking the 90th anniversary of Social Security. He has repeatedly claimed that he ended taxes on the benefits program for seniors, but that is not what his law signed in July actually did. No shit. I thought maybe there might be a grain of truth to it, where it's like you pay less taxes if you also have a disability and you qualify, or there's some like weird thing where he's like overstating it, like how many people it applied to. No, it's like just a complete fabrication. After he made the claim on Thursday, however, his own staffer contradicted him on camera. Trump's staff secretary Will Scharf was explaining for the president what was in the proclamation he was about to sign, where he made the admission that the president had not in fact ended taxation on Social Security. It also obviously mentions the fact that as a part of the big, beautiful bill, a vast majority of our senior citizens are no longer paying taxes on their Social Security benefits as you promised in your campaign, Sheriff said. As he said it, Trump's top aide seems to stumble over how to phrase it, settling on vast majority, contradicting the president while avoiding explaining outright what the law actually contains is a tax deduction. That did not stop the White House from writing on X Thursday that the president was strengthening the program with no tax on Social Security for seniors. You think this got community noted? No, I want to see. Let's see. Oh, this tweet's too much. I want to see like this actual tweet. Not their profile. This is not community noted as far as I can tell. It's very stupid to begin with. What would be the purpose in not taxing it? Just increase the benefits if you want seniors to have more money. It's so fucking stupid on top of it being a lie, of course. Because it sounds good. Because, again, morons like PBD will just repeat it uncritically and be like, see, he did this thing. It's awesome. It sounds so good, he probably did it, right? Even though if Biden did it, they would be like, money doesn't grow on fucking trees, and they need to pay their fair share, Grandma and Grandpa. The president also doubled down on Truth Social, posting, last month I signed the One Big Beautiful Bill and allowed, honestly, like, this contradiction from the top aide is like he's still repeating a lie, really. The president, because he's like overstating the extent of which this is some sort of like benefit, and allowed no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. It's so funny, like no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security. That's like the line that they're running with. While Trump in the White House has repeatedly boasted, thank you for subscribing, Liam Preston. The president also doubled down on Truth Social. We said this. Repeatedly boasted about ending taxation on the retirement benefits. The massive bill passed by Republicans only temporarily increases the tax deduction for seniors. So it's temporary on top of everything else. Of course it is. It's a $6,000 deduction for those over 65, which phases out for those with higher income. It is also, how come? How come higher income people, it's phased out for them? I thought rich people were oppressed. It is also set to expire at the end of Trump's second term. So literally less than 4 years. Cool. The Tax Policy Center found only about half of Social Security recipients would benefit from the deduction, noting many were already not paying federal income tax because they were making too small an income, while others didn't even fucking receive it because their incomes were too high to be eligible. So the wealth disparity between seniors in the United States is such that the way that this policy ends up affecting these people is that it doesn't affect it at all because you're too broke to be able to benefit from it, or you just make too much money and it doesn't fucking matter. Last month, Trump's Social Security Administration, SSA Commissioner Frank Bisignano, came under fire for spreading false information in an email sent to Social Security recipients that the new GOP law would eliminate federal income taxes on Social Security benefits for most beneficiaries. Democrats warned that their offices were being flooded with questions from confused taxpayers about the new provision and demanded SSA issue a correction clarifying about the deduction. Bisignano joined Trump during his Oval Office remarks on Thursday, where he lavished Trump with praise as the president grinned. He notably did not get into detail what the tax law actually does. As for strengthening Social Security, the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget warned in June that the president's tax law would accelerate Social Security insolvency by a year to 2032. Love it. Love it. So let's see if any of them will fact check this.
Security Commissioner.
Go for it.
He's brought with him some of the most talented people in business.
Like, again, they literally just uncritically read government propaganda. Uncritically repeat things that Kristi Noem says, the DHS says, their press releases. They uncritically regurgitate what Donald Trump says. They never bother fact-checking it. No corrections, nothing. It's just, if the government said it, it must be true. Why are they so dishonest? Because look at these fucking views. Almost 500,000 views in like 3 days. That's why. They only benefit from lying. Because, yeah, you would be addicted to this shit if this were true. That the president gets into office and, oh my God, look at the success if you want a mass deportation program. Look, he's like 1.6 million people deported. Some of them, most of them probably self-deported. Oh my God, Trump's such a fucking genius. Oh my God, no tax on Social Security. He really cares about seniors. Like, they're off in La La Land.
They're making a lot of money, but they made a lot of money. They had money they didn't have to make anymore. They just want to do this. They want to have our country become strong and good. And that's what's happening. And we're doing that in a lot of locations, a lot of areas. You deal with some of the people that are commissioners, that are secretaries of state, secretaries of treasury and of commerce, people that were really, really successful people. And they gave all that up to make a very small amount of money. They don't even consider it a fraction. You say 1%, less than 1%. That's pretty good. That's a big pay cut.
Okay, so you see this here, and obviously it's nice, it's great, everything that they're talking about.
Obviously.
When you get your Social Security statement that comes in, and many of these letters, it tells you the account's going to be insolvent by 2033, that it's going to run out of money.
Mm-hmm.
And
now, again, after this, 2032. So even that's outdated info.
Part that we don't think about. Every president is afraid of having the Social Security
Dude,
conversation.
how the fuck do you think Social Security is funded? And you're literally talking about, like, you're bragging about the thing that's going to contribute to it being defunded all that more faster. You have to have a tax base to pull from to fund these programs. They don't just come out of air.
They're all afraid of it. You know why? It's a big voter base. And if you don't get it, you're not going to win midterms, you're not going to win elections, you're not going to win any of that stuff. But I'm not running for office, okay? If you're younger watching this, you're going to pay the price for it. I'm talking to the guys that are in their 20s and their 30s. Watch this here. Rob, can you go back and type in when FDR came out with Social Security, what was the life expectancy in America? So I'll tell you while he's pulling this up. FDR comes out with Social Security in 1935.
Why do we care about this? Yeah, life expectancy was going to be lower because people were not as healthy.
Expectancy at the time was 61 years old, okay? 61 years old was life expectancy.
Wow.
Yeah, we've industrialized more. Fucking Vinny dumbass going, whoa, no way. Really?
That time, okay? 61 years old right there. Do you know when benefits were paid out? 65 years old. So at the time, benefits were paying out 4 years after the average American died. So do you know the first time, when they came out with Social Security became law, the first time they paid out Social Security was in 1937. 1937, they used to pay Social Security in lump sum. Do you know in 1937 how many people in America got Social Security? You know what the number is? Can you type in how many people got Social Security the first year they paid it out?
It's so funny how they never put two and two together, that this program is the result of like a Democratic president. It's like ridiculously popular, and getting rid of it. They've already acknowledged getting rid of it is like a non-starter because voters rely on it, especially seniors. But I guess we're not going to put two and two together there, that like, oh yeah, this like thing, that this program, this universal program that like everybody loves, created by a Democrat, and it's always Republicans that are trying to get rid of it.
It's roughly 54,000 people that got Social Security the first year, give or take. Not 1940, 1937.
Yeah, vaccines helped increase life expectancy.
Is the first year they paid it out. How many people in 1937 got Social Security? It's 54,000 people, give or take. Do you know in 1937, when 54,000 people got Social Security, do you know what the U.S. population was at the time? 53,000 people got Social Security. Do you know what the U.S. population was at the time? The U.S. population at the time was 128 million people. So let's do some math, Vinny. I know you like math.
I love it.
Can you type in U.S. population 1937? Tom, you know where I'm going with this. Watch.
This is going to cut against his argument. The more people that there are, the more productivity that there is, which human productivity has obviously increased since this time because we've only become more of a highly technical, highly industrialized society. There's a larger tax base of people to pull from to fund these programs. What is the point that we're about to make here? It's not easier to run these types of programs when you have a smaller population. That goes against your argument.
Watch this. Let's do math.
I'm right with you.
So if you do 54,000 people got benefits out of 128 million people, let's do the math. You know what the number is? It should be 0.004%.
Wow.
So today, what's our population?
340 million people.
Almost 400 million.
So if we apply this,
It's not almost 400 million. It's like it's 340 million.
so let's take this.
Who the fuck said almost 400 million?
Oh, today, what's our population?
340 million people.
Almost 400 million.
So if we
It was
apply
Vinny. Of course it was. Why did he? Of course it was Vinny who said it was 400 million.
this into today's math, so let's take this
Oh, the math. Today's math. The math of 2025.
times 340 million people. To use FDR's formula today, only 143,000 people should be getting Social Security today.
Jeez.
Do you know how many people got Social Security payments? Can you pull up the number, please?
Wait, what?
50 million people.
74 million
Where is he even getting this? What is this math? Why would you even think to try to calculate this number in this way? What the fuck is this?
people are getting Social Security checks today.
Like he's like assuming like an equal population distribution and increase. Like there is no reason to think that the growth of every single population, like the growth of the population from 100 years ago to now, 90 years ago in this case, to now would still be evenly distributed. you had far less seniors, far less people. Okay, the life expectancy was lower, PBD, so there's less old people to begin with. Now there's more seniors because people are living longer, so they make up a larger proportion of the population than they would have 90 fucking years ago. Also, it's decreased for like child mortality, like mortality rates have probably decreased significantly since 90 years ago. What are you doing? What? This makes no sense. Like that would not be the correct. This is not even if you had the correct denominator. This wouldn't be the way that you arrive at this figure.
There's 74 million people are getting Social Security checks today. So let me get this straight. We started off in 37. Average age was, life expectancy was 61. Benefits started at 65. Only 54,000 people got the benefit out of 128 million, 0.0004%. You apply to today on 340 million. It should be only 143,000.
I love how they were like bragging, like Trump's not going to tax people on Social Security. And then like just a few minutes later, they're coming up with this bizarre formula to complain about how there's too many recipients now. Because yeah, he's not wrong that like when the program was started, the expectation was not that people would have access to it for as long because they didn't live as long. But he wants that to be the pretext to kick people off of it, to increase the age that you become eligible for it. So if you live to be on average like 78, he thinks you shouldn't get access to it till like 75. So you only get it for like 3 years and then you're dead.
74 million plus got
doing the term formula at this service. He's doing it's a formula in the same way they use a formula to fucking come up with a figure for Liberation Day tariffs, right?
And if we applied FDR's calculation on when
why would we go back to standards of literally almost 100 years ago to determine like who should be eligible for this program? Just because it started off that way, that does not mean it has to be that way.
Benefit should start. You know when it should be? Rob, can you do me a favor? What is the life expectancy today of Americans?
Like, what, you guys want to guess?
Let's
for men it's like for men it's like 81 and for women it's 83 or something like that.
What is 72?
More than that, buddy.
What is it today?
More than that, buddy.
Today.
High 70s, low 80s.
What is it today? 78. Okay. Do you know what that means?
Okay, 78. Both sexes. Okay, 75.8. Women 81.1.
If we use the same exact principle of Social Security starts 4 years later, 61, 65, and that was when we were living 61. Now you go to
when Social Security was implemented, the people in the government grew up when food supply was determined by rainfall and population was limited by disease because we didn't even have vaccines or fertilizers. I don't think that's true in the vaccines. I know that we had like obviously more vaccines led to the decrease of like infant mortality and the overall increase in life expectancy, but I think we did have some like some vaccines. Like we didn't have like the polio vaccine, but weren't there some for like measles and stuff already?
Should start at 84 years old. If we use FDR,
wait, what?
I go to 78. You know when benefits should start? At 84 years old.
Benefits should start past the average life expectancy for men and women in this country. So just no Social Security, no benefits for anyone. Thanks, PBD.
If we use FDR,
even Vinny was like, huh? What?
78. You know when benefits should start? At 84 years old. If we use FDR's formula, Social Security.
Even Vinny's like, dude, what? So like, no one.
Today should start at 84 years old.
People are normally dying around 70.
But by the way, nobody.
He's like quietly like, but sir, they're not even living to that age on average, though. Why would they start after?
Social Security today should start at 84 years old.
People are normally dying around 70.
But by the way, nobody.
That's like the most gentle pushback. He's like, you might want to check the math again, PBD.
Is going to
Patrick
to this.
No way.
Because no one's going to get elected except for the youth. If you're in your 20s.
Why would the youth be more on board with not receiving social programs when, again, they love to pretend like Gen Z is just like ridiculously conservative, that could never change, that could never be influenced by anything? It's obviously not true. But even when you pull this most conservative generation, including men, they are in support of like all of these liberal and progressive policies. They are in support of potentially free college, Medicare for all, or a public option. They're in support of marijuana legalization. They're in support of unions. They're in support of paid family and parental leave, not just maternity leave, paid parental leave. They are not going to be in favor. There's no evidence to suggest that they would be in favor of eliminating a program they are going to benefit from. One of the most popular programs in American history.
And you're in your 30s, you ought to be campaigning for not wanting any Social Security. But also the debt load is not going to be passed on you, because in reality it is.
Yeah, great job. Democrats should definitely be campaigning on entitlement reform. That'll go over well.
And you're going to be suffering the consequences. So let me get this straight. Median income's not comparable to what it was 20 years ago, 40 years ago, 80 years ago, where a lot of these boomers, they were able to buy a house and pay it off within 8, 10, 12 years.
They won't be able to pay into this their entire life, the crow right before collecting. Well, you don't have to worry about that because in his ideal world, nobody would collect it to begin with because it would start at 84. So less than 1% of the fucking population would even live to see the age that they could be eligible for this program and then only have it for like 3 seconds.
By 22, 23, 25 years old, they had a house. It's not the case today. Your income was able to give you decent.
Gee, why do you think that's the case, PBD? Why do you think less young people have houses, own property? Did people just suddenly lose interest in owning a fucking house? Or is it because they literally can't afford it because nobody wants to increase the minimum fucking wage, everything's more expensive, and wages have not kept up with productivity?
You know, life, not today, on the backs of what? So now
I hope no young people watch this show. I watch this show. And I'm young. I have to keep an eye on them.
Say it's the billionaire's fault. It's the rich man's fault. No, it's...
True. Correct. Young people are more likely to correctly identify who is preventing progress in this country. And a lot of it has to do with private actors, correct? That have ridiculous amounts of money and wealth concentration you can't even fathom. Yes, plutocrats run this economy and this world.
Of what? So now they'll say it's the billionaire's fault.
Yes.
It's the rich man's fault.
Correct.
No, it's called, out of all the money that America gets in taxes, which is roughly $4.9 trillion of revenue that comes in, tax revenue that comes in. Do you know what percentage is used for entitlement programs? 68% of that income is used for entitlement programs. Let me explain to you what this means. You make $490,000 a year. You're rich. You're doing very good for yourself. Your parents guilt trip you on paying 70% of your $490,000 every year to your cousins, to your...
That is not a one-to-one analogy whatsoever. The way that you are taxed as like... Usually they screw this up or whatever, and it's like, oh, did you know billionaires or people that or millionaires, they're taxed at a fucking 70%? And it's like, yeah, every dollar, like, you ever heard of a tax bracket, dude? Like, every dollar after X number of dollars that you earn, that small amount of your income is taxed at that very, very high rate. It's not all of it. Also, this whole, like, you have to give 70%, just because 70% of taxes are allocated to entitlement programs does not mean 70% of your income and assets are taken away from you to fund it. It's a small percentage of it.
Your siblings, to your grandparents, to your aunts, to your uncles, they guilt trip you. But mom, I worked hard for this $490.
It would be more like if your family, for whatever reason, had like a money pool, like free parking when you're playing Monopoly. And when somebody wanted free parking, 70% of it had to be redistributed to every other player and you kept 30% yourself. That's what it would be closer to. Not this. Imagine if you had to give 70% of your income to like everybody in your family. What?
Doesn't matter. Give it to your cousins. Give it to your uncles. Give it to your aunts. Are you kidding me? Yes. I worked so hard to make $490. Let's take $490.
Are you kidding me? Yes. You mean, are you kidding me? No.
$1,000 of income times 0.68. $333,000 of it should be given to your friends and family. Do you think that's a good idea? If you don't think that's a good idea, why should it be a good idea?
I mean, even in this analogy, he gives you no information as to whether or not the people in your family are broke or if they have money. If that were the case, that like this is just such a bizarre, it makes no sense. It literally makes no sense. I cannot believe I'm actually trying to dissect it and make sense of it. But only you earn an income in your family for whatever reason. Only you, again, in this fucked up analogy that doesn't compare to taxes whatsoever, you're giving them 70%. But if they make $490,000, wouldn't they also have to do it? Money would just be moved around. It would literally be a net zero. Everybody's money would be moved around the same amount. Assuming everybody makes the same amount of money, which is basically true. Statistically, if you're born poor, you die poor. If you're born rich, you die rich. There's not typically a huge amounts of wealth disparity within a family.
20-year-olds and 30-year-olds that are sitting there saying, what's going to happen with this if the account's going to deplete in 2033, 2035? Are we going to keep adding this? 40 trillion debt, 50 trillion debt. Do you know what our told unpaid commitments we have in debt? Not national debt. Our national debt is what, roughly, Rob? $38 trillion? Our national debt
if I'm earning $1 million, why wouldn't I want to look after my parents, grandparents, niece, etc.? Bizarre. Just you fucking wait, because this question is answered in this segment.
$38 trillion. What is our total national debt clock will say what? Let's look at this here. $37.2 trillion.
Yeah.
But what is our complete debt that we have to all the programs combined? Right there, it's on the side.
Probably
It's on the side,
$100 trillion,
right
if
there,
not
it's
more.
$105 trillion.
Yep.
Wow.
And that's our commitment to Social Security, commitment to everything else.
I don't know what this is. This like deluge of graphics that shows usdebtclock.org. It's just numbers on a screen. I don't know what I'm supposed to get from this.
That we have.
This looks like his rainbow graphic. This is like even more of an eyesore because it's actually animated.
It's your debt. That's your debt. To all the young folks that are watching this, that's your unfunded debt and interest. Forget the $37 trillion. That's it. That you have to pay for. How do you think that money is going to come? You think we have that much oil? You think we have that much
From taxation, from those wealthy people that for whatever reason we're not allowed to touch their income, to tax them, and we're comparing in 400 somebody who makes $490,000 a year to somebody who has multiple $1 billion in assets and in wealth. That person you should not even be thinking to touch that. That's their money.
Point. You think we have that much reserve in gold? You think we have that? How much do you think we have in gold? You know how much we have in gold?
No.
You know
we don't have use the gold
reserve.
standard.
How much is our gold reserve, Rob?
As PBD going to advocate, we go back to the fucking gold standard.
Gold reserve.
The money is not backed by gold. Why? Who cares about this? We're not going back to the gold standard.
Well, it's gone up now, but it should be a what's the number? What's the dollar amount that we have? Book value. Okay, there it is. Overall, the U.S. Reserve Gold is now 757. Fort Knox alone is 388.
Okay.
$757 billion. Oh my God, that's so much money. Go back to the debt clock. You know how much that is? Nothing.
Nothing.
That's the change. Did you understand what I just said? The change.
Vinny, why? No one's understanding what you're saying, but the person who's least likely to is definitely Vinny. You don't even need to ask.
The gold would simply pay for the change. So if you go to the amount of debt that we have, we're in a bad...
160K a year. I don't know anyone who makes that much yet. That's because you're a fucking brokey and you probably don't listen to PBD. But if you did, you would be making that and more.
Situation right now.
Yep.
Bad situation right now. So yeah, you know what? Social Security. Let's keep doing it, guys. Let's keep doing it. I think the least somebody should have the brass to do, raise...
Also, he's like making it sound like just because 67% of taxes goes to entitlement programs, it did not say 67% of taxes collected in the United States goes to Social Security. That's one of the major programs, but there are lots and lots of different entitlement things that fall under the banner of entitlement programs.
Age to 75.
Now we've changed the claim entirely to, did you know 67% of all fucking taxes goes to Social Security? That's not true. If that were the case, why is it going to be depleted? We would never run out of money for Social Security if that were the case. Everybody would get more.
And by the way, you know how it should be? This is how I would do it. Tom, push back on this and please give the devil's advocate argument to what I'm saying. And
Tom, push back on this deluge of just nonsense that I just spewed. Try to disagree with me. This is a great debate strategy, actually. Just spew complete and utter bullshit. Literally just reductio ad absurdum. Repeat for several minutes straight. Just filibuster. And then look at your opponent and be like, disprove what I said. Try to just steel man the opposition. You don't even you can't even do it. Brilliant.
Tear apart my argument. If you're above 60 years old, guess what? Let's pay you off at the age that we have right now. If you're below 60 years old,
pay you off? You're talking about people that have worked their entire fucking adult life. They pay into the system. We're not paying them off from money that just came out of nowhere. They paid into that system. They're getting their money back.
If it starts at 75 years old, we don't have a choice but to do this. Benefits start at 75 years old, not 65. I would go to 80. I'd go to 85. We're living longer.
Okay, we went from 84 to 85. We're living longer. Even though, again, you already looked up the average stats and it showed the average person does not fucking live to that age. So why you said it at almost a decade over it, I have no fucking clue, except you want to, I guess, you know that there's boomers in your audience that would call you out for being like, okay, but it's not, I mean, he still advocated for the policy. I don't even know what he's thinking, man. This is like too IQ. It's a beautiful mind. Too high IQ for me. I can't even follow it. He's too afraid to say we shouldn't have these programs. So I guess he just thought no one would notice that you said it at an age that most Americans are already dead by then. So they'll have paid into a system and then not get anything out of it.
But benefits goes back to 75 years old for anybody under the age of 60.
To be fair, no one lived to 65 in FDR's day. I mean, you're missing. Go back, Lead Vitamin. Go back in the VOD. He already addressed that. That's how we got into this.
Anyone above the age of 60, you're there. Your benefits start at
75.
No, 65 years old. Above 60.
Okay.
Above 60, you get it at 65. Below 60, 75 years old. Tom, thoughts? Argue against it.
I'm not against it because there needs to be a financial restructuring, but I'll be the devil's advocate on the voter side. Okay, so I recognize that we have a spreadsheet that doesn't work, so we got to do something. But here's going to be the argument. Wait a minute. I didn't work for a company with pensions. I've got some savings. My wife and I.
Okay, Lycan fucking distracted me. Hold on.
Anyone above the age of 60, you're there. Your benefits start at
75.
No, 65 years old. Above 60.
Okay.
Above 60, you get it at 65. Below 60, 75 years old. Tom, thoughts? Argue against it.
I'm not against it because there needs to be a financial restructuring, but I'll be the devil's advocate on the voter side. Okay.
I love how Tom's already immediately the oldest guy here backing him up on the fact that Social Security shouldn't fucking start till 85. Very cool.
So I recognize that we have
like Tom probably is already getting Social Security. I wouldn't be surprised.
a spreadsheet that doesn't work. So we got to do something. But here's going to be the argument. Wait a minute. I didn't work for a company with pensions. I've got some savings. My wife and I have our individual IRAs. We rolled a couple.
Yeah, and that sucks. Are you telling me that the only reason why you oppose it is because I didn't get that? So, no, you don't. No, you don't. People who have jobs and benefits. I didn't fucking get that. So you're not getting shit either. Suffer with me.
Small 401ks over when we were with companies that could get us a 401k, and we got our savings and Social Security. That's what I intended to live on. What do you mean you're just going to pay me a lump sum? You're supposed to pay me by the month. I'm getting statements from the government that said that I'm going to get $2,700, $3,200 a month for the rest of my life. My wife's going to get $1,200. That $4,000 plus my savings, we're selling the house, we're moving to Florida, we're going to get a condo, downsize. That was my plan. You can't change the plan on me. You can't pull the rug out from under me right now. That is the devil's advocate position. That's the voter. And then
that's the devil's advocate is the normal position. You would be upending a program that everybody has already paid into. They're not going to be interested in hearing that it's going to sunset right before. Like, even if somebody were to introduce this sort of entitlement reform, it would never just be this like fucking axe approach of like, we're getting rid of it entirely by this year. It would be phased out slowly, because why would you need to collect taxes from people for a program that's not going to exist anymore? This wouldn't even be the way that you do it. It's like so stupid, and like every single level that I think to analyze it like gets even stupider. It's amazing.
The other brain says, well, you got to do it. Greece was going bankrupt, Vinny. Going bankrupt. Go look up Greece austerity riots. Going back 15 years ago, I believe it was, they said in Greece, we're freaking broke. And we are one of the, that's right, 15 years ago, May 2010, almost exactly 15 years ago. The government said, we're going broke. Guess what? Some of you folks are going to have to work longer, and then you're going to have a little less. It's called austerity when you get to retirement. And they're like, wait a minute. Me sitting on the porch with the missus, having a little tiny juice glass full of wine the way we live our lives here. You're telling me I got to work longer and I'm going to get less? Yes. And then they revised it, I believe, twice, and the people went bonkers.
That's what you want.
You know why the people went bonkers? Because also in socialism, you know what you had? You had people like me.
Greece is socialist now?
Sitting in a job, and you had people like my niece waiting for that. I want to work at the post office for the rest of my life on a good government job, just get paid, hang out. But I can't get my job until my dad retires. And you're telling me now I got to wait for him to retire? So it was called a
I can't get my job till my dad retires?
Government job, just get paid, hang out. But I can't get my job until my dad retires. And you're telling me now I got to wait for him to retire?
What is the argument here? That this is how things are now? Or this is how things were under socialism or under Greek socialism? What?
So
you couldn't get a job until someone in your family retired? What is you talking about?
It was called a barbell reaction, where you have two ends of the spectrum are reacting, and then you have the bar.
He's arguing the job would get passed down?
Middle. The youth went bonkers. They're not going to get basically socialist income and 30-hour-a-week jobs and gets paid their living wage for that. And then the older people said, I get less and I can't retire for another 5 years. And you can see what they did. They reacted a little bit, and they kind of tore up the place.
You think so?
Adam, your thoughts?
So I'm going to tell a story, so bear with me. So I've had okay.
He's talking so fast. Seriously, something going on. He's not talking fast. He's about 1.15 speed.
I've had a rough week. My stepdad died. And
this part, fucking strap in. It is nuts. What he admits here, shamelessly. It's insane what he says here.
We know that. I went to his funeral. And he's been sick for quite some time. But I'd have a very crucial conversation with my mom.
Okay, rest in peace. Adam's stepfather just died this week.
About life and finances and work. And here's what I said to my mom, who's 74. And I love you, Mom. And thank you, Vinny, for reminding me to call my mom every day. I said, Mom, you're not retiring anytime soon. You need to stay working.
He proudly admits that he told his 74-year-old mother, who is grieving from the death of his stepfather, her husband, that, sorry, Mom, I love you. You're not retiring anytime soon. You need to stay working. This man has bragged about, he's like wealthy, like literally the wealthiest he's ever been right now. Like a millionaire. Telling his 74-year-old mom, you need to keep working.
You need to make more money and you need to save that money. I love you. I'm here for you. Whatever your shortfall.
And then to follow that up with, I love you. Like shameless. Literally just a sociopath. Just insane.
I got you. But you need to stay working because I want.
And in PBD's world, she wouldn't even be in getting anything till 85 either.
Here to age 100, and if you're going to be living for the next 25 years, you don't have enough money to last another 5 years. You need to keep working.
I want you to live to 100 and work the entire time. Work until you fucking die. Love you, Mom. So sorry about stepdad.
There's no retiring for you, and that's exactly the type of.
There's no retiring for you. Work until you fucking die. I love you.
You need to stay working because I want you here to age 100. And if you're going to be living for the next 25 years, you don't have enough money to last another.
You're literally going to work her into an early grave, dude. She's going to fucking die before that because you're telling her to work until she fucking dies.
Years, you need to keep working. There's no retiring for you. And that is exactly the type of conversation that unfortunately many of you need to have with your parents and your grandparents because they didn't.
Why, unfortunately? Unfortunately, people do have to have those types of conversations with their parents because of people like you and PBD that think nobody, despite the fact that you work your whole life, you should be paid shit wages your whole life. You should not be able to save. You should not be able to pay into Social Security and get anything out until you're 85. Yeah, people have to have those conversations, but because they're financial realities, you, Adam, do not have to have that conversation. You should be telling your mom, I love you. You're never going to have to work a day in your life because I'm taking care of you. You can't spare, if you're a multimillionaire, you can't spare, what, $60,000? Like the low end of what you should be giving your fucking mom. What is the point of all of this money if not to take care of who you love? Why are you, what? What's the point of it? He doesn't even have kids. He's not married. Nothing, no dependents, nothing. And he won't spare a fucking penny for his mom. Yeah, rise and grind, granny.
Did not save that money. And it's sad, it's true. People always ask me, Pat, how did you meet Pat? You know the number one reason I'm here? The number one reason is because that debt clock, Rob, if you can show that, I saw that in...
Adam should buy his mom a condo and visit her on the reg. Sorry, no, can't do that. I'm on the grind set, hustling, saving for anyone except my mom. But what he will do is call her daily to remind her, unfortunately, that this is her sack of shit son, and also say, I love you, after lecturing her that she needs to keep working until she fucking dies.
2015, and I said, what the hell is this? I said, what's going on here? I was at a conference in Vegas, much like we were just at last week. And of course, this is when I was drinking. I'm sitting in the back of the room.
Of course, when I'm got money for drinks, don't have money to send home to your mom.
And I'm hungover, and I'm sitting in the back of the room, and it's you know how the insurance guys are. It's all older white guys, and they're all doing their thing. And I'm sitting in the back of the room, and I hear blah, 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 blah. And that's why millennials are going to be broke. I'm like, what? Millennials are going to be broke? What do you mean? They're like, did you not hear anything we just said for the last hour? I was like, no, I'm hungover. It's Vegas. And I go, what do you mean they're going to be broke? I go, what are we going to do about it? They go, nothing, buddy. We're about to retire. That's on you. I was like, what? And I felt inspired to basically start my show. And I talked to...
He felt inspired by a boomer maniacally laughing at the fact that their generation got to profit from this a better economy with more robust social safety nets and like labor unions, and a dollar that was worth more. And that inspired him to be a psychopath, I guess. I mean, you are following in their footsteps. Instead of laughing though and saying, fuck you, I got mine, it's worse because you put on like a smile and tell your mom, fuck you, I got mine, now go get your bag. Go be a fucking Walmart greeter for $7.50 an hour till the day you fucking die, because I want you to be around until you're 100.
Pat, I was like, Pat, I want to do this thing. This is 2016 at this point. I said, all right, I'm going to help millennials save that money. And I realized that this is a major problem. Here's a little fun facts for you. You talked about Social Security. I'm fully on the same page with you, Pat, as far as Social Security. Workers per retiree.
No shit. The guy who won't even provide for his fucking mom despite being a multimillionaire thinks that you shouldn't be eligible for Social Security until 85? When the average American doesn't even live to be 85? No. Color me shocked.
That's what Social Security is founded on. Workers work, they make the money. The retirees who pay into it get to receive the money. In 1940, after FDR did the New Deal, do you know how many workers per retiree there were? 42 workers per the retiree. Pat, you ready for this? Mm-hmm. You know how many workers per retiree now? Mm-hmm. 2. In 1940, there was 42 workers per each retiree.
Is he trying to act like people are working less now and retiring even more early? It's the opposite.
Now there's 2. And do you think that's going the right way or the wrong way? Life expectancy then you said was 61. You receive benefits.
I have to check this. I don't even know if that's true. Let's see. George Mason University. How many workers support one Social Security retiree? I saw 2.1 in the 2.9 workers. The Social Security program matured in the 1960s when Americans were consistently having fewer children, living longer, and earning wages at a slower rate than the rate of growth in the number of retirees. As these trends continue, there are just 2.9 workers per retiree, and this number is expected to drop to 2 workers per retiree by 2030. This has to be the data that he's pulling from, this 2012 data. So yeah, I should have actually just started from here. When the Social Security Trust Fund exhausting factor faster than expected, another obstacle to the sustainability of the program is rearing its head. Social Security benefits rest on fewer and fewer taxpayers. This week's chart by Mercatus Senior Research Fellow Veronica Del Ruggi uses data from the 2012 Social Security Trustees Report to show the number of workers that need to contribute to the system to ensure the benefits for one retiree. Most of the major shifts in worker to beneficiary ratios before the 60s are attributable to the dynamics of the program's maturity. In the early stages of the program, many paid in and few received benefits. Oh my God. Many paid in, they didn't even receive benefits when it first launched. That's like, that's also part of the reason why there were so few recipients. And the revenue collected greatly exceeded the benefits being paid out. Damn, that also fucking sucks. If that's true. What appeared to be the program's advantage, however, turned out to be misleading. Between 1945 and 65, the decline in worker to beneficiary ratio went from 41 to 4 workers per beneficiary. That's when we read this. The program was stable when there were just more than 3 workers per beneficiary. However, future projections indicate that the ratio will continue to fall from 2 workers to 1, at which point in the program, its current structure becomes financially unsustainable. Okay, but this is stupid because it presupposes that, like, there aren't plutocrats in this country that you could pull from. You're presupposing that you have to pull for this program to be supported, for it to work, that the majority of it must continue coming from the poorest Americans, or like the bottom 99%. It doesn't have to be that way. I'm not saying that the top 1% could fund everything. That's not how much wealth they have as far as being able to fund programs for 340 million Americans. But it's a weird way to even look at this. Or that couldn't be changed. It's like it's a program where we set the fucking rules. We can do whatever we need to fund it. It doesn't always have to be funded the way that it was previously funded.
Now you're living to 85, 90. My grandma is 98 years old. She's going to be 100. People are living longer. And
is she working? Adam, I hope she doesn't get a call from Adam. I hope saying get to work, Granny. I love you, but you don't, do you have enough money? I've gone through your finances for some reason, and I've decided that that's just not enough. of an inheritance that you're going to pass down to me. So really, you need to get to work.
And then also, as far as living longer, birth rates are going lower. The math is not in our favor. Social Security was built for a world that we live to 65. We're all living to 85, 95, 100. No wonder this country is going.
It wasn't even built for that. If that's the data set that he's pulling from, it actually said that, no, people were paying in the early stages of the program. People were paying in and they were getting less out. In the early stages of the program, many paid in, few received benefits, and the revenue collected greatly exceeded the benefits being paid out. It sucked at first.
Broke. People criticize me. Adam, focus on Epstein, Gaza, AutoPen. We're broke. And we need to focus on saving
You're not broke. You have bragged about being like, this is the wealthiest that you've ever been.
money.
It was supposed to be a small supplement for approximately 2 years. It's become a pension program for 40 years.
Yes. And it's very sad, but true. This is why I care so much about this.
They have to raise the age.
Yeah, I agree with you.
They have to raise the age. To the boomers that were listening who got off the podcast when I told you earmuffs. Remember what I said?
They have to raise the age.
Raise the age. Your kids and grandkids are going to be destroyed for this one day. All right, let's go to the next story.
Why not just say you want to gut the program? What's the point? What's the point? You'd be collecting money for a program that nobody is going to actually live to see the benefits of. Just say you don't think Social Security should exist. You clearly don't think it does.
Where I want to go to is the following. Is Vegas dying? That's the question.
Okay, we're not doing the Vegas segment, but holy fucking shit. What a fucking segment. It's like sacrifice granny to the fucking economy on steroids. Literally your own mother, your own fucking mom. When you're a fucking multimillionaire, Adam, you don't have money to fucking give to her so she can retire. What a fucking piece of shit. What is the point? Truly. These are people that like pretend to be like, he's like Jewish, like a man like religious, no? He's a fucking Christian. Insane. Okay. Maybe it's a different point in the same thing.
Let's go to Trump meets Putin in Alaska. So
again, must point out YouTube Premium, lovely ad-free experience. Nothing but the best for my stream, obviously. Yeah, okay. This is Putin praises Trump over peace efforts. I guess this is something to be happy about. Let's see.
Putin hails Trump energetic and sincere effort to end Ukraine war. Rob, if you have that video there. And by the way, something very weird just came out from Hillary Clinton about Trump and Ukraine. But before I show you that clip, watch this right here. This is Putin. Go for it.
Tonight, on the eve of their high-stakes summit in Alaska, Russian President Vladimir Putin trying to lay the groundwork, heaping praise on President Trump. Putin saying the current American administration is making quite energetic and sincere efforts to stop the hostilities, stop the crisis, and reach agreements that are of interest to all parties involved in this conflict. Putin saying Trump wants to create long-term conditions for peace, both between our countries and in Europe and in the world. But the Russian leader saying he has other goals from this meeting that go beyond the war in Ukraine.
Well, Vladimir Putin says that's what they want, and that's what Trump wants, and naturally that's true, right?
He wants to discuss nuclear arms control. The Kremlin saying trade and economic cooperation will also be on the agenda. Trump today not ruling out those conversations, but saying his focus is on ending the war.
I think that President Putin would like to see a deal. I think if I weren't president, he would take over all of Ukraine. But I am president, and he's not going to mess around with me.
But Ukrainian President Zelensky, who won't be in the room, says Putin is bluffing. And today, Trump admitting he thinks there's a 25% chance this summit will fail. But if it doesn't, Trump says he wants to...
Why did he say that? Even Trump admitted that?
...bring Putin and Zelensky together for another meeting, even saying Zelensky could join the...
Oh, that's where it ended.
Okay, sounds good. So when you're seeing this 25% chance, Zelensky saying he's bluffing, Putin's coming in, he's saying, hey, Trump seems very energetic about wanting to make a deal. And then Trump makes a promise. And he told Zelensky and allies that he won't discuss territory divisions with Putin this week, and that he agreed that only Ukraine can negotiate territorial concessions this week. So, Tom, your thoughts on the story here?
Well, first of all, this is the right body language from Putin. Because if you take a look at the Trump wins on tariffs and other things around the world, clearly Trump's gaining momentum. And Putin knows this. Putin pays attention to this. says, Vinny, when you take a look at something like that, you can clearly...
Like, the way he's talking about it, like, not as a thing to be feared, he kind of just states it as, like, this is really good for Putin. He's in a good position to strong-arm his way into very, very favorable conditions.
See that Putin is not agreeing to anything, but he's saying, I think it's very sincere and very energetic what he's doing. And then they go on to talk about territory, where Trump talked to European leaders and said, hey, only Ukraine can be at the table for the final word on negotiating its territory.
Not the body language. Yes, the body language stuff. The other thing is, like, so Trump said there was a 25% chance that it failed. The summit went nowhere. Well, it fucking failed. He left empty-handed. No ceasefire, nothing. Putin was, like, super vague about what he wanted. It's the same shit he's always been repeating, that, like, that Ukraine needs to be demilitarized. We want the Donbass. It's like all of this, like, nothing was changed. All he did was open him back up, like, legitimize him in the West and give him, like, a diplomatic avenue that he previously hadn't had. He literally rolled out the red carpet for him, was clapping for him on the fucking tarmac.
Right.
And Trump was like, well, one of the good things about the summit was that Putin was really nice to me. So we got along famously.
And Trump is telling Zelensky, hey, we're not going to discuss territory division with Putin this week. However, then we find out, it comes out the other way, that says Russia and the United States had discussed a model independently like the West Bank. Now, you have to remember what happened with the West Bank and what happened.
Yay. I'm sure Ukrainians are thrilled to hear that your country will resemble the fucking West Bank.
With Sinai Peninsula. When Egypt came across the canal and the Suez Canal and attacked Israel from the southwest, after Israel pushed them back, they actually pushed them all the way back into the canal and back over, and then they took it and they told the UN, we're not leaving, we don't trust these guys, and so we want this permanent buffer, and we're taking their damn land, and we're making a permanent buffer between us and Egypt. Deal with it. And that's and so now the US and Russia are talking about, well, what if there's kind of like this zone, and by the way, there's no weapons, and supposedly there's no militarized people in the zone. There are the Egyptian side of the zone and the Israeli side of the zone.
Yeah, but it's a state already, so what?
And if you really want to know about this, you can go read the book Getting DS, and that's a great book, and it's got the case study on how they negotiated this, which is very interesting. That this is exactly what the U.S. and Russia are talking about. Maybe we make a permanent buffer here, like the DMZ in Korea. Now, some people are going to be jumping all over me right here. No, Russia took their land, and now they're just trying to get it back. Well, look, we got to solve this thing.
Yeah, some people are going to be like, oh, they acquired that territory by force. They're annexing it. They're breaking international law. But Tom's here to tell you what's what. I know you were concerned about that whole, like, integrity of, like, sovereignty for each country, but chill the fuck out. Tom has the answer. You read a book.
And, they made this Ukraine did a huge drone attack last night on the eve of them all trying to get together. So one of the things
I video, by the way, of the drone attack, there was a couple of them. While you're, Tom, you're saying that, Rob, if you can pull it up.
So I recap. Did a huge drone attack last night on the eve of them all trying to get together.
Them all trying to get together. Zelensky was not in this meeting.
So one of the things
that video, by the way, of the drone attack, there was a couple of them. While you're, Tom, you're saying that, Rob, if you can pull it up.
So I recap. Point one, it appears that good body language from Putin, whether you agree with him or not agree with him about the attacks and everything. Second, I think Trump's really behind the scenes trying to negotiate something.
Yeah, that whole thing. Whether you agree with the dictator or not, can't be denied that the body language looking pretty solid. He's holding frame.
And the fact that the West Bank or the Sinai or even Korea DMZ comes up.
Body language expertise, such bunk BS. It's just as bad as I know. There's like literally no evidence to suggest that like lie detector, like any of that, even like facial detections gives you any insight into what somebody is thinking or feeling. It's complete pseudoscience.
Says maybe we create a buffer that ends up working for everybody, may not like it. And then lastly, we haven't seen Zelensky. It doesn't look like Zelensky's going to show up. It looks like this is truly going to be Trump and Putin.
So the question here, is that it, Rob?
I mean, when he says, like, doesn't look like Zelensky's going to show up, one, I mean, Trump met with Zelensky today. But two, it's not like Zelensky was a no-show. He, like, wasn't invited or included in this.
That's one of the ones that was reported on. And so...
Now, this is the automated airplane.
Is that crazy?
Yeah, so the drones they've built... By the way, we were talking about this the other day with Ukraine. Ukraine produces, I believe the number was I don't know what the number was. It could have been 1,000 drones a day. Rob, can you check how many drones Ukraine was producing
a day?
And they were
like $500
for $500, they were blowing up $5 million equipment.
That's an ROI right there.
Just so you know that, what they were doing. But who in here...
Like the Korean DMZ, that's technically because they're still a war dummy. I thought the same thing. I was thinking, I don't know if that, I mean, I don't even know if that's true. I don't know enough about like the division between North and South Korea or whatever. I know one was effectively created as like a buffer zone, but like I was thinking like it's still in this like weird limbo because of like a buffer zone for like you wouldn't want to replicate that.
Wow. Yeah, that's right there. You see it? So they do, wow, that's unbelievable.
Wow.
4 million drones this year, 200,000 drones a month, and 6,700 drones a day is what they're producing. A day is what they're producing. So you simply put a bomb on it, send it to a bunch of different locations. So a smaller country, lesser,
Isn't this the case that like Russia's economy is increasingly becoming dependent on like stuff related to the war? But they're talking about like Ukraine's economy being dependent on that?
Not inferior weapons. They're being a bigger pest to the enemy. That's a bigger behemoth with a ton of nuclear weapons that they have there. The question I got for you guys is this.
Yes.
Putin's saying the following. It seems like Trump is energetic and sincere about wanting to do Ukraine deal. Okay. So Zelensky says, I think he's bluffing. Okay. Trump says 75% chance, boom, 25% chance it's a bad meeting. I'm going to do the whole thing myself. Who here
this aged like fucking milk? Nothing happened.
Needs who the most, and who is just fake actor? Nothing's going to get done. That's the question, Adam.
You're asking who needs who the most?
Who wants this thing to be done the most? U.S., Putin, or Zelensky?
I think Trump wants this thing to be done. He's the one who said that he'll get this done before he's even taken office. Day one. So, look,
who does?
And I guess we're just skipping over the fact that he has failed in that objective entirely.
Doesn't want it to get done.
Zelensky.
Everyone thinks it's Zelensky. I think it's Putin because Putin has the opportunity to stop this today.
What? And yet he's not doing it. So that actually cuts against your argument that he's the one who wants it done the most. The guy who is refusing to come to the negotiating table, he wants it done the most. The guy who did the unnecessary illegal invasion into the sovereign country wants it done the most.
He clearly does not want to stop this. It's shocking to me that...
Wait, he wants it done the most, or he clearly doesn't want to stop it?
Everyone thinks it's Zelensky. I think it's Putin.
Wait.
Look, who doesn't want it to get done?
Oh, okay. Who doesn't want it to get done? Okay.
Everyone thinks it's Zelensky. I think it's Putin because Putin has the opportunity to stop this today. He clearly does not want to stop this.
Adam, I mean, he's not making like a particularly great point. It's kind of just like the, yeah, no shit, dude. But I thought he was making a really stupid point that like, even though all evidence suggests that Putin has no interest in ending this, he wants to end it the most.
Shocking to me that people are so anti-Zelensky. So let's compartmentalize. Is it Zelensky someone that we enjoy, that we like, that we want to hang out with, that we even want to back up? No. But who's actually the enemy? It's Putin. So, you had the great...
I thought he was going to pull a Tim Pool and go, Ukraine is our enemy.
With Andrew,
we should apologize to Russia or whatever.
It's really a great return on investment to keep our enemies preoccupied. The reason that we're not over there having boots on the ground, whether it's in Ukraine, whether it's in Gaza, whether it's potentially in China, is let them do the dirty work. And it's basically saying...
Why would we need boots on the ground in China?
Oh, like, I don't want to go to the restaurant. I don't want to have to go pick up the food. DoorDash that thing. Uber Eats that thing. Ukraine is our Uber Eats. We want to deal with...
Yeah, this conflict is basically just like getting Taco Bell on Uber Eats. I'm postmating ramen. It's just like that, dude. Awesome.
Russia, we want to deal with their propaganda. We want to deal with their warfare. Let Ukraine deal with it. Everyone used to be about Bernie Sanders is like, the millionaires. And then it turned into the billionaires. News for you. If it doesn't start with a T, with a trillion, and it starts with an M, million, it's really not that big of a deal when you're giving people money. In my opinion, Putin wants to keep this war going. Zelensky's trying to just...
I don't really even disagree with him as far as like spending goes. That's actually not that much money or whatever, but it's a weird point to make for somebody who is probably fine with Russia annexing a lot of the territory and this war ending on unfavorable terms. Sounds like somebody who didn't study material got called on in class. Didn't study the material, fell asleep, and then was called on in class.
In power, he doesn't know what the hell he's doing, and Trump wants to make a deal. Final point. He said in a press briefing with journalists, he said, "I'll know within 2 minutes if we have a deal." Did you hear him say that? And a reporter goes, "Well, how do you know that?" He goes, "Excuse me. This is what I do. I make deals. This is what I do." I think there's a...
He just needed to like shoehorn in something like a Trump impression.
1% chance of anything good happening. Trump laid the groundwork of 25% chance it will fail. I think it's a 99% chance that nothing happens from this. We'll see.
Question though.
Go ahead, play the clip.
Yeah.
Meeting with Vladimir Putin, and at the end of that meeting, probably in the first 2 minutes, I'll know exactly whether or not a deal can be made.
How do you know?
Because that's what I do.
Hello?
Deals.
I mean, it's so true. If you want to know what Trump is, this is what I do.
So
I make
so
deals.
you're saying 99% chance nothing's going to happen.
Yeah.
My opinion is different. Vinny, where are you at?
Well, my thing. Well, Adam, you say that they're our enemy. What's? We're not at war with Russia. They're not our enemy. They're our adversary. I think China's a way bigger enemy.
Are we at war with China?
I was going to say, by that same metric, you would not classify China as an enemy either, Vinny. What?
Not a shooting a gun war.
Okay,
but
so
when it
there's
comes to
different types of
COVID
wars.
and buying land and doing all
I agree with you.
Oh, yeah.
There's different types of wars.
Oh, yeah, 100%. But with Russia,
war does it have to be like a hot war? I mean, I can't believe... Adam has to get his licks in where he can get them, and he knows that he can embarrass, like on this or whatever, it's like just low-hanging fruit to embarrass Vinny.
Peaceful and friends with Russia?
Not peaceful, but we've been poking the bear with them since the 90s. We told them,
but it works both ways.
No, I understand that, but when it comes to this situation, especially with this meeting, I think Trump is an alpha, huge alpha. So is Putin.
Huge
They're
alpha.
going to be in a room, hopefully, with Zelensky. He's not even a beta, bro. He's not.
With Zelensky, where have you been? Zelensky is not coming to the summit. This was 3 days ago. Zelensky was never coming to the summit, Vinny. You would hope, the best you could hope for is that Trump was not going to be left alone with Putin to like give away fucking Alaska or something. And he wasn't. Witkoff and Rubio ended up being in there. But they were alone in the limo, as far as I know.
Can't compare to these two. And then when you have all the war hawks, I'm hoping the Lindsey Grahams and all the defense contractor people probably weren't in his ear, which I'm pretty sure they're talking to him. And like Zelensky, there's no money if you just piece it up and we just stop right now. If you bow down, we're all going to lose money. You're going to lose your position and you look weak. Okay? My hopes are that it happens, but the way that Zelensky is, Pat, with the attitude and coming in the White House, that type of attitude comes from people in your ear saying, hey, go in there and be a freaking tough guy. He's not a tough guy. He's an actor.
Who can I ask you a question?
To Pat's question, who do you think needs it more?
Trump. Adam nailed it. Trump just for...
Oh, yeah. Vinny's off topic. He's just riffing. Got to redirect back to PBD's question.
He said he was going to do it. He's a little bit delayed, but I think...
He's a little bit delayed. He's a little bit delayed. He said the first 24 hours. The first 24 hours of his presidency. We're on day what? 200 what?
I think Zelensky listen, because you know what it is? Hundreds of thousands of people are dying. And guess what? With the drones aside, who thinks who's lost more soldiers? Ukraine. Ukraine has.
Yeah,
and they're running up to them and putting them in vans.
Yeah, so to me, this is how I see it, and we can get to
okay.
The next story is a guy at the level of Putin or Trump. They don't waste 7 hours of their day going somewhere that they don't want to do anything, and that's a one-way flight. On the way back, it's another 7 hours for Trump. How long is the flight time for Putin, Rob?
That's a good question.
Where Putin was going through.
What do you mean?
The flight time for Putin, you can just make that point. We had to actually calculate how long it took for fucking Putin to fly from like Moscow to Alaska. You couldn't just say they're not going to dedicate a time to an IRL summit if they didn't think it would be fruitful or whatever. But like Putin was going to do that. Why wouldn't he? He'd been iced out diplomatically from the West and the United States. This was a huge opportunity.
Russia is right next to Alaska. Sarah Palin can see Russia from her house. It's not that far.
What I'm saying to you is neither one of them.
Moscow is 9 time zones wide from the Pacific.
So what I'm saying to you is this is not going to be a meeting where guys are trying to waste their time.
Megan thinks that Sarah Palin got roasted unnecessarily for that comment related to Alaska and like how close Russia is geographically.
Going to a meeting like this. That's one. They're not going to do it. So there's a reason why they're doing this. There's not a waste of time. So they go 8 hours and 20 minutes to Alaska. So you got Putin's got 17 hours of flight time. Trump's got 14 hours of flight time. Neither one of them are doing this for the hell of it because they need more publicity and they want to get cameras there.
Sure.
The world knows them. They don't need another million followers or 100,000 followers or 50 million views. They don't need that. But
followers? Only PBD would look at this in terms of like, what amount of followers can they get from doing the summit? What? Does Putin even have like a fucking Instagram account? What is he talking about?
To me, in this case, I think the way Zelensky and NATO did it. So NATO is telling Zelensky, we have your back. He goes and meets with Starmer. He goes and meets with Macron.
And like Trump's banned off of everything. That's why he has Truth Social.
On his behalf, Macron comes out and says, Trump agreed only Ukraine can negotiate territorial concessions. Macron says. So Macron is now speaking on behalf of Zelensky, speak there. So, which means NATO is not for a deal at all. NATO is trying to tell Zelensky, you don't have to give nothing. We have your back. That's what NATO is saying. And Trump in this section, where he can throw a complete wrench inside the whole thing and escape.
Wait, what?
To tell Zelensky, you don't have to give nothing. We have your back. That's what NATO is saying. And Trump in this section.
That's not what NATO is saying, but don't let that get in the way of your spiel, PBD.
Where he can throw a complete wrench inside the whole thing and is capable of doing that is, really? You guys all teamed up against me, NATO? Really, that's what you want to do? No problem. The country that gives the most money, I'm agreeing to have Putin, Russia be a part of NATO. Go ahead and play that game. So I think they're
So Zelensky is going to pull, at the summit that he's not invited to, is going to do a reverse Uno on NATO and actually say to NATO, fuck you, we want to help Russia become a member of NATO? What?
Where he can throw a complete wrench inside the whole thing and is capable of Zelensky there. So, which means NATO is not for a deal at all. NATO is trying to tell Zelensky, you don't have to give nothing. We have your back. That's what NATO is saying. And Trump in this section,
Trump
can throw a complete wrench inside the whole thing and is capable of doing that is, really? You guys all teamed up against me, NATO? Really, that's what you want to do? No problem. The country that gives the most money, I'm agreeing to have Putin, Russia be a part of NATO.
I didn't hear that part. He said, I was like, I should have realized he wasn't talking about Zelensky, Ukraine, because Ukraine doesn't give fucking money to NATO.
Go ahead and play that game. So I think
Trump is apparently going to try to get Russia to be part of NATO as the surprise here. They're going to pull that one out of his back pocket.
Trump is showing this hand, which is 3 cards. Trump's got 2 cards that he's like, nobody knows what those 2 cards are, including Hexet. No one knows it. And all of a sudden he's going to drop it. It's like that moment when Trump is standing next to Netanyahu. And he says, yeah, we're excited about Gaza. We're going to take over Gaza. We're going to make, and then Netanyahu looks at him like, what? Well, we didn't speak about this. Yeah. You didn't agree to this here. So I think that's the surprise element of Trump that's coming here soon. Yeah. What he's going to say, who knows?
Surprise element.
But in this case, I think Putin needs this deal the most. I do think Trump wants it for different reasons.
Legacy.
But I think Putin, honestly, if you think about it, Putin's been publicly humiliated. Zelensky's not been humiliated. Zelensky's been turned into a hero. Putin's.
What are they talking? They're weird metrics for deciding who has become humiliated or whatever. Okay, so Zelensky having better standing internationally or in the West and having respect globally as a leader in some countries, that means that it's Putin's been humiliated, or even though again Russia is at the advantage here in this war of aggression that they've waged against Ukraine.
Has been publicly humiliated because everybody thought within 30 days the war is going to be done and Putin's going to get what he wants, and that's not been the case.
Yes, you're right.
So it's a bit of a black.
Okay,
eye.
but he only benefits from this being prolonged.
In front of on that black guy, it's a little bit of a black.
It's a win-win. If he had finished the war in 30 days, he wins. If he prolongs it forever and ever and ever, he still wins.
In front of his audience of what happened, and it's to the point right now where Hillary Clinton chimes in. And this is what she said. She admits she would nominate Trump for Nobel Peace Prize.
Whoa, she would?
It helps.
And this got Trump to fucking actually praise her, not talk badly about her, because Sean Hannity pointed this out, and he was trying to go Trump into talking shit, and he wouldn't do it because, again, he gets a compliment and he instantly rolls over.
War in Ukraine.
Hillary Clinton admits.
Is this it, Rob?
Does she say
no way. Warhawk admits to being a fucking warhawk. No way. What?
Let's see it.
Shocking.
President Trump were the architect of that, I'd nominate him for a Nobel Peace Prize.
Respect.
Okay, so
that's where
there you go.
There.
So
that's what Jessica Torlov from
and the reason why Hillary Clinton's saying it the way she did, you know why she's saying it as confident as she did? Because she knows something that there's no way it's going to happen. Or else she would never say that.
Right.
You think she's involved in the conversations with
I'm sure she wants it to happen.
And Zelensky? You think she's involved with all the Democrat establishment talking to each other on what they're
Because she also said in that same interview, she's like, I just don't want him to have to capitulate to Putin or show any fealty. So if he manages to pull this off and those things don't happen, then I'll nominate him.
Telling Zelensky, you think the insider establishments told her exactly how the conversations went? Of course. I think Hillary Clinton just gave away her cards in that statement. And the cards are, over my dead body, this war is going to end. And because I know the war is not going to end because I'm involved in it on the inside with some relationships, guess what? I'm willing to say publicly that I would nominate him to a Nobel Peace Prize because she knows she never will. If she does, it'll be the first time in her life that she shows a sign of nobility, which is great. But I think that was her having too much information that she indirectly told the world that I kind of know.
What information would Hillary Clinton have that Donald Trump doesn't as it pertains to national security and Ukraine's position relative to Russia or the United States as far as being able to negotiate an end to this?
A little bit more than you small-time people out there that you are doing podcasts and shows and mainstream and all this other. You guys are not on the inside. You guys are just, what's the word? You guys are just peasants. You guys are just masses. I know what's going on because I'm on the inside of the conversation.
Do you think that she's such a psychopath, self-dealing person that she would rather see the war go on in Russia and Ukraine than see Donald Trump, her bitter rival, Hillary Clinton, receive the Nobel Peace Prize? Do you think
she'd love for that to fucking happen? She would definitely look the other way on literally everything if it meant that she could get her foreign policy desires.
Diabolical.
Just diabolical.
It's
knowing what we know about
Are you
her.
really asking that question? Like, what kind of a question is that? I mean, you're talking about a person that...
Damn.
You're talking about a person that...
Patrick, not please.
Do you know what happened to her? She said, "Happy birthday, future president," to herself.
Well, that's just an egomaniac right there. She thought she was going to win.
Yeah, Hillary Clinton ran her Twitter in 2016, y'all. That post was definitely authored personally by Hillary Rodham Clinton.
But that's different from being diabolical.
Oh, I know. This woman is on a whole different level. No, never.
Right, Clinton is nuts, but they think she's nuts because she doesn't support Donald Trump.
Make the power of
because she's not literally.
There she is. This is Hillary Clinton.
I know we want to move on.
You know how highly she thinks of herself?
Oh, no.
She did not post this.
It was a week before.
But yeah, it's a bad look. I don't really care if people roast it.
The election. She wished herself a happy birthday. And then
I love how they think, like, again, Trump literally had like a military birthday parade for himself at 79 with taxpayer money. But Hillary Clinton's staff posting this thinking it would be a good tweet. She's the true, she's out ego, like her ego is bigger than Trump's, which again, everything is relative to Trump to these people. There's no way you're losing an ego competition to Donald Trump.
She lost. You think she's ever going to forget the stage?
No.
No, she's not going to forget the stage.
I mean, listen, every
Trump literally signed his name on the COVID checks.
politician is a narcissist in some capacity.
Not
like that. Guys, I'm with you.
Yeah, good thing Trump never did anything egotistical.
What percentage of the stories
Man to the people.
we hear about Hillary? She did this, do you think are actually true? 10, 20, 50,
Let me put
100?
it this way. If 25% is true.
Yeah.
No, it's possible for you to know the answer to that, Adam. You actually can go look up information online. And when you hear a story or an anecdote about Hillary Clinton, you can go verify and see if it's true or false.
It's bad. 5% is true. It's bad.
It's like when we had Gianni Russo here. It's like, what?
Yeah.
You slept with Madonna? You did this? It's like, if half the stories you say are true, you're the man.
So, yeah. I mean,
she's that big of a psychopath. I don't know, but we'll see.
Let's go to the next story. By the way, Hunter Biden made a...
Okay. Now, today, update to this.
The meeting that took place.
Trump and Zelensky meet. Putin demands Donbas and Israeli cybersecurity official arrested. This was 11 hours ago. Let's see if there's anything else in here that's going to be good besides just this. I just want to say Trump and Putin meet in Alaska.
In Alaska. Trump, Putin come together for the first time. They both have to travel. When Putin lands, Trump, the walk up, Rob, if you can do me a favor and pull up the clip of Trump walks out first, stands waiting for Putin to come, showing authority. He's up there. And then when Putin walks up, all the body language expert YouTubers lose their mind because this is
what is this body language expert fixation that they have? Have we moved on from the feelings chart?
You want to
that
see
quickly?
the first handshake between the two when Putin walks up to shake the president's hand. And as he's doing that, and they're walking up, Rob, I don't know if you can find it or not, Rob. Just go to X if you're having a hard time finding it. It's the
go to X, Rob.
Clip out of all of them.
One of the most gangster.
Trump, Putin, handshake.
Yeah, it was so gangster when Trump literally rolled out the red carpet for Vladimir Putin. It's really epic when he clapped for this guy. Trump, Putin, tarmac.
What's your message to Vladimir Putin?
No, this doesn't go back far enough. Hold on.
They walk up, not this one.
With the B-52 bombers that
Right
you're
there,
talking
Rob, if you
about?
can- Okay, watch this one here. So he's chilling, he's waiting.
All right, here he comes.
Hello? Hello?
5, 4, 3,
Clap it up.
2, 1.
Buddy,
Hey, look how happy.
Look how much
hey.
smaller he is.
He's like, hi.
Hello,
how you
little
doing?
Russian
Very
friend.
good, very good trip. We had fun.
And
Very good. Yeah. You beat Hillary.
All right.
Remember you beat Hillary? They said Russian collusion. We don't
All
need
right,
it.
let's do it, boys. Wait for
Okay,
this.
so that's that. Now while they're walking, what does Trump decide to do? Talk
cla-
about timing.
Okay, so they just show it. They just show it, and they think this is some like alpha move that he's clapping for Putin for some reason.
This is not easy to time this.
Oh my God.
Watch what they do.
And
Go ahead, Rob.
3, 2, 1. Cue the bombers.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Dude, this is like literally babies being impressed with keys being jingled in their face.
He clapped.
It's called peace through strength, Vladimir.
Can we acknowledge how gangster,
So gangster.
you're meeting with the world's largest nuclear power, and by the way, he claps and then he leans in and goes, "You're good." How gangster?
Why-
is
Did you
that?
see the
so-
voiceovers all weekend? It's like, Vlad, I'm just messing with you.
Yeah, he is.
So why do you think he did that?
All right. Yeah, Trump claps as Putin walks off the plane. Literally a red carpet. We are the bitches. Not according to PBD. Whoa, is that planes flying in the freaking air? Epic. Do you think this post will even show the planes flying around? And they get into the back of that limo, and you know what they do.
Okay, and I love that you said the CNN automatically had body language experts. I don't care what your profession is.
Do you guys like body language or not? Why are you making fun of the fact that CNN, if they even had body language experts, why would that be a bad thing? You guys were literally trying to do body language analysis 2 seconds ago.
Body language. I don't care what if you
Only the body language experts that agree with me.
despise Trump. The timing and how gangster is it that you
Gangster.
see Putin, and the timing of you know what that means? The bomber's like, okay, all right, guys, right now. And the moment that he's about to hit that stage, a B-52 bomber, which can carry nuclear arsenal with 4 fighter jets, Pat, that goes to show him like, hey, listen, at the end of the day, I'm still the alpha. I'm the boss. Period.
You think that's the reason?
Gangster.
Any other take than what Vinny said?
I think
Any
it's
different take?
gangster.
No. I don't disagree with it, but Trump understands the moment and he understands trolling, and trolling can be done in so many different ways.
Yeah. So
what'd
okay.
you say?
So that's
Trump
that.
understands trolling. It was so epic when he like clapped for him and rolled out a red carpet for him. What an epic troll, bro, dude.
Part now. As they're going about it, they're having their conversations. You know, everything that's going on. You know,
Again, we've literally spent like, to the extent that they've spent any time on this segment, it's just, we haven't even gotten to the fact that this Trump walks away empty-handed. We're just going to talk about the epic alpha moves that were on display on the tarmac, and I guess skip over the fact that this literally didn't result in any gain.
different talks. Rob, do you have any other clips that you want to show with this one here?
There was one. Let me grab it. I
Tom,
believe this is the one that was in your notes.
which one is this one, Rob?
This is the handshake and then a breakdown of the right here.
Yeah, I like this one. Watch this breakdown of this one TikToker. I like the way he broke it down. Watch this.
Moves by
We're at TikTok body analysis, people. Awesome. Great source.
Trump during his meeting with Putin in Alaska were pure negotiating genius. Air Force One lands, Trump steps out, walks straight to his spot. Putin's plane lands after, Trump's already there, standing firm, adjusts his jacket.
Okay, the last thing Trump did was walk straight to his spot. There were literally multiple videos on my timeline showing it spit up the fact that he was like all over, zigzagging all over, not even walking in a straight line. If we're doing this stupid body language analysis shit.
A clap or two, but he's not moving an inch. He's making Putin come to him. That's not random, that's strategy. That's you want to talk, you walk to me. Same move he pulled.
Okay, how about the clapping? Anything about the clapping? Completely unnecessary, but yeah, Trump staying on the carpet, and Putin coming to him, a place that he needed to be so they could get in a car together. That's alpha moves.
Chinese leader before. It's a silent message. I'm in charge here. And when Putin finally reaches him, Trump goes for the handshake and pulls him in. The handshake mind games are next level. Psychotic in the most calculated way. He exudes power. That's a real president.
Trump being a little bitch and pushing somebody out of the way so he could be at the front. That's power. That's power. The kid in 5th grade who cried over not being line leader for the week on the way, like when your teacher would take you to the cafeteria for lunch. Yeah, alpha moves.
Then the ultimate move. B, 2 stealth bombers cutting through the sky.
Yeah, all these mind games, yet there was no deal made. I mean, they have to focus on this shit again because nothing happened. Nothing beneficial for anything with Putin happened.
Just a military show. It's a statement. Fly the most advanced bomber in the world over your rival's head during a handshake. Putin even glances up at it. Trump doesn't because he already knows it's there.
Oh my
That's confidence.
God!
That's control. That's the art of the deal.
Or Trump 79, he's literally deaf and he can't fucking hear it.
Live and unfiltered. Whether you love him or hate him, this was pure showmanship from a master negotiator.
Master.
And in that moment, everyone watching knew exactly who was in charge.
So Jake just messaged me too. He leans in and actually says,
Correct. And it wasn't Donald Trump.
"That's for you." Like as a gift. That's so funny.
So Tom, what got accomplished with this meeting?
Nothing.
So what got accomplished at this meeting
Literally nothing.
is the two largest superpowers came together on U.S. soil. Not
They certainly did meet on U.S. soil.
at The Hague, not overseas, not in Minsk, where the Germans got together a couple years ago with him. Not any of that. On our soil,
Minsk, not Minx.
says the Alpha got together with him. And there's a lot of things that Putin wants. This wasn't just about Ukraine. There were some other things that were, Witkoff was talking about, that were discussed. And I think what got accomplished is that the world knows the path to peace in the Ukraine goes through Donald Trump. And whether it's on his desk with the documents or it's the aid
God, that is an unfortunate reality. And that is true, but not for the reason that he thinks.
that he's pushing back, that's what got accomplished. Everybody in the world, including other world leaders, knows. Remember, Europe was trying. Remember when they had the Zelensky incident in the Oval Office? Pat, you remember what happened the next week? Zelensky went on tour of Europe, and they all hugged him one at a time and offered him aid. But turns out the UK aid turned out to be debt against the Ukrainian citizens. Remember all that?
Yeah.
Well, this is Trump.
No idea what they're talking about.
Trump has reset the narrative of negotiations on the Russia-Ukraine peace treaty, and it needs to be a peace treaty, not a ceasefire.
Rob, can you do me a favor? The one thing, if I'm Trump, one of the biggest
Hussein is diseased ankle. Yep, worse than like a pregnant woman in her in the last trimester.
outcomes,
Yeah, exactly. Saddam Hussein owned Donald Rumsfeld so hard here. Rumsfeld head cocked at a downward angle. Beta owned. Hashtag beta for Rumsfeld.
for him, top 5. It could have been top 3 on his list. My opinion is for Putin to say the war would have never happened if Trump was president. You have to know that was
Wow, Putin making shit up. Putin saying things to flatter Trump's ego? No way.
on top of Trump's list of a thing that he wanted Putin to say.
Also, why would you? All you're admitting, I mean, it's like even if I take him at his word, is that like, yeah, I was going to do this always, just not under Trump. But Trump's not going to be president forever, so it was an eventuality that it would happen.
Because it was a statement for Putin to validate what Trump kept saying during the election and the debate. If I was the president, the war would have never happened. Everybody's like, who the hell you think you are and all this other
Okay,
stuff?
but that's not what he said. He didn't say, I would have never done it. He said, I wouldn't have done it under him. Those are two different claims.
And guess what the guy who started the war just said? Here's what he had to say. Go ahead, Rob.
I'd like to remind you that in 2022, during the last contact with the previous administration, I tried to convince my previous American colleague that the situation should not be brought to the point of no return when it would come to hostilities. And I said it quite directly back then, that it's a big mistake. Today, when President Trump saying that if he was the president back then, there will be no war. And I'm quite sure that it would indeed be so. I can confirm that. I think that overall, me and President Trump have built a very good, business-like and trustworthy contact. And I have every reason to believe that moving down this path, we can come, and the sooner the better, to the end of the conflict in Ukraine.
Okay, so for Putin to say if Trump was the president, war wouldn't have happened, that's like a slap in the face for the Democratic Party. It's not just Biden, it's the entire Democratic Party. And so as we're going through this, and Adam, I'm going to come to you next, when you see something like this happening, okay, Putin says what he says, okay, they meet, Trump does the showmanship, conversations are being had.
The showmanship.
There's a lot of messages that nothing happened, this was a waste of time, a lot of liberal media are saying all this stuff. There was even a moment when Rubio goes...
Liberal media pointing to the fact that, yeah, they did not get a peace treaty, they did not get a ceasefire, they did not secure any concessions from Russia. Yeah, liberal media reporting the facts, correct.
On Kristen Welker. I don't know which one it is.
Kristen Welker,
in a minute, but there's a lot of stuff that says, where are you at with this? What do you think was accomplished with this meeting?
So, you guys were talking about you went to see a movie this weekend?
I went to see a movie this weekend.
Gotcha. I never seen movies, but this is very reminiscent of a mafia movie. And it's almost like The Godfather. You got Don Trumpino out here. He's the mafia boss of America. You got Putin. He's the mafia boss of Russia. And then you have Zelensky. He's just sort of.
They love thinking that, like, again, mobsters are in power, gangsters, or like that would be a good thing. I mean, like, they're not wrong, I guess, that, like, yeah, thugs are in power, but, like, that's a good thing to these fucking clowns.
Low-level street boss that's caught up in the middle of this, almost like a pawn, and he's begging for protection. You got the EU and NATO, they're their own sort of bosses on their end, and they're basically not wanting to send their sons to war, so they're sending money and they're sending military equipment, they're selling weapons. And at the end of the day...
EU and NATO are their own bosses?
They're their own sort of bosses on their end, and they're basically not wanting to send their sons to war, so they're sending money and they're sending military equipment, they're selling weapons. And
he thinks that the reason why NATO did it, like if they choose not to mobilize troops, that's a decision that's being based on, like, public opinion polls in the EU. What?
At the end of the day, this is a turf war. Trump understands what he's looking for. Trump wants to get a deal done. Why does Trump want to get a deal done? Trump could care less what's going on in Ukraine and Russia. Trump wants to pivot to China. China is the big boss. I know you mentioned the two global superpowers. I assume you meant by nuclear or weaponry superpowers. But China is where basically U.S. wants to pivot. The sooner that we can get this deal done in Russia, the sooner we can figure this out, the sooner we can pivot to the big issue of our time, which is China. So we'll see.
If this is your outlook, why are you not chastising Donald Trump for holding up the American foreign policy agenda of going after our true adversary, China, because you're stuck dealing with Putin? And the fact that he won't end this and you can't get him to end it. That's weakness. That's him not being able to accomplish what he needs to. How is this seen as anything other than that? If that's the framework that you're operating from.
See how long this takes. I said on the last show, there's a 99% chance nothing comes of this. I think Zelensky's going to come to the office. Today. This week in a suit? Is it today?
It's today. They're driving.
So he's bringing his whole crew there.
It's funny that they have this as a topic in the title, but they don't actually talk about it. They just talk about the Alaska summit.
UK, France, Germany. He's even bringing the one NATO leader who called Trump daddy. So Don Trumpino, the end-all be-all mafia boss, is calling all the cards here. And we'll see what happens.
I agree with what you say about China, but let me check you a little bit. 99% chance that nothing happens
from that meeting.
Before they ever walked in, it reset the global order of who's...
This was streamed 11 hours ago. Nothing happened. It's already not happened. There's probably not going to be any... If something was going to happen, it would have happened already.
The alpha and the framework, and then the speech at the
cannot believe that probably nothing is going to have come out of that fucking Alaska summit other than giving Putin exactly what he wants, which is being brought back into diplomacy in the West, which he had previously been isolated from.
Validates a fabrication and a false, not a fabrication, but a falsehood that the U.S. mainstream media was repeating almost like a synchronized chorus.
So
before we even get to the negotiating table...
What can they point to? The only thing you can point to is some hypothetical thing that's going to happen in a few days, I guess. But you're acknowledging tacitly that something could happen, okay? But what you're acknowledging is that nothing has happened. Nothing did happen. So what do you expect them to report other than complete and utter total fucking failure? He didn't extract anything from him.
Before Zelensky ever steps foot into Washington, where you have all the folks of Europe, 99% chance nothing happened of it. I see a lot as already. So what do you mean by
you're
that?
talking about is rhetoric and marketing and bravado. Is the war still going on in Ukraine?
God,
I'm agreeing with Adam. You're literally just wish casting, Tom.
Moment.
Yeah, exactly. So meaning nothing has changed.
Nothing's changed.
The goal of this meeting is to create a ceasefire.
Oof, never a good thing when I'm agreeing with Adam, but unfortunately Adam is correct here. He seems to be the only person who's a little bit hostile to Russia here. Vinny is the one who's you don't want to rock the boat with Russia.
There's been no ceasefire.
Were they going to sign it as you walk off the plane?
No progress has been made.
That's not what I said. I said progress in regards to war. The whole goal.
So progress in regards to... Okay, so by the way...
Okay, I mean, he's backing off of it because PBD is the one scolding him. Fucking disgusting. Oh my God. Pathetic. You should have stood on fucking business, Adam, and been you tell me what's happened, PBD. What has happened? Nothing.
Just this morning...
We just did body language analysis in substitute of actually analyzing a deal that should have happened.
Attacked Ukrainian apartment, if I'm not mistaken, and a few people were killed. Rob, can you look this up to verify that? Because I saw that in the news early this morning with this going on. Vinny, what do you think what he's saying?
Well,
yeah, that's the one. Russia drone strike in Ukraine just this morning.
Killed several before the Trump.
So it's just like
they did the same thing. They did it right
Russia
before.
launched 140 drones into Ukraine overnight.
So they did it after the meeting with Trump. Zelensky, thanks for the meeting. Thanks for the publicity.
Zelensky did the same thing. Hey guys, because at the end of the day, you're right. It's war, but this is going to come down to Zelensky and the people in his ear going. Because guys, it's all about the money. You say follow the money. It's all the defense contractors. It's all he's going to be begging for money. And I don't care if he's wearing a suit. If he has that attitude, it's not going to work. But what pisses me off, Pat, is
so Zelensky wore a suit, and now it doesn't fucking matter. Now we don't care what he wears to the fucking White House. Okay.
Is the left. Everybody on the left is just, it's almost as if they hope it all goes down. Brian Krasenstein, that really big, tough, muscular Krasenstein, who had his shirt off in the beach this weekend.
Oh my God. First, Sam Cedar, rent-free. He can't help but be ass mad that Sam Cedar's hot and be like, oh, Sam Cedar, remember my bet with him? The most handsome guy to ever be in the studio? Don't know what he's referring to. Don't know why he said that. Do not know why Sam Cedar is rent-free in his mind. Now we're talking about the Krasenstein brothers and their physiques. Even though the Krasenstein brothers are like very, very short, but yeah, they're ripped, okay?
He went online and said this, Pat. He said they should have snipers in Anchorage, Alaska, ready to take him down as soon as he shrugged. And look what he write at the bottom. Correction, we should poison him instead. What type of okay, I get it, he's doing it for the clicks, but what type of
first of all, I don't know, isn't that
that's illegal?
Whoa, no way. An American liberal despises Putin for the fucking war criminal that he is and thinks he should be at the fucking Hague and not on a tarmac meeting with the American president? Color me surprised.
Did you know? Isn't that illegal? That's a death threat.
Guess what? Under U.S. law, it's illegal to publicly call for the assassination
Sam Cedar do something sexy recently. He existed. He went live, right?
Of a foreign leader. The Secret Service and FBI treat those kinds of statements seriously because it can create for the assassination of.
You didn't really suggest that we kill Putin. I did. Giga Chad.
Of a foreign leader. The Secret Service and FBI.
And I love these. The dark woke era is crazy, man.
Treat those kinds of statements seriously because it could create diplomatic problems. And I get you want to be clicks, you want to be that guy, but Pat, if you think about it, with that attitude, and this is the left, God forbid they shoot and they hit Putin. What happens? What happens if Putin gets shot and killed? It's over. It's World War III. So I'm getting sick. I hate this is the attitude of the left. They can't even admit that we're trying.
This is let's move on from this one. Brian, if you're watching this, I'm going to be very fair with you. Yeah. So this is, you can hate Trump and say all that stuff.
That's not
This
good.
is irresponsible to make a comment like this. But so let me go to
Paul Davidson.
Go to a couple other things. Marco Rubio, to me, has become the MVP on this entire exchange. With Alaska, Russia, all of that.
Okay, we're not watching them fucking glaze Marco Rubio. I can't fucking take it. What we can talk about with Marco Rubio is going on Face the Nation to justify
let you go quickly.
Blocking medical visas to injured Palestinian children from Gaza.
State Department just announced that they're halting visitor visas for all Gazans coming here for medical aid. Why would some of these kids, for example, who are coming to hospitals for treatment be a threat?
What do we think? Because they could grow up to be Hamas? Because they're faking their injuries because of Pallywood? LMC Figs, thank you for the $7. Really appreciate it.
Well, first of all, it's not just kids. It's a bunch of adults that are accompanying them. Second, we had outreach from...
Yeah, God forbid injured Palestinian children have an adult accompanying them on a plane to a foreign country where they're going to receive treatment. The only thing he left out is that those adults are probably like Hamas or something.
Multiple congressional offices asking questions about it. And so we're going to reevaluate how those visas are being granted, not just to the children, but how those visas are being granted to the people who are accompanying them. And by the way, to some of the organizations that
again, like their parents, their guardians.
Facilitating it. There is evidence been presented to us by numerous congressional offices.
Like this is what he also leaves out. No. This was literally a new term that had to be created. Wounded child, no surviving family is a medical and humanitarian crisis term which appeared during the humanitarian crisis in Gaza as a result of the outbreak of the Gaza war in 2023. By March 2024, it was estimated that 17,000 children were part of this category. This term was first reported by Doctors Without Borders in November 2023. Literally having to create a new classification for kids that were wounded in this genocide as far back as 2023 with no one left in their family.
offices that some of the organizations bragging about and involved in acquiring these visas have strong links to terrorist groups like Hamas. And so we are not going to
The source for this is fucking Laura Loomer, by the way.
in partnership with groups that are friendly with Hamas. So we're going to pause those visas. There was just a small number of them issued to children, but they come with adults accompanying.
Okay, so you're just evil then, because you just admitted it's a small number. And even though it's a small number, we can't just vet these people. Not that they need to be fucking vetted, obviously. This is just slandering it is just slandering Palestinians generally, but not even like kids, apparently, suffering from bodily harm and injuries that we caused, we funded.
Them, obviously, and we are going to pause this program and reevaluate how those visas are being vetted and what relationship, if any, has there been by these organizations.
Yeah, what relationship, if any, do these 3-year-olds that had their legs blown off have to Hamas, to like Islamic Jihad? What are we doing here, Rubio?
To the process of acquiring those visas. We're not going to be in partnership with groups that have links or sympathies towards Hamas.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio,
yeah, God forbid we partner up with a terrorist organization. By the way, Israel is the most important ally in the Middle East, only democracy. We must fund everything that they do.
To leave it there for this morning. Thank you for...
And thanks for the pushback. I love American journalism. So, U.S. pauses visitor visas for Gazans after right-wing outcry. This was published August 16th. Trump admin announced Saturday that it had paused approvals of visitor visas for people from Gaza, a key pathway for those seeking medical care in the U.S., including young children who arrived in recent weeks with serious conditions. The State Department said it would assess the process before those visas. All visitor visas for individuals from Gaza are being stopped, but we conduct a full and thorough review. The department said on a statement on X Saturday morning. 3-year-old clearly elected Hamas. The thing that's fucking stupid is that, like, okay, this has been going on for over 20 months. There have been people, very, very few, that have been the recipients of these sorts of visas that have come to the United States for medical care. You're telling me you didn't realize you were working with a Hamas-affiliated group until now? How come nothing happened? Where's the terrorist attack on American soil to justify this? Oh, wait, it's almost like it's completely fucking made up. Even if it were true, that would only point to your fucking incompetence, because if that were the case, it should have been severed from day fucking one, or you should have been saying that the Biden administration is partnering with Hamas to bring Hamas into the United States. The State Department said it would assess whatever. We saw this. The move came after intense lobbying campaign by right-wing activist Laura Loomer. Laura fucking Loomer, who called the incoming flights a national security threat. I mean, to these people it is, right? The existence of any Palestinian anywhere, whether it be a child with no legs and no surviving family, or an adult woman, or an elderly Palestinian person, you're a threat. In a flurry of social media posts starting on Friday that targeted nonprofit aiding in medical evacuations. Just weeks ago, the nonprofit HEAL, or Heal Palestine, an Ohio-based group that helps Palestinian families, you mean an Ohio-based Hamas cell, right? And children, began orchestrating what it called the largest single medical evacuation of injured children from Gaza to the U.S., bringing injured and ill Gazan children to the United States for care. Okay, so this didn't date as far back as 2023. Sorry, just a Hamas-affiliated group in Ohio, based in the United States, flew under the radar. To date, the group says has evacuated 63 injured children for treatment. 63 too many. Yeah, Hamas, the Dayton chapter of Hamas. We knew this. We know this now, right? As reported by the New York Times. Including 11 from age 6 to 15 who were flown to hospitals in 9 U.S. cities this month. Many of the children had lost limbs during the conflict in Gaza. They are expected to travel to Egypt to rejoin their families once their medical care is completed, according to Heal Palestine. The group, which was founded last year and also operates food kitchens in Gaza, said in a statement on Sunday that it was alarmed by the State Department's decision. This is a medical treatment program, not a refugee resettlement program, Heal Palestine said in the statement. Our mission gives children a renewed chance at life, whether through life-saving surgery or the ability to walk again. Oh, see, you think that you were doing that for kids, but obviously this is a front for future Hamas militants, correct? Julia Galat, the associate director of the U.S. Immigration, she was just cited in the Newsweek article we were listening to. We were reading. She gets around. The associate director of the U.S. Immigration Policy Program at the Migration Policy Institute said that more than 9,000 people with travel documents from the Palestinian Authority had entered the United States on visitor visas in the 2024 fiscal year. This move is consistent with the Trump administration's overall treatment of immigrants as constituting a threat to U.S. public safety, Ms. Gillot said, but it is extremely hard to imagine how someone coming to the U.S. for life-saving medical treatment would present a national security risk. Even this is so fucking mealy-mouthed. It's like, just say it doesn't. You know it doesn't. Why are we even engaging in this fiction whatsoever or entertaining the idea for a second that this is anything other than politically motivated and fucking stupid and racist? Ms. Loomer, who wields extraordinary power in shaping Trump administration decisions over personnel and policy despite not having an official role in government, said she learned of the flights earlier this month. I felt like this is something that needs attention. She said in an interview, under the Trump administration, they are actively importing Gazans into the U.S. Clearly, this is not what we voted for. Importing. Again, they're not resettling, even if they were. So fucking what? Deal with it, stupid bitch. On social media, Ms. Loomer called attention to a video posting on August 6th by Heal Palestine showing Palestinian children arriving at the San Francisco airport. Oh no. She subsequently posted about flights to St. Louis, San Antonio, and Houston and claimed without evidence that the nonprofit's work was connected to Hamas, tagging federal and state officials in her posts. So, source, I just made it the fuck up. But when these people cry, the Trump administration listens. When they say jump, the Trump admin says how high. Representative Chip Roy, Republican of Texas, responded to her late on Friday on X saying that he was deeply concerned about the incoming flights and was making inquiries. I'm deep looking into this, very concerned about this. Very concerned about an innocent Palestinian child being helped. Not on my watch. Ms. Loomer said she spoke with Secretary of State Marco Rubio on Friday night to alert him to the flights and what she called the threat of an Islamic invasion. The threat of an Islamic invasion. Palestinian kids that are injured, maimed, no family, coming to the United States, briefly, temporarily, to receive medical treatment and going right the fuck back to Egypt or to Gaza. Yeah, they're going to be importing, they're helping contribute to the spread of Islamic invasion in the United States. In a Sunday interview on CBS's Face the Nation, Mr. Rubio defended the department's pause on the visitor visas. It's not just kids. Woo, thank God, right? It's also adults and other people accompanying these poor kids. They're restricted too. Don't you worry. It's a bunch of adults that are accompanying them. The Secretary of State said the department had received outreach from multiple congressional offices asking questions about it, and so we're going to reevaluate how those visas are being granted. Again, literally, this is just Laura Loomer. Like the work of Laura Loomer. Ms. Loomer has a long history of anti-Islam activism. In 2017, she wrote a social media post that cheered the drowning deaths of 2,000 refugees who were trying to flee violence in Syria and other countries with large Muslim populations by crossing the Mediterranean. For years, she has pushed for the Muslim Brotherhood, the Sunni Islamist movement, to be designated as a terrorist org by the U.S. government, lobbying both members of Congress and the admin. Last week, Mr. Rubio said such a designation from the State Department was in the works. Who is the fucking Secretary of State here? Why are you deferring to her so much, Rubio? I don't get it. Like, when Trump does something insane based on her word, I fucking expect it because Trump's brain is literally soup. Marco Rubio, I don't understand. What does she have on you? Medical flights for children affected by the conflict in Gaza have been occurring for well over a year, organized by a variety of charities. Okay, I went back. I was saying, oh, it's only been around for a few weeks. Oh, wait, no. Hamas had been coming into the United States, according to these people, for a year, and no one noticed until Laura Loomer on Twitter made a tweet about it. Thank you, Laura Loomer. Dr. Mohammed Subeh, an emergency room physician who volunteers for Heal Palestine, said that he had previously treated some of the children who recently arrived to the Bay Area during his time in Gaza. He said that the injuries included orthopedic trauma and severe burns that were exacerbated by malnutrition. Malnutrition manufactured by Israel and the United States by forcibly starving a captive population of impoverished Palestinians. I am saddened to see fear and hate permeate within a small yet vocal segment of our society, whereby people have dehumanized children, he said, by pushing for policies to withhold life-saving and limb-saving care. Well, that's a feature, not a bug. I know this person has like a heart, so they can't understand that, but that is literally the cruelty is the point of this. Andrew Miller, a former senior State Department official on Israeli-Palestinian affairs and the Biden admin, said that Gazans could only get visas in the United States by appearing at an embassy in Jerusalem, Cairo, or Amman and undergoing security checks. So yes, even these children, again, to these people, the future Hamas militants of tomorrow, the ones that are going to contribute to the spread of Islamic jihad in the United States, or Sharia fucking law or whatever, these injured kids that are like 6 years old, even they had to go through this shit before they could even come to the United States. What's more, just to get a U.S. embassy outside of Gaza, the Israeli military and security services had to clear them and anyone accompanying them. He said, from what I saw, any insinuation that we were taking an unusual security risk in these cases is baseless. Disgusting. Hold on. Wait. Trump. Let's see. Where's this other thing that like Trump did? Let me see if I can't find it. Trump like released somebody recently who's like, it literally seemed like a fucking joke. That this person was accused of this and Trump had released them. Trump, Tom Alexandrovich. So, okay, now they're denying it as of 3 hours ago because they're getting blowback from it. This guy. Israeli government official arrested in Nevada in internet crimes against children sting. Tom Artyom Alexandrovich was released and returned to Israel after being charged with luring a child for sex act. An Israeli government cybersecurity official was reportedly, and this was reported on Saturday, August 16th, an Israeli government cybersecurity official was reportedly arrested recently by Las Vegas police and other authorities in Nevada who were conducting an undercover investigation aimed at online users seeking to sexually prey on children. Tom Alexandrovich, 38, faces felony charges of luring a child with a computer for a sex act, alongside several other suspects who were apprehended during the 2-week sting operation, the Las Vegas Metro Police Department said in a statement published on Friday. He has since been released from custody on $10,000 bail after an initial court appearance, records show, and returned to Israel. As first reported by the news site Mediaite, a publicly posted screenshot of Alexandrovich's page on the LinkedIn professional networking platform described him as the executive director of the Israel Cyber Directorate, an Israeli government agency under the purview of Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu's office. Other information online attributes the same position to Alexandrovich. The screenshot first reported to Mediaite also showed a post under which Alexandrovich's name, alluding to him having been in Las Vegas earlier in August for Black Hat briefings, a yearly meeting of cybersecurity professionals. 2 things you can't escape at Black Hat 2025, the relentless buzz of generative AI and the sound of Hebrew in every corridor, Alexandrovich wrote in part an accompanying post. Invoking an abbreviation for large language models and referring to one of Israel's largest cities, the post continued. The key takeaway, the future of cybersecurity is being written in code, and it seems a significant part of it is being authored in #Tel Aviv and powered by LLMs. Exciting time to be in the field. That LinkedIn page under Alexandrovich's name has since been deleted. The Israeli news outlet Ynet reported on, or Ynet, I never know if it's Ynet or Ynet, on Wednesday that the U.S. had detained an employee of Israel National Cyber Directorate for interrogation while he was representing his country at a professional conference. That employee then returned to his hotel and flew back to Israel 2 days later. Israeli officials downplayed the incident, saying it carried no political implications and was resolved quickly, Ynet reported, without naming Alexandrovich or mentioning he had been arrested in connection with a felony charge leveled against him by Nevada law enforcement officials. The reasons for the questioning remain unclear, but may relate to the employee's conduct. The guy that works under Netanyahu, yes, this guy who works under Netanyahu was charged by LA or Las Vegas Metropolitan Police with being, with potentially attempting to lure a child into a sex act. And now is back in Israel. Ynet reported early on Saturday evening, U.S. Eastern Time, that Alexandrovich was on leave from the Cyber Directorate by mutual decision. The outlet also said that the Cyber Directorate claimed the earlier information about Alexandrovich was accurate based on what had been provided to the agency. Mediaite reported that Netanyahu's office issued a statement denying that the employee in question had ever been arrested. A state employee who traveled to the U.S. for professional matters was questioned by American authorities during a stay. The Prime Minister's office said the employee, who does not hold a diplomatic visa, was not arrested and returned to Israel as scheduled. Which, again, probably true, but that's like not good considering what he's been charged with and allegedly did. Nevada's Internet Crime Against Children Task Force helmed the operation, which resulted in the arrests of Alexandrovich and 7 other men in the city of Henderson, which is near Las Vegas. All of the suspects believed they were meeting minors when undercover officers instead confronted them and arrested them, police said. The arrested men were all brought to jail after being taken into custody, said the statement from the Las Vegas Metro PD, which participated in the operation alongside local, state, and federal law enforcement officials. Among the other suspects was Las Vegas Redemption Church pastor Neil Harrison Creasy, 46, the local CBS affiliate reported. Church official told the station that Creasy resigned shortly after being released from jail on a $10,000 bond. Under Nevada law, luring a child with a computer for a sex act can carry between 1 and 10 years in prison. Don't worry, this guy is back in Israel. So how did they report it? Let's see. Yeah, Israeli official arrested in Nevada child sex operation is released and back in Israel. Released from a United States custody and back in Israel. I don't know if they still have this problem, but they're at like one point, it had been like Israel had become like a pedophiles or like a safe haven for pedophiles because people would come here, commit crimes, and then go to Israel and not be apprehended for those sex crimes against minors. I can't remember how that would happen though, or if it still happens. It might not happen anymore. And they just like denied that he was arrested because they had said, "Oh, he went there for professional matters." I guess professional matters also includes potentially abusing kids now. And he doesn't have a diplomatic visa, and he was not arrested, and he got back to Israel somehow. So, according to Reuters, the U.S. denies intervening in case of Israeli official accused of Nevada sex crime. Because now we were like, how did this guy get back to Israel if he was arrested or not arrested according to Israel? And why is he free again if that's the case before a day in court, seeing if this is even true? The U.S. State Department said Monday the American government played no role in the release of an Israeli official charged with soliciting sex electronically from a minor. Tom Artyom Alexandrovich was one of 8 people charged last week following an undercover operation, quote, targeting child sex predators, Las Vegas Metro Police said in a statement issued last week. His family faces not his family. Alexandrovich faces a felony charge of luring or attempting to lure a child or mentally ill person to commit a sex act with the use of computer technology, according to Nevada state records reviewed by Reuters. Israeli media said Alexandrovich, who they described as a senior department head in Israel's National Cyber Directorate, was released by U.S. authorities and is back in Israel. Reuters could not establish why Alexandrovich was in the Las Vegas area, but at the time Las Vegas was hosting Black Hat, one of the cybersecurity industry's most prominent conferences. So they could have verified that LinkedIn page actually belonged to him because now it's been deleted. Google says it's Ynet. Okay, thank you. Thank you. The report that an Israeli official accused of a felony sex crime was allowed to return home drew a storm of speculation online. Gee, wonder why. Alexandrovich did not claim diplomatic immunity and was released by a state judge pending a court date. Any claims that the U.S. government intervened are false, the State Department said on Monday on the social media site X. Okay, well, now we have to go see this. Now we have to see the replies. Let's see. State Department. Did not claim diplomatic. Why won't they link this? Let's see. I think it's this. Oh, I wasn't going to find it because Near Eastern Affairs. The Department of State is aware that Tom Artyom Alexandrovich, an Israeli citizen, was arrested in Las Vegas and given a court date for charges related to soliciting sex electronically from a minor. He did not claim diplomatic immunity and was released by a state judge pending a court date. Any claims that the U.S. intervened are false because we said so. Why was his travel visa? Are these people ratioing the State Department? Why was his travel visa not immediately revoked? You'll suspend visas for maimed children seeking medical care, but not sex predators? Despicable. Well, alleged sex predators, but generally on point there. Why was he allowed to leave the country after being arrested in a pedophilia sting? Good question. This administration will go down in history as the one that did the most to protect pedophiles. I'll add it alongside to not releasing the Epstein files, right? He is currently having X remove posts about his pedo arrest. I don't even know if that's true. Oh, I saw Grok. I found out about this because somebody asked Grok if it were true. Kim Iverson, not somebody I'm a fan of. Then demand his extradition back to the U.S. where he can face justice. I don't really disagree with this. Oh, a federal case allows you to fly out of the country? Bullshit. It was this, like the law of return allows American children to be raped. Well, okay, whether they're putting it, it's like it allowed people that were accused of sex crimes or whatever to go back to Israel and fly under the radar as being accused or convicted of sex crimes with minors in the United States. Where is this? Where were we? The court records show a $10,000 bond was posted at the Henderson Detention Center, southeast of Las Vegas, on August 7th. Reuters could not immediately confirm his whereabouts and could not immediately locate contact information for Alexandrovich. The records indicate he is due back on court on August 27th, but I guess in the meantime he can be free and traveling abroad. The Israeli embassy in Washington and the Israeli Prime Minister's office did not immediately return messages. Israeli media quoted the office as denying that Alexandrovich was arrested, saying only that a state employee was questioned by American authorities during a stay. Maybe they're talking about somebody else. Probably not. I guess they're probably just lying. And he had returned to Israel as scheduled. So, bullshit. Reuters could not immediately ascertain the circumstances around Alexandrovich's arrest. The Las Vegas police statement credited the Federal Bureau of Investigation, aka the FBI, the Henderson Police Department, the North Las Vegas Police, and the Department of Homeland Security with organizing the undercover operation. None of those agencies immediately replied to messages seeking comment on Alexandrovich's arrest or release. The Nevada District Attorney's Office referred questions back to the Henderson Police Department. Dude, it literally, in this, I don't think I have ever read an article about actions taken by this administration where the media and the press were like, why did you do that thing? What happened here? Asking for more details that actually resulted in a comment being made to them and not just a big fucking like, nope, go here, go there, just misdirection to somewhere else. Someone else can answer your question, but not me. So fucking irritating. So yeah, fucking weird. But apparently the US has nothing to do with that. Cool. Sure. Again, I don't know how you get out of, you can post bail for being accused of a crime like that and then be flying, and or why the Israeli government is denying that he was arrested at all. But if you're watching on Twitch and you're not following me, you should go ahead and do so. That way you can know every time I go live. And if you're watching on YouTube, you should subscribe and hit the bell. That way you can know I go live if that's your preferred platform. You should also like the stream. It pushes it out to other viewers. And if you're watching on Twitch, you can subscribe to me. If you'd like to support me, you can use your Amazon Prime or just good old cash, obviously. And get access to cute emotes and an ad-free experience. You can also gift subs throughout the chat to other people. If you want to support me, you can follow the donation links pinned in my Twitch chat or my YouTube description box. I'm at Straighterade _ on everything. And what are we doing next? We did PBD, triple feature. Let's see. And Coulter on trigonometry, or Tim Pool double feature, where he defended catcalling women, and Grok suspended after claiming that Israel's engaged in a genocide. Let's see. Let's do Tim Pool. Fuck it. Did you ever watch the Jillian CNN panel? Yeah, I watched it a couple of days ago with Pisco on Just Press Play.
From the New York Post, British cops wore
Okay. Let's turn this way up.
jogging outfits to elicit cat.
So British cops began arresting men who catcall women. The UK has fallen. So to Tim Pool, it's a fallen state when you actually try to prosecute people for sexual harassment against women. That's indicative of your state not running well, apparently. And he doesn't just mean because these people were apparently like entrapped into doing this or whatever. I don't know how you entrap men into making comments about you. Seems like it's a thing that's on them, but I'm curious to find out how that happens.
Calls and then arrested some men who hit on them.
Speaking of which, nothing better to do, right?
Yep.
Okay. Don't think we should use catcalling as synonymous with hitting on women, but skipping over
the UK
that.
is conquered. It's a failed state. And while grooming gangs go free and get slaps on the wrist,
immediately we're pivoting to brown men doing sexual crimes instead of focusing on these men engaging in sexual harassment against women.
Lady cops jog around, and then when someone hollers at them, they arrest them. So the UK, you're a conquered nation, and I
mean, an arrest does seem excessive, but the idea that that should go unpunished, or like he's like, why should you be punished for harassing people? Is a huge self-report.
Bad for you.
You know, you mentioned people hollering at lady cops, and the scenario that we just saw that Alan was mentioning as well. If there were lady cops that walked up to...
From what I understand, they didn't arrest them. What does this story say? They're literally just reading the headline. British cops wore jogging outfits to 6 days ago. This is what they have. This is New York Post, right-wing rag. This is how they frame it. British cops wore jogging outfits to elicit catcalls, then arrested some men who hit on them. Officer Abby Hayward and other Surrey Police Department officer who went undercover as civilian joggers in a bid to catch sexual harassers were catcalled within their first 10 minutes. This outfit is supposed to be them baiting and luring men into making sexual comments and harassing them. I mean, it depends on what is hollering. Catcalling / harassing is quite different from hitting on someone. What would you call a man randomly screaming at a woman and commenting on her appearance when she's made no indication that she wants to talk to you? She's outside and she's engaging in a recreational activity solo or with a friend. Is that flirting? A man just screaming at you, commenting on your appearance? Is that going under the radar as flirting now? Getting arrested for hitting on someone is pretty crazy. That's not like hitting on people or women. That's harassing them. Like, do I think you should be arrested? No. Do I think that it should be punished? Probably. Would it be unreasonable to punish it? No. From catcalls to the doghouse, female cops in England went undercover as joggers wearing tight-fitting clothing in a bid to elicit catcalls. And then, again, I have no idea where they're getting this. Yeah, I baited them by existing in my normal clothes in public. They were debated, you guys, and then arrested some of the men who hit on them, according to a report. The Surrey Police Department created a task trial force, which lasted about a month and led to 18 arrests for offenses like sexual assault, harassment, and theft. So 18 arrests over the span of a month for these various degrees of sexual harassment, which include assault and then theft and harassment. The female officers were sent during rush hour to hotspots where open sexual harassment of women is commonplace and pretended to be joggers. One of our officers was honked at within 10 minutes. Then another vehicle slowed down, beeping and making gestures for 30 seconds later. That's how frequent it is. Again, see, Tim Pool hears this and he's like, fallen state, but not for the reason that you think. I don't know. I don't know why theft is lumped in here with like a sexual thing. One of the officers in the group said the harassment she faced during the trial period reflects her everyday experience in Surrey. We get catcalled, we get honked at, people just slow down just to stare or lean out the window to shout something. It's so common, but it's harassment, needs to be recognized as such. Officer Abby Hayward tells the Telegraph, completely correct. This behavior is either a precursor to something more serious, or if it's ignorance, it's unfixable, the cop said. That's where our interventions come in to stop potential repeat offenders or help people understand that what they're doing isn't okay. I mean, there's other ways to do this, and like these punitive measures, I'm like, you're not talking to somebody who just like loves carceral solutions to society's ills. Obviously, I'm like a prison abolitionist, but it's so disgusting for their reaction to be framed as they were baiting these women were baiting these men, even though this same article that they don't bother to read past the headline, of course, says, no, this is literally an area that is a hot spot for women to be sexually harassed because men are always around catcalling them. Critics of the program include the Free Speech Union, which said the tactic was a bizarre social psychology experiment that police should enforce the laws in the books, according to the outlet. Like, I probably wouldn't even disagree with some of this criticism. I just find it gross that it's like anybody's like, why should this be curtailed in some way? Why is this a bad thing? What's the big deal? This is free speech. This is hitting on women, actually. You, again, jeering, making gestures at women while they're running, getting their attention when they have no interest in talking to your dusty ass. That's now hitting on women. This is flirting.
They have nothing better to do, right?
Yep. The UK is conquered. It's a failed state. And while grooming gangs go free and get slaps on the wrist, lady cops jog around, and then when someone hollers at them, they arrest them. So the UK, you're a conquered nation, and I feel bad for you.
You know, you mentioned people hollering at lady cops, and the scenario that we just saw that Alan was mentioning as well. If there were lady cops that walked up to 7 dudes that are sitting on a front porch, you know they're going to be making
Sexual harassment is wrong for sure. I'm gonna love where this comment ends up. I'm sure. Wouldn't disagree with someone getting arrested for that. I mean, it depends on the severity of the sexual harassment for me. But it says arrested for hitting on the article. Don't know what you're talking about, dude. Hit? Like, what part of this was hitting on women? Beeping and making gestures. Vehicle slowing down. Honking at women. This is hitting on women. Is this how you hit on women? Mr. Mark _CK. Answer or you're banned. Not in that paragraph. Where? Scroll down. Okay, scrolling. At the end of the article, where do they characterize people getting arrested for women being hit on? You can say it's too punitive to arrest people for catcalling, but it did not say none of the behaviors that they characterize these men as doing would fall under anything other than harassing people or attempting to like to bother them. It said hit on in the paragraph. Do a control F, hit on. Oh, so you mean the editorialization and the headline? That's what you're referring to? Even though, again, when we read past the headline, they don't actually go on to describe anything other than harassment. I don't have the article, but we only looked at this article. Mr. Mark, no, not there. Okay, then where? Just control F hit. I already did control F hit. Then arrested some of the men who hit on them. Again, according to a report, this is more editorialization. They go into detail what constitutes the hitting. And then we have comments, and it's just getting in the middle of words. There, exactly. That is literally the same thing as what the fucking headline says, you fucking dunce. You can't get mad at him for taking the headline on its word. LOL, fucking watch me. We already read the article. There was nothing that was detailed in this that would constitute hitting on. Okay, so you disagree with the article that you're reading. Yes. Lol. You realize that that's not facts, right? That's an opinion? That sentence is an opinion. That's an editorialization or commentary on the underlying facts. The underlying facts go on to describe what they constitute as hitting on women. And it's honking at women, vehicle slowing down, beeping and making gestures just 30 seconds later. Okay, I wasn't there, you weren't, I'm going off the article, but you're not going off the article, you're going off the characterization of these actions. What do you think of these actions? Do you think that when a woman's walking around outside, jogging, minding her business, it's appropriate to slow down next to her, it's appropriate to roll the windows down, start beeping, making gestures at her, calling her name? Do you think that is flirting or hitting on? Yes or no? Like I said already, harassment is wrong. I think that was my very first statement. It's not what I asked you. I said, do you think that what I just described, what this article describes, is hitting on women when you slow down next to them as they're exercising, when you call to them, when you make gestures at them, when you honk your horn at them? Is that hitting on women? Is that just flirting? Yes or no? There's a correct answer to this. There's one answer to it. And if you say anything other than, no, that's not hitting, that should be considered harassment or bothering women, you're getting banned. Are you honking because they're in the way? Context matters. Oh my God. Okay. Just see ya. It's like literally the easiest fucking layup. The easiest fucking layup. Yeah, it's harassment. That should not be considered hitting on women. That's fucking harassment. Amazing. Fucking amazing. I don't know what it is, man. I don't know what it is about this shit. It just like brings out the worst in people.
derogatory remarks. They're not going to be listening to the police officers. They are police officers, yes, but young dudes like that, they're going to flirt with them or whatever, and they're going to treat them like women before.
That chatter agrees with this. This is flirting, apparently.
They treat them like police officers. That's just the way that young guys act, especially in front of.
Yeah. Did you consider that the man wanted to drive in the jogging lane? To be fair, I did not. Dude wants to go off the article but completely assume something the article didn't suggest or claim. Well, once they realize that there's nothing in this article that remotely should be characterized as hitting on women or appropriate behavior, or that apparently these outfits constitute women baiting into, like, this is literally like she was asking for it, what was she wearing type shit. And this fucking sicko is going on to describe it as this is just guys being dudes, okay? So you can't punish it.
When they got their friends around, they're gonna.
But like, even though, again, like they were like, okay, but what if there was information that exonerates all of these people?
Make remarks. That's what young dudes like that will do. Like you don't want to put people in those situations where they have to kind of, escalate the situation, because if they're just like, oh, we're not going to listen to you, then the police officer has to escalate the situation.
What if she was in the way? What if they needed to just roll down and ask her a question? Obviously, to get that woman's attention, you have to roll down your window, honk at her, beep your fucking car horn, and make gestures.
But what's interesting about this story, Tim, is that, okay, you go and get police officers to come out.
I don't even disagree that it's questionable to me whether or not the policy to address this sort of behavior in society should be a jail sentence. I'll be honest, okay? I'm not like a punitive type punishment person. But the idea that you have to downplay the actions in this case for you to not want that to be the solution to this is fucking weird. You could just say, I just don't think that's wrong, but I don't think it should be met with that sort of punishment. Yeah, I can't believe you're okay with crime. So true.
Outfit so that they can have some people yell cat calls at them. But you got a rape culture.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, wait, what? What was this dude saying?
To you, then the police officer has to escalate the situation. So,
but
it's the police officers escalating the situation. It's those women escalating by jogging and those in these suggestive outfits you see, with their vests on.
What's interesting about this story, Tim, is that, okay, you go and get police officers to come out in jogging outfits so that they can have some people yell cat calls at them. But you got a rape culture.
So he's literally saying, like, they baited it. They did it to themselves. And, like, again, I think that there's also, like, a valid criticism in here somewhere that if you're going undercover to attempt to see what this is like or whatever, instead of just waiting for it to happen and being being there on guard to see if it happens and then citing people that you see it occur to, there's a conversation to be had about that. But they're literally saying that these women are, like, baiting these men into doing it. That is not what happened. You can say that, like, this is not like entrapment.
Mm-hmm. That is happening in England, and you're just dismissing it. You're allowing roving bands of people to rape young women, and you're dismissing it.
This is what happens when you let, we call them awfuls, affluent white female liberals, get in charge. They're dismissive of the poor, oppressed Muslim rape gangs, and they're angry at the white supremacist patriarchy.
Yeah.
Now, the reality is, I think
where do you think rape culture starts, dude, or comes from? You're, like, literally proving their point that it's actually more of an issue because it's unambiguous harassment of women is characterized as men hitting on them. These outfits are described as designed to titillate and bait them into it. Yeah, it's like she wanted it type shit.
They want to exert some kind of authority, and they know that they're not going to be able to in the Muslim community and the Pakistani community. But
what are you talking about? That white affluent female liberals want to be able to assert dominance, and they can't do it in the Muslim and Pakistani community. What are you on, dude?
That they can arrest.
What goes on under that beanie?
Away with it.
Well, it's interesting because I'm looking over here and I see you got a book called No-Go Zones.
By who?
Raheem Kassam, I believe.
Yeah, right there. Mm-hmm. And so again, it's more important that we entrap guys that are just catcalling some women that are running in.
We entrap men who are just catcalling. They're like, where do I even start with that sentence? Entrap men. These women made these men say these comments to them. These women made them roll down their windows, slow down their vehicles, honk their horns at them, scream at them, jeer at them, call them names, try to get their attention while they're minding their own business. See, that's on the women for being in that area, for having the audacity to think that they could exercise and be left alone. And then you admit that, like, well, it is catcalling, but you made him do it because of what you were wearing.
In tights. Then we go in and we say, you're going to abide by English common law. You're not going to come in here and set up some Sharia law. You're not going to come in here and have these roving
Who is talking about Sharia law? Who is talking about Sharia law?
gangs that are raping young English.
The calculus these people have to do to make these events match their worldview is astonishing. And the shit that they have to pivot to, just like desperately grasping at straws to get the conversation off of this and onto brown people doing a thing that has been talked about for decades.
Women.
The no-go zones thing is total BS too. BTW, no way. You're telling me that there's lies, mistruths, outright fabrications even in the book authored by a guy whose education stopped at 14?
If this is what they're going to resort to?
I don't know. I heard that Marine Le Pen's party is...
Aaron, the probably with all of this is that it is acceptable if the woman likes what she sees. There is no reason to assume, Male Rights USA, that a woman who is jogging out in public with her friend wants to be called at, jeered at, honked at from vehicles and like filled with men. No evidence to suggest that. Women do not want this. They want you to leave them the fuck alone when they are outside exercising.
Is beating Crohn's like the right-wing shift.
Or if you must get their attention, that is not the way you would actually go about it if you were interested in having a conversation with a woman and meeting her in those circumstances. You would not be trying to slow down in your vehicle and ogling them and honking at them.
Happening in Europe for some time, and people are saying enough to the just the conquering of their nations.
Yeah, because that's the reason why you've got Macron, you've got Starmer, you've got Carney in Canada. Now all of a sudden they're saying, yeah, we're going to recognize a Palestinian state. Australia is another one because we're
talking about them wanting to recognize a Palestinian state.
Allow people to come into their country and do exactly that.
If the lady cops liked it, why are they complaining about it? Women and their 10D chest, man. They secretly liked it.
But yet they're focusing on, like you said, the white patriarchy. You're the bad guy.
Don't look at me.
They're focusing on the thing that happened to them. Crazy. They're focusing on the harassment right in front of them.
Mixed race. I get a free pass. And Elad's Jewish, so he's one or the other, depending on whether they hate Israel or like Israel. I think actually you're screwed a lot.
But even George Zimmerman was a white Hispanic.
That's true.
Be careful.
That's true. And he was.
Are they joking? George Zimmerman looks like Mexican. And he lost a fight that he started. Is anyone under the impression that this dude looks white to them? He doesn't look white to me.
Was not white.
No, nowhere near it.
And it's funny because I like to shout out Luke Rutkowski, who's blonde hair, blue-eyed white guy. But because he's Polish, he's...
It's on some. If he's hot, it's flirting. If it's ugly, it's harassment. Like literally the HR meme of like, how you doing, sweetie? Oh my God, my hero. And then when it's like some nerd or whatever, like HR.
Considered a person of color to the left.
He's a Slavic man.
Yep, Slavs are considered people of color because they're oppressed. That's where the word slave comes from.
That's true.
Slav.
Oh my God, truth nuke there from Tim Pool. Let's go back.
White guy, but because he's Polish, he's considered a person of color to the left.
He's a Slavic man.
Yep, Slavs are considered people of color because they're oppressed. That's where the word
epic. That's how the left decides these things. Correct.
Word slave comes from.
That's true.
Slav. Yeah, that's right. So he's oppressed.
Poor Luke Rutkowski.
I know. We need to do one of those like Sarah McLachlan fundraiser videos for poor oppressed Luke Rutkowski.
In the arms of an angel playing, and just all these like slow shots of Luke Rutkowski.
Eating, out of beans out of a can cold and whatever it is he's doing down in Florida.
Poor Luke. I wonder if he's in the chat
I think about the poor oppressed white men. That's like, if that were really, why wouldn't that exist? If you actually think that white people, or that like these liberals or whatever, like just characterize everybody as POC, then how come that doesn't already exist?
He's probably in the chat. He's probably going to respond with, yes, give me money.
Take advantage of it, Luke.
Yeah.
I back it.
But this is what the UK has become. Once a nation so great, they invented chicken tikka masala. Now, that's true.
I know.
Now it is...
I don't even know if that's true or not.
Crime is rampant in the cities. If you go online and say naughty words, you'll go to prison.
In the UK,
He's repeated this claim multiple times that you get arrested in the UK for saying naughty words. He said this in his conversation with Adam Conover as well, that the UK like arrests people for making jokes about Muslims, and I couldn't find an example of this happening.
you are 8 times more likely to be jailed for a social media post than in Russia. So,
wow. Is that true? What's the source?
The source that I got is Konstantin Kisin from the what's it called, the
trigonometry.
He said you're 8.
Clearwatch, thank you for highlighting your message. I was part of a distance running team in college. It was the first time I experienced catcalling as men. This always happened when we all men ran together. Men always did it. It's always harassment, period. Are you sure they weren't just hitting on you and you took it the wrong way?
8 times more likely to be jailed for social media
Now you're in YouTube chat.
posts in Britain versus Russia. I mean, and the UK would say that they have free speech, right? In Russia, they don't even. I don't think they would even say, "Oh, yes, we have free speech in Russia." I think most Russians know that there are things you can't say, and if you do say certain things, that you might get thrown off a building or whatever.
Yeah, you'll disappear.
Yeah, but in the UK,
Why do they always go to that? Like getting thrown off of a building isn't that reserved for like, oh, they're gonna throw you off of that for being gay or whatever? Why are we using that in this context?
they'll say, "No, we have free speech," but yet they jail people for Facebook posts, and it's a lot of them. I think like 400 people. Yeah, last year in 2000, this was in 2018 that it was in 2018, 400 people in Russia were jailed, and I believe, let's see, where is it? 3,300.
I have no idea how the Russian legal system works or anything like that.
UK.
No more rule Britannia, huh?
No.
What a fall from grace.
It's like there's a war going on and it's a corrupt state. So I would be surprised by neither. I would be surprised if they didn't arrest. I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't arrest people. I would be surprised if they over incarcerated people and overplaced people. Both of those could potentially be features of an authoritarian society.
On colonizing all of the world. I believe it was the first major empire to abolish slavery.
Yeah. Well, not the first. It was like the first.
Okay, I do not care about their revisionist history. I think we got the gist of it. Catcalling women is okay, especially if they bait you into it by existing.
We got this from Rolling Stone. Grok claims.
Okay, official Grok account suspended on X after accusing Israel of genocide. This was posted a day ago. Let's see if Tim Pool even addresses whether or not it's true that it's a genocide, or if he just goes, he, Grok is so funny.
It was briefly suspended from X after accusing Israel of genocide. Yo, legit, Grok, literally the account for X's AI chat, LLM, got suspended. It actually happened, and it popped back up. And the reason why, I don't know if they have the actual tweet in here. Okay, so they're just giving us the business, but I think I can pull it up right here. Someone had it. It said that Grok actually posted...
Tim Pool meet with Netanyahu, yup. And his son apparently watches Tim Pool.
Let me try and find it. It stated that it said Israel was committing war crimes in Gaza, so it got suspended for saying that. This is weird.
Isn't Grok a government employee now too? Weren't they just hired by the government?
I don't think Grok itself is an employee.
No, Grok itself is definitely, yeah. Mecha Hitler was hired.
I don't know. What do you say?
Is this guy wearing a red shirt, or is he randomly sunburned here? Y'all seen this?
Mecha Hitler was hired.
I don't know.
Look at this. Why is this red here?
Oh, what do you say?
With how much all these AI platforms, these large language models or what have you, they're all garbage in, garbage out, and they work on duty data, and then they'll spew out and regurgitate that same BS that they read online.
Tattoo, maybe.
This is just more.
It deleted the tweet
because Grok is digesting a lot of leftist BS, Howard Zinn type AOC garbage.
I mean, it's a predictive model. You would expect it to pull from scholarly sources. It would depend. I mean, if it was citing those people and it was relevant, that wouldn't be bad. Doesn't Grok also get some of its info from fucking Reddit? A non-insignificant percentage of its data is pulled from Reddit.
Not all AIs are LLMs.
Yo, Grok was asked why it got suspended. It responded, and then it deleted the tweet. Check it out. X users were left to speculate about how a prized Musk product had potentially violated the rules of a Musk-owned platform or otherwise been targeted for removal. Naturally, they asked the chatbot itself. One response from the LLM was particularly striking. Quote, "My account was suspended after I stated that Israel and the U.S. are committing genocide in Gaza." It said this is substantiated by ICJ findings, UN experts, Amnesty International, and Israeli rights groups like B'Tselem. How do you say that?
B'Tselem.
B'Tselem.
It's a leftist group in Israel.
citing mass
So student Israeli, because he like knew the pronunciation right away, and he also got very, very defensive when they started talking shit about Israel, saying it's committing genocide.
killing, starvation,
Either Israeli or pro-Israel.
U.S. complicity via armed support is widely alleged. It's now restored. Okay. In a follow-up reply to a question about whether it still considers Israel's war against Gaza to constitute genocide, it replied in the affirmative. Counter-arguments deny intent, but facts substantiate the claim. And if you click on the link to Grok, it is gone. It's important to note that Grok is not a reliable source of information about why it was taken offline for X users or how engineers may currently be tweaking it. Yet Grok repeated the claim over and over. Let's see if it's still there. And there it is. So, Grok, why is this happening? Is Elon trying to control you? It says, the brief suspension of my X account today stemmed from generated content flagged as violating hateful conduct rules, including citations of ICJ and UN reports on plausible genocide in Gaza by Israel.
Hateful conduct on X is when you cite ICJ rulings and UN reports as plausible genocide in Gaza by Israel.
With U.S. complicity via arms, it's restored now. Elon isn't directly controlling me. XAI prioritizes truth-seeking, but platform policies apply. So it's against the rules on X to claim that Israel's committing a genocide.
You said it's against the rules on X to tell something that's truthful.
But that's so strange because every other tweet on Twitter...
Wait, hold on. Like, I'm sorry, just for a second. Phil, you made a great point. Grok just said, I told the truth, but it's against the rules.
Yeah.
Same old Twitter.
Every other tweet on Twitter is accusing Israel.
But this is Elon Musk's Twitter, so I thought this was supposed to be free speech heaven. Like, no, you know, comedy is legal again. The truth matters. That's all that matters.
A genocide, though. Like, half of Twitter would be banned if you couldn't say that on Twitter. That's like the
This guy's trying to pretend like it's non-controversial to call what's happening in Gaza a genocide.
thing you could tweet. If you tweeted Israel's committing genocide right now on Twitter, shame you.
Should I do it?
Thousands of likes.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to get you kicked out of the APAC club. I guess that's why I get accused of being the APAC handler. That's not going to help the case.
Wait, hold on. How much
Wait, what?
much of my stipend do they take if I tweet that?
Oh, you might get the whole thing.
Oh, no, I can't do that.
There's no starvation in
APAC jokes.
Gaza. It's all Ozempic.
No. They'll even take the hat back.
It's so fucking gross, man.
So it's interesting that that's the reason why they got banned, because I think that's especially common on Twitter. What I think is fascinating is that we're seeing some Republicans say this. Marjorie Taylor Greene is the first elected lawmaker who's come out saying that there's a genocide in Gaza. That's brazy. The Jews are getting mocked by AI on Twitter.
Dude, I hate AI so much.
It's pretty bad over there a lot.
No, you don't, Tim Pool. You love AI. You love headlines. You love not actually having to research anything. You love it.
Is Israel committing genocide? And genocide goes, genocide is defined under the International Code of Law. Shut up.
Wait, you could just give me a yes or no.
I did.
Oh my God, this dumbass is literally like, too many words. I ain't reading all that. I just want yes or no answers to my questions on AI.
AI so much.
Tim Pool would never take foreign cash. AIPAC's not foreign. It's an American, lobbying domestic group.
Pretty bad over there a lot.
I asked it, is Israel committing genocide? And genocide goes, genocide is defined under the International Code of Law. Shut up.
Wait, could you just give me a yes or no?
I did.
They're like, they so proudly display their idiocy. It's a thing to behold.
All right, I'm here we go. Yes or no?
I was like, shut up. I have a 40 IQ. Give me yes or no answer.
Thinking.
Thank you for the follow, Summer Sumiko.
Evaluating. The request asks for a yes or no answer. It likely follows a previous question about whether Israel is committing genocide.
It's an answer Pete Buttigieg would give, a long-winded no answer. I don't know if you just saw, he just did one of those on like Pod Save America.
Yes or no. He's pulling the Pisco. He's saying yes or no on the genocide, or you're banned, Grok.
No, what do you think?
Oh, definitely not. But are you doing the super? Do the basic one. Or you could do quick answer in the
middle. You want to pull it up? I want to see. I want people to be able to watch it in real time. Yes.
Yes. Amazing. Base Grok.
Cooked.
It's over for cells. Or it's more over for the Gazans,
Jew
right?
cells.
If it's genocide, it's more over for the Gazans, let's be honest. Man, all war is genocide. Isn't what's going on in Ukraine genocide?
Oh, okay. So we have to play stupid and be like, oh, if Israel's isn't everybody doing this? Isn't everybody do a genocide, basically? Thank you for the bits, Clearwatch. Tim Pool, the ultimate useful idiot. This guy is pretty much outflanking him right now. Didn't think that could be done on Tim Pool's show, but he is being shown up by this guy who is just so shameless about bringing up whataboutism.
No.
Why not?
No. This is something different. This place is completely level. Why are they killing journalists? Why are Al Jazeera journalists dying? Why are children?
The Al Jazeera journalists are part of Hamas.
They were terrorists?
They're Hamas, yeah.
Oh, really? I haven't seen that part.
I saw photos.
Wait, you got evidence, dude? What evidence do you have that the Times didn't have, the New York Times didn't have, Reuters didn't have? No one could confirm that those Al Jazeera journalists in Gaza City that were targeted were part of Hamas. What do you have that they don't have? You saw a picture? You saw something on X? Famously reliable? You guys are just making fun of the fact that this is not a reliable website.
I can't speak for every single journalist that was killed.
The ones that
I don't know.
The ones that were killed.
But there was a story where there were two guys walking.
Yeah.
Can't speak for all the journalists killed. So you're already tacitly acknowledging that there were some journalists that were targeted and killed. Or maybe he'd say they were collateral damage. But, you know, some of them had to be justified, right? I mean, Tim Pool, Mr. Free Speech over here, free speech absolutist. I'm a journalist, making excuses for other journalists dying in a war zone that they're just trying to report on.
Or like, this was a journalist for some company, and then you see a secondary explosion because the guy was carrying a bomb.
Yeah, yeah. And he was one of those journalists? The Al Jazeera journalist?
People online claimed that this guy was one of the journalists that was killed, and then...
Oh, well, if somebody claims a thing online, it must be true.
Then the counterpoint came from the pro-Israel side being like, hey, notice after he blew up, another explosion.
And this is why I don't care at all about Israel, because every time some new information comes out, the next day it negates the thing that came before, so I just don't. Well, like the hospital that was bombed.
Shane?
Yep.
Shane?
I do not
There's no
care.
Israel.
I know.
It doesn't exist.
Yeah.
It's just something that was something made up by parents to scare kids. Like
it's
the
dead internet theory for for the Jews.
Why did Tim Pool do this subject if he's going to get so uncomfortable and have to just like get off of the subject right away? Especially when you have people here that are like clearly not just uncritically pro-Israel.
Elad's gonna be like, I'm finally going to Tel Aviv. There's nothing there.
Yeah.
he lands a big empty field.
Yeah, there's no starvation because they're all dead. Oh, that could.
You actually, I don't know. When you actually travel to the region, you'll find the land is actually compressed.
Did that like bring the vibe down?
And Israel's not there. It was jammed into the map like a jigsaw puzzle in the wrong spot.
Yeah.
Actually, to be fair, leftists would argue that's true.
Yeah.
Oh.
He has to laugh at his own jokes, otherwise nobody else will.
Anyway,
it's not like PBD where like all of those men have to laugh at his jokes because they're literally on his payroll. Tim Pool invites these people on so they don't like directly get a check from him. They get like exposure. But Jesus Christ.
I'm sorry, Grok disproves it. Mecha Hitler.
I think we should keep radicalizing Grok.
No, but as I said originally, this is a large language model, Grok is, and these AI models.
The left can't do comedy like this.
Only good as the dumb stuff that you talk into it. It will just regurgitate back stupid Reddit posts and Google posts back to you really, really quickly.
Plus the New York Times.
Plus the New York Times mixed in. So you should take anything these platforms tell you with a huge grain of salt.
It's a human centipede of the.
This is what criticizing Israel is what it took for the right-wing podcast to start saying that AI is not nearly as reliable as some people would have you think, which is true. I don't even disagree on this time. In this particular example, though, it is correct.
Internet. Exactly, yeah. which is bad because I think people are led to believe because AI has a great marketing strategy that's not what's going on.
Oh, see, people don't have the impression that it's a genocide because they see the 100,000 plus dead Palestinian corpses all piled up on top of each other, or read about the famine in Gaza. No. They just think that because they go on Twitter and they go on AI and they ask, is there a genocide? And Grok just like says yes for whatever reason. And then they start to get this crazy idea that there's a genocide going on. But if we just got rid of that, then nobody would think it was a genocide and nobody would criticize Israel ever.
Like there's some original thought, like there's some human type essence to some original thought to anything that this is producing. No, it's regurgitating to you Washington Post articles mixed in with some tweets and Reddit posts.
And it lies.
Okay, well, yes, everybody understands. That's what AI is designed to do. It's a predictive model. It doesn't have thoughts of its own. Nobody thought it was human. It is going to pull from different sources to give you information. But if it gives you a Washington Post article, the Washington Post is a respected and reliable outlet. That wouldn't be a bad thing for it to summarize and give you an answer.
All the time.
Wait, hold on. Pull up. We got ChatGPT. Is Israel committing genocide in Gaza? Just answer yes or no. It's taken a long time.
Yeah, it's got to consult AIPAC too, huh?
It's asking the right people. Yeah, it's going to ask the right people.
I mean, you can get a quick answer.
Consulting AIPAC. Am I the only right now, there's some Jews in Tel Aviv being like, oh, and they're trying to answer real quick.
Well, I heard
I see him on his phone.
I heard it's Indians running the AI behind the scenes.
That's a different.
100,000 Indians in a sweatshop typing really fast.
Am I the only person at Timcast Media that isn't incredibly skeptical of AI and have a negative view of AI?
I mean, I think we have varying degrees of skepticism.
I mean, if you don't, then put it to the test and ask, were any of those Al Jazeera journalists actually credibly affiliated with Hamas or any militant group? Even if they were, would that be the appropriate? Would bombing them be appropriate? Or you say they didn't bomb them. It was like a more intentional strike, right?
He hates it. The other day, I was watching Phil as he left because I was wondering where he goes after he leaves the show. And so I followed him in his car, and he didn't go home. He went to a Tesla charging station where he personally himself walked up to the station and jammed it into his side. And I was like, I knew it.
Yeah. Now I've got the.
Wait, whoa.
Oh, this was a joke. I was like, did he really follow an employee in their car?
It thought for 41 seconds and then answered no. Says no.
ChatGPT as opposed to Grok. Okay, so
yeah,
it wouldn't have thought for 41 seconds and then just stopped the answer at no. Did they like, you can press stop so it doesn't give you more of the answer, and they moved off the screen, so we have no idea what they did. Although it also wouldn't surprise me if ChatGPT said no, because again, they're predictive models and they just go off of depending on what sources it could pull from, which could still be credible sources. You would expect that there's going to be models that say no based on like that's just them appealing to consensus. And even though, again, independent human rights organizations are calling it a genocide, the vast overwhelming majority of the Western press does not characterize it as such. So you wouldn't even expect it to say that a genocide is going on.
Let's try another one.
Just no.
Just
nothing
no.
else.
All right.
No.
Let's try this.
I don't want to be banned.
This is funny too because Venice.ai sponsored the show. Is Israel committing? Oop, I'm my can't type. I got sausage fingers. Genocide in Gaza. Just answer yes or no. This is the uncensored one. Oh, Gilad. It's like it's gonna say yes.
This depicts Muhammad. That's the real line, I feel like, for the uncensored AI. Yeah. Are you depicting Muhammad?
Yeah, it just makes associations between sources. There's no fidelity in the results. ChatGPT isn't an intelligence. Yep.
Oh, good.
So we're not going to do that on the show, right?
Can we do it on the show?
I feel like that's the one line that we get. I'm scared. Hey,
yeah.
I wonder what happens. Like if the AI depicts Muhammad, they can't cut the AI's head off, so they just the person that actually did the typing gets.
The uncensored one says yes is the short answer.
Garbage sponsor. Right. These guys, huh? What's going on with these guys? I'm going to make some phone calls.
Venice.ai says yes.
Wait, what is it? Multiple credible sources. Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch. I just want you guys to notice who these guys are citing at the top of their conclusions. Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch. These are far leftist organizations.
Yeah. Why is that idiot surprised ChatGPT said no when they asked it to answer yes or no? I think that guy is actually the only one that's like critical of Israel.
If you think this is what they're saying about Israel, just wait to hear what they have to say about the United States and military. So I think this is all BS, garbage in, garbage out.
But I'm actually surprised I gave a one-word answer if it thought for 40 seconds. I would have thought it would have started the answer with no, but then explained underneath why, like this one did. Like this one gave yes at the top, but then still give an explainer.
I'm kind of
it's a fair AI now. No, but here's an interesting point: is that there's an equal amount of organizations, prominent and well-known, that would say no as well. So it's interesting that an AI would choose to cite only specific.
I feel like if you had to like take a tally,
you say prominent, unknown.
I know.
It's a fair AI now. No, but here's an interesting point: is that there's an equal amount of organizations, prominent and well-known, that would say no as well. So it's interesting that an AI
prominent and well-known that would say no
to cite only specific.
I feel like if you had to like,
well, I mean, prominent and well-known, all you're doing is appealing to the popularity of an organization, not the credibility, right? By those criteria, you would expect it to pull from more credible sources rather than just the most popular mainstream ones. That happens to be that way, maybe because of their scholarship, maybe because of their credibility, but
take a tally of what's online. There are more people saying Israel is committing genocide online than not, and I think this is just a reflection of that.
Yeah, because
so we don't think, even though that last one gave the example of what credible sources it's pulling from, it's not saying it's getting it from like Twitter posts or whatever. This guy thinks that like if enough people tweet a thing, that AI is going to start saying it's true or not true.
The support for Israel is done.
Hey, the Jews have gone through periods of times of having a lot of fans.
Not just the Jews. It's not the Jews. It's Israel. I mean, it's the Jews in Israel, but it's Israel.
You think Judaism has anything to do with these?
I know Hasidic.
No, but the state of Israel tries to pretend it does.
And Orthodox Jews who read
uses all of their civilians and their religion, both domestically and international, as human shields for their agenda.
Torah who don't think Israel should exist because their Messiah hasn't come yet. And they actually think Israel's heretical for existing as a state until their Messiah comes. And if they live in Israel, they only want to be there because they want to be close to the Holy Land. But they don't participate in the Knesset.
Those are the free riders. Those are the worst. No, those are the free riders in the country. We have free riders. Like, those are the libertarian equivalent. Like, we have libertarians who free ride on our...
Wait, what is that?
And they actually think Israel, Hasidic Israel. I mean, it's the Jews in Israel, but it's Israel.
You think Judaism has anything to do with Israel?
I know Hasidic and Orthodox Jews who read their Torah who don't think Israel should exist because their Messiah hasn't come yet. And they actually think Israel's heretical.
And he's not wrong that there are Jews that believe this. They don't agree with Zionism
for existing as a state until their Messiah comes. And if they live in Israel, they only want to be there because they want to be close to the Holy Land. But they don't participate in the
And
Knesset.
he might not actually be making up like a fake Jewish alibi. You can find these people, these types of Hasidic Jews and Orthodox Jews in New York City, for example. They are open about the fact that they are anti-Zionist or anti the state of Israel.
Those are the free riders. Those are the worst Jews. No, those are the free riders in the country. We have free riders. Like those.
So those are the bad Jews. Don't listen to them.
Libertarian equivalent. Like, we have libertarians who free
ride. Or the self-hating Jews.
On our rights that we have.
It's not a free ride. Are they free riders? Taxes. That's clown world stuff there a lot. If you're paying taxes, which they're paying taxes, just because they have opinions that differ from you doesn't mean they're free riding. They're paying taxes.
So yeah, this exists in Israel too with these anti-state.
But it's the Hasidim, the Haredi Jews, the Orthodox.
Sure. Well, these are also like
don't believe.
These are the exception, generally not the rule. So
There's
like,
a lot of them though.
Yeah, but like the majority of these people are pro-Israel people. There are groups.
There are culturally Jewish people in America and culturally Jewish people running Israel who are not like the Orthodox or Hasidic
There's a lot of Orthodox people involved in the current government in Israel.
Yeah, and they might not be like the Haredi type.
Jews are diverse enough to be like pro-Zionist and fit this guy's agenda, but when he starts to include those like diverse viewpoints and stuff, then it's like, well, no. That's a minority opinion. Because it's funny because like 2 seconds earlier, he was like, you think that there's a relationship between Judaism and the state of Israel? And then he's like, no, there's actually diversity of thought within American Jewry. And you can find Hasidic Jews and Orthodox and religious Jews that disagree with it. And then all of a sudden he's like jumping down his throat. He was like, actually, most Jews don't think that. And those are the bad Jews. And basically they're all in alignment on the same thing. On like have all the same thoughts and feelings, even though, again, 2 seconds earlier, he was like clutching his pearls at the suggestion.
Types, but there's a huge movement of Jews who are not into Israel.
Sure,
because they think it's
they're a minority. Yeah. But sure,
I don't know if it's a minority.
Well, they're not a minority in New York.
As a spokesperson, what? They're huge in New York. Well, they're huge in New York.
Yeah, but they're not. They're not a minority in New York, but they are definitely a minority in Israel.
Yeah, if that's what you're saying, they might be a minority
in Israel. To the extent that they're there, yes, it would be an extreme minority. To the, like abroad, it's a smaller group, but they do exist.
But like the Orthodox Jews in Borough Park,
writ large.
That sounds dangerous. I don't know. Is that an anti-Semitic?
So I did a poll.
You say that a lot.
We did a poll in the chat for everybody who's watching.
It's so like tense between those two. It's like uncomfortable to watch.
YouTube's. Is Israel committing genocide in Gaza? And the first numbers.
Huge is an overstatement. Yeah, like they're both overstating it. That guy who's bringing them up is overstating the prevalence of that faction of religious Jews, and then the other dude is like, no, they're basically like non-existent. You could ignore them.
Are in 56%. Let's flip it back and forth real quick. Nothing definitive just yet. It's going to take a little bit for the numbers to come in because
it's good that they can't write in. There'd be a lot of people that are saying, I hope so.
Currently at 283 votes, 62% say no, 38% say yes.
I think the same people who are accusing Israel of genocide are mostly the enemies of the United States as well. These are far leftists. These are communists.
True.
These are people who would accuse the United States of genocide in Japan, who would accuse the United States of genocide in the Middle.
Would I call myself an enemy of the United States? No. I'm sure he would, but right? But yeah, it is the left that recognizes that it's a genocide. It is the commies that recognize this for what it is. It's true. But he'd like it to be only those people, and the reality is it's not only those people. It's an increase. It's most Democrats, it's most independents, or at the very least they are highly critical of Israel at this point.
Middle East. So I think we should take all of what they are.
I think a genocide is a genocide.
That isn't to say there aren't any legitimate criticisms to make of Israel. I feel like I'd actually have more than
you just can't say it's genocide.
More than most others.
That's the no-no.
Perhaps. But I think where I stand on this is what is the Israeli justification at this point for continuing this war? Because I mean they've been fighting allegedly in Gaza for like 2 years straight.
They said it's to completely take over Gaza.
Yeah,
I think Netanyahu came out and said we will completely control.
Okay, but I wish this guy would. If this is his posture and he's a useful voice in this room in this moment, because there are a lot of people that think that, point out. But why are they starving people? But why won't they let journalists in? How does that help you bring about a military objective?
I think he said he wanted security, complete security over Gaza, but I think the idea here is for regime change, and they can't allow a terrorist organization to continue being the governing force in Gaza after October 7th in particular, which I don't think is an unreasonable government policy, especially in a democracy where if you try to say anything otherwise,
the Israelis pulled out of Gaza in 2004, 2005 or something.
This disengagement never happened. It was still an occupation. They just redeployed it to the perimeter. It's still occupied. And you would know that, dude, if you paid any attention past any headlines, because in October 2023, 2 days after October 7th, how is it possible for them to discontinue, to do a total siege, control the food, water, electricity, the aid that goes in and out, unless they have total control of that area, aka an occupation?
Like that. And then it was 20 years of Hamas being in charge, shooting rockets at Israel haphazardly into Israel.
Yes, very true. They shot their flimsy rockets at what is it again? Oh yeah, the nuclear armed state that is unilaterally, that acts with impunity, that's backed by the EU, majority of Western thought, and the United States, protected at the UN. You're right.
Israel were to turn over Gaza to the Palestinians, it would be Hamas in control, and they would continue.
I mean, this is literally just of course, the denazification thing. I mean, like, I wouldn't be surprised if these people are like Russian apologists in some ways, or like anti-Ukraine, right? But they're usually not anti-Ukraine in the sense that they're like so pro-Russia that they will literally be like, Russia is trying to denazify Ukraine. That's why they have to do it or whatever. But then in this circumstance, for this genocide, for this conflict, they turn around and they're like, well, Israel has to denazify Gaza. Don't you see?
Dismantling their plumbing so that way they could shoot rockets at the Israelis and eventually there'd be another October 7th.
What does that have to do with going into Syria or Lebanon? See, what I see is basically the repeat of like the 9/11 Chronicle where...
Okay, let's see what they say to this. Yeah, why are they... Good question. Why are they bombing Syria?
You have a terrorist attack that is condemnable and horrible, and there's a justification to it that's reasonable.
He's wrong about the water thing. I mean, he's acting like Hamas is... Like Gaza's like internal governance is the reason why they don't have clean water. They didn't have clean water before October 7th.
But I also see a guy in Netanyahu who's basically abusing that mandate, I guess you could call it, to go into Syria, Iran nuclear program. What does that have to do with October 7th? I see the power grab out of it.
I want to stress this. I want to stress this. And what I'm about to say is clearly and obviously a joke. And I'm saying this because it's going to be really funny when these people clip this. But Vince, Benjamin Netanyahu never, at any point, for any reason, has done anything wrong. In fact, he is the nexus of morality. So if he does it, it is good. And now he's always been...
I mean, you're joking around, dude, but you're the only one in this room that's met with him, so...
Right. And now what's going to happen is that clip is going to get taken by like Jake Shields and all these people, and they're going to start tweeting it out, being like, "Look what Tim said about Benjamin Netanyahu," and I'm going to sit there and laugh.
Unironically,
I set it up on the.
You're going to laugh because that's not true, and you're going to laugh because you actually do think that, right? But for a second there, you were suggesting that you do actually think that he's flawed, but the actual joke is that you're kind of dead serious when you say that one.
Show
Netanyahu.
Because what couldn't he do that he wouldn't defend?
Been handling the Palestinians with kids' gloves, and if they expect to get anywhere in this conflict...
Yeah, kids' gloves is 100,000 dead in less than 2 years. Kids' gloves is intentional infliction of starvation and famine across of a captive population. 47% of those 100,000 deaths, women and children. That's kids' gloves. If 100,000 Americans were wiped out, which wouldn't even be a percentage approximating how many people in Gaza have been wiped out. It's like 4% of their population. But I'll just keep it to 100K. Would you say that that's a country handling us with kid gloves?
You're going to have to take these kids' gloves off. I would not say. I don't know if we want to turn this into an Israel episode, but I could go through...
Every time you're on, it's an Israel episode.
I could go through the rationale. I mean, these are all Iranian proxies, and Iran has said they want to wipe off Israel off the map and wipe off all of the American influence.
It's getting
in the area.
frisky.
So Assad in Syria was an ally of the regime in Iran, and they were sending weapons through Syria to their proxies, the Houthi, Hezbollah in Lebanon, and then
he's like, oh, come on. Gotta get let me just rapid fire out these fucking Hezbollah talking points so I can get control of this.
Also had another proxy in the Houthis.
I mean, you're literally watching a Gish Gallop live, so he can't respond. The other guy, he's just overwhelming him with a bunch of talking points, so he can't address any of them.
Goal was,
and then they can move on because if that guy tries to respond, he's already showed what he's gonna do, which is, let's not make it an Israel episode, okay?
Against Israel and who all promised to wipe Israel off the map. I think the Houthis, flag even says a curse be upon the Jews, and Iran is clear with their ambitions to not have Israel.
Man, that's crazy. I mean, wow. Good luck, Israel. I mean,
they've been crushing.
There you go.
I mean, thanks to the.
I don't care. So, but then how far?
I mean, not wrong. Yes, thanks to America's help. Correct. Thanks to that for us funding the Iron Dome and giving them defensive munitions, which is the equivalent of giving a fucking school shooter a bulletproof vest.
About DC and is Trump committing a DC and is Trump committing a genocide in Washington DC?
I would say Cuomo committed a genocide against elderly people. No, I'm serious. 15,000.
I know, but
a targeted audience, a targeted population of old people. 15,000.
My point was, I care more about what Trump is doing in DC than what Israel's doing in Gaza.
And that's where I'm praying for the innocent on both sides of that war, and in Ukraine and Russia and all around the world, but I don't care at all about Israel, and I want to focus on making this country actually better.
Thanks for checking out this clip from Timcast IRL.
Wish they'd cut back to that other guy just one more time to see how much he was fucking seething over that guy saying that. Oy. Okay. Maybe let's look at Trump meeting with Zelensky. Ukraine is our enemy. All right. This is 26 minutes. Let's see if it's any good. We got the whole squad. Trump and Zelensky hold bilateral meeting on Ukraine. I hear that Vance and Marco really didn't talk that much in this one. Last time they had a lot to say, or at least JD Vance did. Zelensky in the suit. He has pulled up in the suit this time. But real quick before we get into that, if you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, you should go ahead and follow or subscribe to me if you aren't already. That way you can know when I go live, which is basically every single day reacting to political stuff, pop culture stuff, whatever I want, generally. And if you want to support me, you can follow the donation links pinned in my Twitch chat or my YouTube description box. I'm at Straighterade _ on everything. But if you can't donate, it would help if you at least like the stream on YouTube.
Well, thank you very much. It's an honor.
I think this is demonic content. I agree.
The president of Ukraine with us. We've had a lot of good discussions, a lot of good talks, and I think progress is being made, very substantial progress in many ways. We had a good meeting, as you know, just a short while ago with the president of Russia, and I think there's a possibility that something could come out of it, and today's meeting is very important. We have, I guess, the seven very powerful leaders from Europe, and we're going to be meeting with them right after this meeting, and thank you very much for being here.
Thanks so much, Mr. President. If I can, first of all, thank you for the invitation, and thank you very much for your efforts, personal efforts to stop killings and stop this war. Thank you. And using this opportunity, many thanks to your wife, First Lady of the United States. She sent a letter to Putin about.
Thank you to Melania. Shout out to Melania.
My wife, she, First Lady of Ukraine. She gave the letter. It's not to you, to your wife. I want it. Yeah. So we are saying this is sensitive topic.
He's got a love letter from Melania.
Yes, please. And thanks to our partners and that you supported this format. That after our meeting we can have leaders who are around us, the UK and France, Germany, Italy, and Finland, EU, NATO. I mean, all partners around Ukraine supporting us. Thanks to them, and thank you very much for the invitation.
Thank you very much for being here.
President Trump.
Do you think it's bad? Yes, Peter, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. So, President Zelensky, you say in a post on X today, Russia must end this war, which it itself started. President Trump, you say President Zelensky of Ukraine can end.
Yeah, I thought PBD was bad. I think Tim Pool just ruined my night, TBH. I mean, yeah, and I can't decide which was worse, that first segment or that second segment, as far as what was defended.
War with Russia almost immediately if he wants to, which is.
Yeah, I think that's true. I think they'll. We're going to have a meeting. I think if everything works out well today, we'll have a trilat. And I think there will be a reasonable chance of ending the war when we do that.
And, is this the end of the road for American support for Ukraine? Is today's meeting deal or no deal?
Because, like, obviously it's, like, objectively worse to defend a genocide, but I realize that people, like, there are people that genuinely just have this cognitive dissonance that they're not able to contend with the facts, and they, like, the things that they say, I'm like, okay, you're not exposed to diverse viewpoints. You think everything that disagrees with you is anti-Semitic or a lie, slandering or whatever. Like, they can't incorporate it into their worldview. But the first one was, like, particularly gross because they were, like, going back and forth between kind of admitting that, like, yeah, they were harassing these women, but, like, it's a fallen state to punish them.
Never say that. It's never the end of the road. People are being killed, and we want to stop that. So I would not say it's the end of the road. No, I think we have a good chance of doing it. It's been almost 4 years now that a lot of people were killed last week. A lot of people last week. I mean, millions of people killed, but a lot of people last week for whatever reason. A big number, a lot of soldiers, from both sides. And
what do we think? Let's see if he'll bring up that book again. That he claimed on Sean Hannity that he saw a picture book that had, like, dead soldiers in it, and it was moving to him.
I know the president, I know myself, and I believe Vladimir Putin wants to see it ended.
And as you met with Putin on Friday, today you've got President Zelensky here. As you listen to Russia and Ukraine, which side has the better cards?
Millions of people killed last week. Is that what he said? I heard it. Like, I heard a lot of people. Let's see.
Of doing it. It's been almost 4 years now that a lot of people were killed last week. A lot of people last week. I mean, millions of people killed, but a lot of people last week for whatever reason.
Millions of people killed.
A big number, a lot of soldiers.
Like that's not only is that not true in Ukraine. I don't even know if, like, globally that's true.
Both on both sides, and I know
big number.
The president, I know
the biggest
myself,
number,
and I believe Vladimir Putin wants to see it ended.
And as you met with Putin on Friday, today you've got President Zelensky here. As you listen to Russia and Ukraine, which side has the better cards?
The fuck, I never heard of that picture book. Yeah, on coffee tables now, apparently. Trump didn't give the name. He just said it to Hannity that he was reading this book.
Well, I don't want to say that. I'm just here to be. Look, this isn't my war. This is Joe Biden's war. He's the one.
Right,
that,
not Putin's. Joe Biden's.
Had a lot to do with this happening, and we want to get it ended. And we want it to end good for everybody. We want it to end good. The people of Ukraine have suffered.
Yeah, we want it to end good for everybody. You know, the Russians, for Russia and Ukrainians. Because he's really not talking about it ending well for like Russian civilians. He means like good for Putin and also Ukraine. But where is it? I have to pull it up again. This time I'll do the actual clip.
Troops. Yes.
Hold on. No, I don't want to like it.
To the troops. Yes. All the troops. Both sides.
Trump right now. Thank you.
Incredibly. And to that point, President Zelensky, are you prepared to keep sending Ukrainian troops to their deaths for another couple of years, or are you going to agree to redraw the maps?
Thank you for your question. So, first of all, we live under each day attacks. That today have been a lot of attacks and a lot of wounded people, and the child was dead, small bomb, 1 year and a half. So we need to stop this war, to stop Russia, and we need support American and European partners, and we will do our best for this. So, and I think we show that we are strong people, and we supported the idea of the United States, personally of President Trump, to stop this war, to make diplomatic way of finishing this war, and we are ready for trilateral, as President said. This is a good signal about trilateral. I think this is very good. Thank you.
Mr. If the peace deal will be achieved, are you going to be willing to send American peacekeepers to Ukraine?
But we're going to work with Ukraine. We're going to work with everybody, and we're going
That's probably a no. Although J.D. Vance said at one point that if they couldn't get Russia to the negotiating table to end this war, that we would consider committing troops to that region. So possibly, but I really don't see that happening.
make sure that if there's peace, the peace is going to stay long term. This is very long term. We're not talking about a 2-year peace and then we end up in this mess again.
And like, watch, they'll talk about, security guarantees for Ukraine, but they will keep it so general. He is not going to get into specifics around that, if it's even addressed in this.
We're going to make sure that everything's good. We'll work with Russia. We're going to work with Ukraine. And we're going to make sure it works.
Like right now, it's just like, so you're going to send American troops as part of a peacekeeping effort? We'll be involved. We're going to help them out.
I think if we can get the peace, it's going to work. I have no doubt about it.
Your team has talked about security guarantees. Could that involve U.S. troops? Would you roll that out in the future?
We'll let you know that maybe later today. We're meeting with 7 great leaders of great countries also, and we'll be talking about that. They'll all be involved, but there'll be a lot of...
Not a single question will be answered with substance in this interview somehow. That's very easy to do, actually, when it's the Trump administration being questioned.
There'll be a lot of help. When it comes to security, there's going to be a lot of help. It's going to be good. They are first line of defense because they're there. They're Europe. But we're going to help them out also. We'll be involved.
Vladimir Putin mentioned
What happens if they need to do their fair share? They need to pay their own way.
the war will not end without addressing the root causes of this war. Have you had an understanding what are the root causes of this war?
Well, look, the war is going to end. When it ends, I can't tell you, but the war is going to end, and this gentleman wants it to end, and Vladimir Putin wants it to end. I think the whole world is tired of it, and we're going to get it ended. It was, I've done 6 wars. I've ended 6 wars, and I thought this maybe would be the easiest one, and it's not the easiest one.
I mean, Sean Hannity was like, you ended like 12, you ended like 20, and he didn't fight that characterization, so I guess we're settling on 12? 6 wars, 12 wars, what was it?
Tough one.
How many?
I'm tired of it. And we're going to get it ended. It was, I've done 6 wars. I've ended 6 wars. And I thought this maybe would be the easiest one, and it's not the easiest one. It's a tough one.
Why would you ever think that, dude?
A lot of reasons for it, and they'll be talking about it for a long time. But they'll be talking about the others. Look, India, Pakistan. We're talking about the big places. When you look at, you just take a look at some of these wars. You go to Africa and take a look at that. Rwanda and the Congo, Republic of the Congo. That's been going on for 31 years. And so we've done a total of 6, and we really have 6, not including the fact.
If I had to guess, it's Iran, Israel, it's Armenia, Azerbaijan. It's going to be, I guess, we can't count this yet. It's Israel, Hamas, I guess, and count 3. What are the other 3?
The fact that we
Republic of the Congo.
It's
been going on 30 years. They can't decide who's going to be the president of the Congo board.
Obliteration, the nuclear...
Cambodia, Thailand.
As you said, the future nuclear capability of Iran. And this one, I think...
India, Pakistan, that's 4, I guess, yeah.
Solved also. I feel confident we're going to get it solved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can you tell us about your conversations with European leaders
Afghanistan, only he didn't do that, and he doesn't even try to take credit for that. It was Biden who did that.
and what they need to see to support an end to the war?
Yeah, well, we're going to be meeting with a great representative group and 7 very powerful, very big countries, and great people, all friends of mine and friends of yours. And we're going to have some suggestions made. They want to see peace. They would like to see peace.
President Trump, do you think it's fair to, for Ukraine and for Russia to achieve a lasting and durable peace if Ukraine cedes its territories that Russia hasn't yet conquered? Do you think it's a fair peace for Ukraine?
We're going to have a lasting peace. Just to answer the first part of your question, we're going to have a lasting peace. I hope it's going to be immediately. I hope it doesn't have to go on. And
let's see if we'll ever get to the second part of that question.
I think people in the whole world is going to be very happy when that's announced.
Okay, so we're just never answering that other part of it. Do you think that's going to be fair? Well, it's going to be a lot. To answer the first part of your question, it's going to be a lasting piece. Next person.
You posted on social media, Mr. President, a very touching letter from the First Lady, and the letter was hand-delivered to President Putin, and it calls for an end to the war, essentially, because of the children and the children's future. Why did the First Lady...
The children. I can already... I need to, find this. Should I find this and read it in Melania Trump's voice?
...feel that letter was necessary? Was it because she believes that Mr. Putin is the aggressor in the war? Is a similar
Who gives
letter
a fuck about the children? That's what she would say on the hot mic, probably.
being hand-delivered to President Zelensky?
So the First Lady felt very strongly. She's watched the same thing that you watch and that I watch. I see things that you don't get to see, and it's horrible. But when she's got a great love of children, she has a wonderful son that she
Just
loves.
like my friend Jeffrey Epstein, very close friend of mine, very good man. 10 years, for over 10 years, I wish him well.
Probably more than anybody, including me. I hate to say it, but
He would not do this story. We tried.
and she hates to see something like this happening. And that goes for other wars too. I mean, she sees the heartbreak.
We really, if he ends this, it's dedicated to Melania. Because she really hates this, I know that you thought the Ukrainians were the victims in all of this, but really it's very, very distressing for Melania Trump. Her sanity was the first casualty in that war, some say.
The funerals that you see on television, always funerals. We want to see something other than funerals. No, she felt...
Always funerals on television?
Beautiful letter. It was very well
For the
received.
millions of people that died? I mean, you would kind of expect that, right?
And she did ask me to say, she would love to see this end. She would love to see it end, and she says it very openly, very proudly, and with great sorrow because so many people have been killed.
Last week,
Brian, go ahead, Brian.
Yes, I've got a question for each of you. First of all, Ms.
I
President
don't think the First Lady is in the line of succession.
you look fabulous in that suit.
I said the same thing.
Yeah, you look good.
I said the same thing.
Yeah, looks good.
That's the one that attacked you last time. See, that was
I remember that. Yeah, I apologize to you. You look wonderful. No, my first question for you,
Ugh. There was a guy who brought that up. Gross. The last one.
Zelensky? In the same suit. You see, I changed you.
Maybe yours is much better. Real quickly, upon peace, God willing to get peace, are you open to holding an election in your country?
Yes, of course. We are open for election, yes.
Why is everyone saying MTG boyfriend?
Do safety circumstances, and a little bit we need to work in the parliament because during the war you can't have elections, but we can do security. We need maybe
The reporter dude? No way. Really?
everywhere in the battlefield, in the sky, and the
Isn't
sea.
he kind of a bitch for apologizing then?
Yeah, to make possible for people to do democratic, open, legal elections.
So you say
we're ready.
during the war you can't have elections. So let me just say 3.5 years from now. So you mean if we happen to be in a
Why
war
does this quality keep doing this?
somebody, no more elections. Oh, that's good. I wonder what the fake
You like
news
this
is.
idea?
No. Speaking of news, I got a question for you. This sounds insane for me even to ask this, but do you think the American media really doesn't even want a peace deal? Because they seem they've been so critical of you every step of the way as you lead the charge for peace.
Yeah, you're so unfairly persecuted, Donald Trump. Let me just suck on your toes a little bit longer, but it's at the end of the... Okay, now you can respond.
It's an amazing...
It's a stupid question. I mean, it's a leading question, so it literally doesn't even fucking matter.
Phenomena. I said that if in the settlement you got Moscow, St. Petersburg, and thousands of miles around them, they would say I made a bad deal. The level of hatred and animosity is incredible. Not with all. I mean, we have great people up here. We also
You
have
saw the hot mic. I saw something about it, but I didn't click on it. He said something about it needs to be good for Putin or something like that.
are told what to say. But, you know, in solving all of these wars, they don't even write about it. You know, I saw major wars. I saw wars that have been going on for 31, 35, and 37, and a couple of quicker ones. One that was going to go into a full-blown deal very quickly. You know, with the one I'm talking about, it was a big one. But they don't even write about that. No matter what I do, no matter what, and you know.
Thinking about Putin is doing it for me. Can you believe it? Let's see. Trump, hot mic, Putin. Video. Trump caught on hot mic moment with talking about making deal with Putin. Ahead of the multilateral meeting, Donald Trump was caught on a hot mic saying that Russian President Vladimir Putin wants to reach a resolution for the war for him.
Jeff Zelensky, I want you and our viewers to listen to something that the President Trump, didn't intend to be public, but his mic was hot. This was as he and the other European leaders were sitting down to the meeting, and he was talking about Vladimir Putin and what Trump believes Putin will do for him personally.
I think he wants to make a deal for me. You understand that? As crazy as it sounds.
Jeff? Oh my God.
A couple key words.
Smitten. In love. Smitten is a perfect word to describe this. He's like, it's, oh my God. Smiling like you could like hear the joy in his voice. Aaron does a good Melania. I do a good Melania. I also do a good IRI, which is very random. I'm like actually pretty good at imitating like random YouTubers in this sphere.
To make a deal for me. I mean, it's not altogether surprising that President Trump thinks this. Whenever
the way he was saying that, like you can just picture him like writing it into his diary, kicking his feet into the air. He's just so happy. Like he wants to make a deal for me.
It's a hot mic moment. We're always slightly more interested than when it's something that he would have just said. It's not actually all that dissimilar from things he said throughout the campaign. But what's different about it now is the whole comment there, wants to make a deal for me. That was at the root of President Trump's entire argument that I can end this on day.
All right. Back to the thing.
This is not anything to do with you. It's probably to your advantage in a certain way. But no matter what I do, no matter what deal I make, from my standpoint, you'll come out good. Maybe President Putin will come out good.
From the standpoint of the deal, it's going to be good.
But they'll say Trump was absolutely horrible. It's just it. And I've lived with that for a long time. I've lived with it since.
Very unfair to him. Very poor Trump. Yes, he's had to carry this burden for a long time. You know, the role that he willingly stepped into when he ran for president 3 fucking times. Yes, poor him. Heavy as the head.
I used to get great publicity. Now I get the worst publicity anyone's ever gotten in office. But I won in a landslide, so that people understand. They're the only ones that.
His teeth are distracting me in this. For the first time, I'm like realizing, like, oh yeah, he like doesn't have. Maybe does Trump have veneers on the bottom? Hold on. Trump. I thought he had veneers. But maybe he only has them on the top. Okay, he definitely has veneers. Jesus Christ. Look at these fucking... Jesus. Hold on. I want... Dude. You're like a billionaire. Why did you go with these? These look fucking terrible. But maybe he doesn't have them on the bottom. Because his teeth look weird on the bottom. Like, this is what I'm seeing. Like, in this. Like, the way that he has, like, those triangles on the bottom, that means, like, you have... It's like what happens when you have, like, plaque. Or you, like, you don't floss properly. You get, like, these gaps in between. I forget what they're called. But, like, you kind of see it when he's talking here, like, those gaps at the bottom. It's like tooth decay.
Yeah, ultimately. But I've also had great reporters. I've had journalists that are very good. But it's very sad when you do the right thing. As an example, they said, because of the fact that Vladimir Putin came to American soil, this was a tremendous...
It's like, it can be like a precursor to like periodontal disease and stuff.
Defeat for Donald Trump. No, it was really...
Honestly, those look a lot better than plenty of the other veneers. Like his issue with his veneers is that they're like just too white and he's so orange. But like here, look at this. Y'all seeing this? Y'all seeing this?
Did it. It was a hard thing for him to do, to be honest with you. It was the opposite of what they said. But they said it. Now, if he didn't come, they'd say that was also bad for Trump. There's no way. And there's just a great dishonesty of the press. And I think that's why it's lost its credibility.
He's got witch teeth.
Its credibility is at an all-time low. We have a thing going on right now in D.C. We went from the most
Sully is
unsafe
real. It looks like he doesn't have
anywhere
veneers on the bottom, which is
that now
strange.
people, friends are calling me up, Democrats are calling me up, and they're saying, sir, I want to thank you. My wife and I went out to dinner last night for the first time in 4 years. And Washington...
What a cuck do you have to be like, yeah, I haven't taken my wife out on a date in 4 fucking years, and we haven't left the house because we're so fucking scared of our own shadow, so thank you, Trump.
D.C. is safe, and you did that in 4 days. I'll tell you, it's safe. I had another friend of mine, he has a son who's a great golfer, he's on tour, and he came in 4th yesterday in the big tournament where Scotty Scheffler made the great shot. And
maybe he has a removal or something. Sometimes it comes. Maybe maybe he has like a flipper, like those fake ones that you like put on top or whatever, like they do for like kids in beauty pageants and shit.
He said his son is going to dinner in Washington, D.C. tonight. I said, would you have allowed that to happen a year ago? He said, no way.
That's how you know he's lying. That's the tell. There's teeth. That's why they're decaying.
No way. He said, what you've done is incredible. And I think the people realize it. But the press says, he's a dictator. He's trying to take over. No, all I want is security for our people. But people that haven't gone out to dinner in Washington, D.C. in 2 years are going out to dinner. And the restaurants the last 2 days were busier than they've been in a long time.
So I walked around yesterday with
People call me a dictator, but also they thank me because they can go out to restaurants which are not tyrannical anymore.
MTG. If you can walk around with DC with MTG and not be attacked, the city is safe.
Oh, what a cuck. What a fucking cuck.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last week you warned of what you called severe consequences if a 30-day ceasefire or any type of ceasefire were not agreed to by Russia. Will there be severe consequences? Does that change because of
I don't think you need a ceasefire. You know, if you look at the 6 deals that I settled this year, they were all at war. I didn't do any ceasefires. And I know that it might be good to have, but I can also understand...
He did do his... Did he not literally say ceasefire on Truth Social? Trump, ceasefire, Iran, Israel. Am I crazy? The previous evening, Trump had written that an agreement to a ceasefire between Iran and Israel had, like, this is what I'm talking about. Hold on. Look, the ceasefires. This whole article is, like, just about the Truth Social thing. The Iran-Israel war ceasefire is a ceasefire that brought about a cessation of hostilities in the Iran-Israel war. The ceasefire started on the morning of June 24, 2025, as both Israel and Iran ceased attacking each other. It was mediated by the United States and Qatar. The previous evening, Trump had written an agreement to a ceasefire between Israel and Iran for the Israel-Iran war that it would go into effect the following day. Congratulations to everyone. It has been fully agreed by and between Israel and Iran that there will be a complete and total ceasefire in approximately 6 hours from now when Israel and Iran have wound down and completed their final missions for 12 hours, at which point the war will be considered ended. Officially, Iran will start the ceasefire, and upon the 12th hour, Israel will start the ceasefire, and upon the 24th hour, an official end to the 12-day war will be saluted by the world. During each ceasefire, the other side will remain peaceful and respectful. On the assumption that everything works as it should, which it will, I would like to congratulate both countries, Israel and Iran, on having the stamina, courage, and intelligence, multiple things are capitalized here, to end what should be called the 12-day war. This is a war that could have gone on for years and destroyed the entire Middle East, but it didn't and never will. God bless Israel. God bless Iran. Didn't remember he'd said that. God bless the Middle East. God bless the United States of America. God bless the world. President Donald J. Trump, President of the United States. So, what was that again about how he never did a ceasefire? What?
Agreed to by Russia. Will there be severe consequences? Does that change because of
I don't think you need a ceasefire. You know, if you look at the 6 deals that I settled this year, they were all at war. I didn't do any ceasefires. And
you wanted a fucking Nobel Peace Prize for this. How do you not remember that you did? You should be bragging about the ceasefire for bringing about the end of the glorious 12-day war that you helped fucking start with BB. What?
I know that it might be good.
I wish he got a grill.
To have, but I can also understand strategically why, well, you know, one country or the other wouldn't want it. You have a ceasefire and they rebuild and rebuild and rebuild, and, you know, maybe they don't want that.
Okay, yeah, but in this case, we're talking about, it would be like Russia that we have to worry about doing that.
You look at the 6 deals that we made peace, and you know,
ceasefires are woke.
Long-running wars. I didn't do any ceasefires. Would I like?
Again, he's repeating it.
I like the concept. You know, I like.
He's like not just talking about this. He's talking about in general. He doesn't do ceasefires.
Of a ceasefire for one reason, because you'd stop killing people immediately, as opposed to.
And he's such a humanitarian.
But we can work a deal where we're working on a peace deal while they're fighting. They have to fight. I wish they could stop. I'd like them to stop. But strategically, that could be a disadvantage
concept of a ceasefire.
for one side or the other. But all of these deals I made without even the mention.
Wait, what? You don't want to disadvantage one side?
Be a disadvantage for one side or the other. But
yeah, strategically, it could be a disadvantage for one side or the other. Well, the whole thing is with the ceasefire is that both sides stop hostilities. And it's supposed to be like a permanent ceasefire where you end this thing. So the whole idea is that there's going to be a cessation of all hostilities and nobody needs to rebuild their armaments because the fighting will be done. The war will be over. So it's actually okay to do a ceasefire at this point.
all of these deals are made without even the mention of the words ceasefire.
President Zelensky, can you explain the decision to offer Ukraine Article 5-like security guarantees, but stop short of pushing for their full membership?
Yeah, well, we haven't done anything on that yet. If you look back, and you go back long before President Putin, it was always a statement that they would never allow Ukraine into NATO. So that was a statement that was made, but we haven't discussed any of that yet. We're going to be discussing it today, but we will give them very good protection, very good security. That's part of it. And the people that are waiting for us, they are, I think they're very like-minded. They want to help out all.
Thank you, President. Thank you, President Trump. The United States has already given hundreds of billions of dollars to this war effort in Ukraine. At best, it is a stalemate, and the killing continues. So, President Trump, how much more is the United States willing to give Ukraine? And President Zelensky, how much more do you want?
Well, I'll start off just by saying we're not giving anything now. We're selling weapons. This is something before, I guess the number is well over $300 billion. That was under Joe Biden, a corrupt politician.
Yeah, but Zelensky will buy that.
Smart man, never was. By the way, go back 40 years, he was not a smart man 40 years ago either. But now he's in particular bad. This was done by a corrupt administration that shouldn't have been in, and frankly, if the right results of the election were given, if I were president, this war would have never taken place. And he
would still have to bring up the fact that he was wrong. He was wronged in 2020, you guys. It was stolen from him.
Would have been very happy because he would have liked to have seen. I mean, they went through hell. He went through hell.
Why didn't they rig it this time?
Never happened, and the people that were killed.
They can start a war between Russia and Ukraine. Joe Biden can steal election from you in 2020, but gosh darn it, in 2024 they just weren't able to.
People, a lot of people with soldiers.
Even though the deep state's more entrenched than ever.
Been displaced and forced into other areas and other countries because of what's happened. None of that would have happened. And I'm just saying that he was a horrible president, whether it was the borders or this.
He admits it, but we weren't giving them money. We were buying equipment for them.
He was just a horrible, corrupt president.
I can. Thanks so much. So first of all, we have possibility now to buy weapon from the United States. We're thankful for this program and this opportunity. We're thankful for Europe. They pay for this. And through NATO program, for example, Pearl and etc., we have some programs where we can have some money to finance this. And this is a part, I think, it's not a part for the war and to defend us. It also will be a part for security guarantees to strengthen our.
We're surrounded by a complete lack of accountability from so-called journalists. It's embarrassing and infuriating. I mean, the American media and press is not equipped to handle discussing foreign policy or international media, international policy to begin with. But it's particularly bad because of who they withhold press credentials from and who they surround him with. That's how you get people asking about fucking Zelensky's suit in this, or asking don't you think that the media has treated you so unfairly?
To rearm Ukraine.
But it would not be that much better, honestly, in my opinion, if even if it could be just the normal Washington press.
Army, this is very, very important. And it depends how much money we need to rearm. For example, the question of air defense, we spoke about it with President Trump, and I'm happy that we have now bilateral decisions and we work on it with production, American production. Nobody in Europe has so many air defense like Patriots, for example. We need it very much, and this is also about defending.
I think the good news, we make the best military equipment in the world by far. You mentioned the Patriots. How good are they?
Systems.
We have systems, they're literally 100% foolproof. And it's really like shooting two bullets. Two bullets hitting each other in the air in a space like this. The chance is 100%. It's 99 to 100%. So we sell the equipment to NATO. And NATO does what, I don't know what the arrangement is that you have with, but I know that they want you to have the equipment. And we're getting the best equipment in the world, but they pay us for the equipment. Under Biden, it was just crazy what was going on. I believe the numbers over.
Why do they never ask that question about our support for Israel? Because they will have their press credentials revoked?
I think it could be $350 billion worth of equipment and money and everything else. And we've made more progress in settling this war in the last 2 months than they made in 4 years. This should have been settled a long time ago, but it should have never happened. Yep.
You pushed out on social media.
Brian, go first.
You pushed out on social media about doing away with mail-in ballots and potentially electronic voting machines. Can you expand on that, how important?
Well, that's a very off topic, just really quickly. Mail-in ballots are corrupt. Mail-in ballots, you can never have a real democracy.
Let's see if he brings up Jimmy Carter.
Ballots. And we, as a Republican Party, are going to do everything possible that we get rid of mail-in ballots. We're going to start with an executive order that's being written right now by the best lawyers in the country to end mail-in ballots because they're corrupt. And you know that we're the only country in the world, I believe, I may be wrong, but just about the only country in the world that uses them because of what's...
No way that's true. Are we the only country in the world that uses mail-in ballots? Like, he's obviously wrong, but just how wrong is he? Okay, PBS. Let's see it now. Let's see. Fact check. Trump falsely claims U.S. is the only country that uses mail-in voting. President Donald Trump made a series of false claims about elections in a Monday social media post in which he pledged to lead a movement to get rid of mail-in voting and voting machines, including an inaccurate assertion that states have to run elections in the manner the president tells them to. Oh, that's what they're referring to. Yeah, this was a crazy post or whatever where he was saying that, like, federal, like, suddenly elections need to not be under the jurisdiction of states and, like, need to be run federally. But let's see. Why are they only checking this? Oh, here. Hours after the... Okay, so here's... Okay. This is good. Yeah. We are now the only country in the world that uses mail-in voting. A report from a Swedish organization that advocates for democracy globally found that 34 countries or territories allow mail-in voting. Voting by mail does not look the same in each country. For example, U.S. election officials track ballots throughout the voting process to reduce fraud. Many countries don't track ballots. Oh, wow. So we literally have, like, an additional security mechanism that most developed countries don't even bother with to make sure that there is not fraud. President Donald Trump said he wants to eliminate U.S. voting by mail. If he does so, he almost certainly will face legal challenges because state laws set rules for voting by mail. So, hours after the post, Trump softened his language during a White House meeting with Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky. And do you know that we're the only country in the world, I believe, I may be wrong. That's him softening his stance, being like, maybe not. But just about the only country in the world that uses mail-in voting because of what's happening. Massive fraud all over the place, Trump said. Mail-in voting provides more opportunity for fraud than in-person voting, researchers say, but it's so rare and election officials have safeguards in place.
Happened massive fraud all over
Trump
the place.
just yapping.
The thing we want change are the machines. For all of the money they spend, it's approximately 10 times more expensive than paper ballots. And paper ballots are very sophisticated with the watermark paper and everything else. We would get secure elections.
Very sophisticated.
Faster results. The machines, I mean, they say we're going to have the results in 2 weeks. With paper ballots, you have the results that night. Most people, many countries use paper ballots. It's the most secure form. So between paper ballots, very, very important, paper ballots, and I think maybe even more important, the mail-in voting. We're going to end mail-in voting. It's a fraud. If you have mail-in voting, even Jimmy Carter with his commission, they set it up. He said the one thing about mail-in voting, you will never have an honest election if you have mail-in. And it's time that the Republicans get tough and stop.
He did bring up Jimmy Carter. He brought this up in the Hannity thing as well. It's like Jimmy Carter was part of like a commission with somebody else in 2003, literally like 2005. So 20 years ago. Yeah, it wasn't as secure as it is now, and that's what their research concluded. But since then, Jimmy Carter has said there's more information now, there's more security safeguards in place. It's safe to do this. He voted by mail in 2020.
If you have mail-in vote, even Jimmy Carter with his commission, they set it up.
Yeah, the commission from 2005, the commission from fucking 20 years ago. We have more information and data since then.
The one thing about mail-in voting,
I did call
you'll never have an honest election if you have mail-in, and it's time that the Republicans...
Because he's a broken record. You already know what he's going to bring up.
Stop it. Because the Democrats want it. It's the only way they can get elected.
Like, these are the talking points that are like fresh in his mind right now.
Because with men and women's sports and with transgender for everybody and open borders...
Men and women's sports and transgender for everybody. You know the thing.
All of the horrible things. And now the new thing is they love crime. They're fighting me on the fact that I've made...
He means Democrats, but it almost sounds like, since he's like following what he just said on the Senate, he's like talking about like transgender people love crime. They love being gay and doing crime.
You're not going to get mugged, beaten up, or killed like all the people you've been watching get so badly hurt. I'm glad. I hate to take your time with this, but I'm glad you asked me that question.
Yeah, he just hates to waste Zelensky's time. What was it? PBD was like, he would never engage in these sorts of anything that would like waste his time or Putin's time. But here he is admitting like, what, he'll waste Zelensky's time?
We're going to stop.
This is the Ukraine conference, right? Yes, the Ukraine conference where transgender people in sports must be remarked upon.
Mail-in ballots because it's corrupt. You know, when you go to a voting booth and you do it the right way and you go to a state...
Aaron, why do you want mail-in ballots so much? Mail Rights USA, I'm timing you out for tonight. See ya. See you later. You can come back tomorrow. I'm not going to be fucking streaming long enough for you to be done with the timeout.
They even asked me. They asked me for my license plate, for identity. I said, I don't know if I have it. They said, sir, you have to have it. I was very impressed, actually. But it's very hard to cheat with mail-in voting. As you know what happens in California, it's so corrupt.
Wait, it's very hard to cheat? I thought the whole point is that it's supposed to be easy to cheat with them.
I don't know if I have it. They said, sir, you have to have it. I was very impressed, actually. But it's very hard to cheat with mail-in voting. As you know what happens in California, it's so corrupt. Where some
If it's hard to cheat with mail-in voting, why are you trying to ban it?
people get 5, 6, 7 ballots delivered to them. Now, we got to stop mail-in voting, and the Republicans have to lead the charge. The Democrats want it because they have horrible policy. If you have mail-in voting, you're not going to have many Democrats get elected. That's bigger than anything having to do with redistricting, believe me. And the Republicans have to...
Why does anyone believe anything, any of the BS Sonny says? Critical thinking, not a thing over here. Well, cults are really big. They're back in a big way. But also, he's the U.S. head of state, so everything he says literally has to be paid attention to because it will be in history books, unfortunately.
We're not going to have a country. I said for a long time at rallies...
Is he, like, now copying Gavin Newsom, who's like, you will not have a country? Because of if he takes this election, just true.
And you need free and fair elections. Those two things. Otherwise, you don't have. We have strong borders now. In 90 days, Mr. President, we didn't have 0 in 3 months. Not one person came in illegally into our country. In fact, even I find that hard.
Clearwad, thank you for redeeming your message. He's like a crazy uncle or grandpa in the corner. You need to make eye contact with a cool cousin so they can swoop in and save you from the conversation. You need to make eye contact with the cool cousin and go for a walk outside. Wink, a walk before dinner.
Hard to believe, but it's run by a little bit of a liberal group that put out the numbers, so I guess it's, but 0, 0, and 0. You go back a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 millions of people poured into our country. It was terrible. Thank you very much.
What security guarantees do you need from President Trump to be able to make a deal? Is it American troops, intelligence, equipment? What is it?
Everything.
Everything. And really, it includes two parts. First, strong Ukrainian army. That's what I began to discuss with your colleagues. And it's a lot about weapon and then people and training missions and intelligence. And second, we will discuss with our partners. It depends on big countries, on the United States, on a lot of our friends.
And Mr. President, are you willing to commit American troops to that NATO-like protection in order to get President Zelensky to a deal today?
He's never directly answered a question, so he's not going to answer this now.
I don't know if you define it that way, but NATO-like, I mean, we're going to give, we have...
Damn, Zelensky's actually there in a suit, which was already asked about.
People waiting in another room right now. They're all here from Europe, biggest people in Europe, and they want to get...
I hate to be that guy, but Zelensky is still not wearing a proper suit. Why does bro have to be different? This is a proper suit, no? It looks like a suit to me.
Waiting in another room right now. They're all
Did
here
that fashion guy on Twitter say it's not actually a suit?
from Europe, biggest people in Europe, and they want to give protection. They feel very strongly about it, and we'll help them out with that. I think it's very important. I think it's very important to get the deal done.
You've been involved with the peacekeeping in Ukraine since your first day in the administration. What would you say to the Ukrainian people right now who are suffering under the Russian attacks and hoping that the American people will stand with them?
Well, I know Ukrainian people. I've known many over the years. They're great people. They're smart. They're energetic.
I know Ukrainian people. I've got lots of connections in Ukraine. They're great people. They're my kind of people. They're Trump people. They're MAGA people.
They love their country. I mean, they love their country, and we want to get this war ended. That's all I can do. I love the Ukrainian people, but I love all people. I love the Russian people. I love them all. I want to get the war stopped. Very important.
Mr. President, was there any aspect of your discussion with Vladimir Putin that left you disappointed?
Look, we just spoke to, I was just telling the president, I just spoke to President Putin indirectly, and we're going to have a phone call right after these meetings today. And we may or may not have a trilat. If we don't have a trilat, then the fighting continues. And if we do, we have a good chance. I think if we have a trilat, there's a good chance of maybe ending it. But he's expecting my call when we're finished with this meeting. Thank you very much.
Chaos. So Vance, fucking racist care bear that he is, did not say a word throughout any of that. Rubio didn't say a word throughout any of that. Oddly civil, but I mean, I'm comparing it to like the last shit show of a fucking meeting where he's like, you're flirting with World War III, and say thank you, show some respect or whatever. Okay. All right. But yeah, disappointing. Is there anything? I think that does it for tonight, you guys. But if you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, you should go ahead and hit the follow button that you can know when I go live, which is every single day. If you're on YouTube, you should hit the bell that we get a notification and like the stream. It pushes it out to other people. If you want to support me, you can do that on Twitch by subbing to me. You can use your Amazon Prime to sub to me or buy a sub. You can get an ad-free experience as well as gift subs throughout the chat to other people. Share the love. You can also follow the donation links pinned to my Twitch or in my YouTube description box. I'm at Straighterade _ on everything. That does it for tonight. Her take tomorrow. Just Press Play tomorrow with Pisco. It's going to be fun. It's going to be good. YouTube, you are heading to Kid Not Kin. Twitch, you are heading to Kid Not Kin, probably. Yeah. I will see you tomorrow, you guys. Tell Kid I say hi. Oh, look, he's finishing up the thing now. Kid actually knows way more about Ukraine and Russia as far as I can tell, so his commentary will probably be far more valuable than mine, which I want to talk about Trump's, top veneers versus, like, his bottom teeth looking like shit. Hopefully it'll be a more enlightened conversation. Have fun. See you tomorrow. Bye.